a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and we're certainly not going to get in the middle of that or get ahead of where that is right now. I would just say a couple of things, Carla. One, Russia should negotiate in good faith. They have an opportunity here, an opportunity they have missed many, many times over the last month to end this war and to do it responsibly and to negotiate in good faith. So we hope that they'll do that. But the war could end today if Mr. Putin did the right thing and actually did withdraw all his forces from Ukraine and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And again, as for what
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday, March 30th, just after 6 a.m. If you're choosing us for your source for nonstop news this morning, maybe on your morning commute, again, thank you so much, and let's get you all caught up on the latest headlines and breaking news. Let's take a live now look at the White House. We've learned that continuing fallout is taking place over President Biden's remark that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has more from Washington.
No news here, according to the White House.
Did the president accidentally reveal a previously unknown effort for the U.S. to be training Ukrainian forces in Poland?
No. The troops that he met with in Poland routinely interact with Ukrainians. That is something that's known. That is in no way revealing compromised information.
That's not what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said just a week ago.
We do not have U.S. troops currently training Ukrainians.
What's now being described as regular interaction between Ukrainian troops and the U.S. military was revealed by the president himself when asked to clarify yet another unclear statement he made in Poland, indicating American troops may be going into Ukraine.
We're talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland.
And it came in a press conference managing fallout from a prior White House statement claiming Biden was not, in fact, calling for regime change when he said Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. The Pentagon now facing questions about the details.
There's some liaising going on as the Ukrainians go into Poland, for instance, and they are transposing shipments of material to them, and so there's some general liaising going on in that regard, and that's what the president was referring to.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill want answers too.
I do not believe that we are in the process of currently training military forces from Ukraine and Poland. There are liaisons that are there that are being given advice, and that's different than I think you're referring to with respect to training.
The president just signed an anti-lynching bill in the Rose Garden. He didn't take any questions, so that's the last we'll see of him today. And follow-ups will have to wait at least until tomorrow. at the White House. Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, bringing you all the latest when it comes to that Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've learned that face-to-face peace talks between Ukrainian and Vladimir Putin's delegations just wrapped up in Istanbul. Now, while the world is waiting to see whether or not the talks are successful, Russia also says that it's prepared to consider both Ukraine's proposals in a meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky and with President Vladimir Putin. And also, as you see on your screen right now, we are getting a live image. As you see, the European Committee of the Regions, they're working to discuss the situation in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
At least in the first step got oil and coal blocked, and that could be replaced, that would already cover most of the income. And still, we are, as we speak, probably faced with the opposite boycott, where Russia is now, as they insist, to be paid in rubles. Some Americans call this currency in the meanwhile rubble. Rubble meaning, well, all the debris that is after the war only. But no, my point is, if Russia takes this step, we are in the same situation. So we have to prepare for that. I just heard this morning that the German government has staged the first alarm phase for gas shortage. So others might do the same, because from the 1st of April, actually, if the Russians mean what they say, that they will not deliver gas for nothing, we might be faced in 2 days with a gas boycott from their side. It has to be seen. But in my mind, what is definitely important is, if we want to shorten the war, we need to be very precise and very stringent with the implementation of that. And we need to see to, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galler, for this very concrete and clear vision. I do hope that this will also be adopted by the European Parliament. We are now moving to Kiev. We have connection with Mayor Vitaly Klitschko. Vitaly, the floor is yours.
Are you listening?
Yes, yes.
First of all, I want to say thank you very much. First of all, Council of Europe, European Committee of the Region, Corlip, for everyone. We very appreciate for your help, for your support is very important for Ukraine, for your humanitarian support, for your activity to take the people who move right now for temporary move from Ukraine, for financial support and also for weapon support. A couple of messages from Kiev. We received yesterday information. Right now the Russian forces move away from Kiev. It's not true. Whole night we listen to sirens. This means a rocket attack, and we listen to a huge explosion east of Kiev and north of Kiev. It's means battles there. The people died, still died. It's really bloody war, and everyone have to understand the reason of this war. The reason Ukraine want to be independent country, Ukraine want to be European country, Ukraine want to be the part of European family and with democratic values. We don't want to live in authoritarianism where nobody have in Russian Empire, where it's no human rights, no press freedom, no principal values, and actually the reason to rebuild Russian Empire. Everyone was surprised how Ukrainian forces stand front of one of the strongest army in the world, the Russian army. Clear explanation why. Everybody's surprised in the world. Because Russian soldiers are fighting for money. They paid very well, but we fighting and defend our families, our children. We're fighting for our future, and we fighting also for every one of you, because we have the same principles. We have with European Union the same values, and the reason of this war. Wish to rebuild Soviet Empire. We was in USSR, and we don't want back to USSR. We see our future is part of European family. One second message. Right now, we very appreciate for everyone who helped Ukraine, but we not understand some position of politician in Europe. It's the position I can tell is half pregnant. From one side, they told, yeah, we're against the war. From another side, they still communicate with Russia. I mean the business communication. I want to tell, the sanctions work very well. The sanctions were effective. And that's why it's every euro, every cent, what you send to Russian Federation. Russia never invests this money to economy, to the people. They invest the money to the army. And result, the images, do you have everyone see images from Ukraine? The result of this communication with Russia. If you make the commercial communication, business communication with Russia, this money have a blood. It's Ukrainian people blood. Right now, the world is white and black. And you support the freedom and principles and values and peace in Ukraine, or you support the aggressors of the Russian Federation. We understand it's very painful for economy for many countries. But right now, this is big tragedy, not just for our home country, for 40 million Ukrainians. It's big tragedy for whole Europe. And please don't forget, I listened that today from speakers, and I want to repeat, we're fighting for the same values. We defend not just our countries and our cities. We defend also European principles, and everyone have to understand that. I don't want to use so much time. I understand that the time is limited, but I can explain so many things. Everyone in Ukraine and everyone in Europe have one wish: to stop the war, to bring peace back to Europe. And thank you for everyone, for your activity, for your proactive position to do everything to bring the peace back to Ukraine. Big regards and thank you very much. We very appreciate for you support, humanitarian help. We need that right now, especially in this situation. We see who are real friends of Ukraine. Still with Ukraine. And last message. Please, unity is our key for peace in Ukraine. Please stay with Ukraine, stay for the peace. And our unity is a strong position. It's bring peace for Ukraine. But we still defend our home country. We still defend our citizens. We still defend our
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:16 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are continuing our in-depth coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Even after peace talks, we are still getting reports that Russia is still launching new attacks. So let's go ahead and listen into the European Committee of the Region's Working Group. We just heard from the mayor of Kyiv, Ukraine. I believe he is still speaking. So we're going to listen into this live, raw, and unfiltered from Brussels, Belgium.
We still see the potential to further develop this support because in fact it is all about democracy. The national governments are listening to your communities, are listening to your cities, are listening to your regions, and this is up to you and to use this democracy force to push your national governments to make more difference in the international and EU in particular support of Ukraine. Mayor Klitschko, in fact, described the critical situation on the ground. It's full-fledged war, nothing to add more. It's war in Europe, and we do believe. Preventing investments to Russia. And just a recent example, on this weekend, my Minister of Foreign Affairs just publicly criticized one of the European-wide companies which possess hundreds of stores across Russia. That company refused to leave the market of Russia. And there was a public pressure. And yesterday, at least one element of this change was withdrawn from Russia. It was announced that we are withdrawing from Russia. So public messaging, public pressure matters, because at the end, any business cares about their reputation, even though sometimes they are not directly targeted by the sanctions. So it is also in your power, in your local communities and regional communities' power to push to stop trade and making business with Russia. Next point is humanitarian assistance. Indeed, we highly appreciate that the European Union has launched, without exaggeration, largest ever humanitarian response to the situation in Ukraine, supporting both Ukrainians in the besieged cities, Ukrainians which are internally displaced persons across Ukraine, and also Ukrainians, millions of them, which are already now in the European Union, in your cities, in your towns, in your communities. So we encourage you to continue mobilizing humanitarian assistance, and to this end, we kindly encourage and invite you not only use and support the national mechanism of this humanitarian assistance, but also develop and make a full use of your twinning system, region to region contacts, city to city contacts, to not only to support the government's level assistance to Ukraine, not on the level on the level of the government to government, but also direct assistance to particular cities, particular communities which you can be in touch with, or even now. We invite you to look for a potential small towns, small communities across Ukraine, and to establish partnership relation. I originally come from the little town in Zhytomyr region, and my town never had a partnership relation with any French community, for instance. It's just kind of example. And when already the war has started, the mayor of this town, it's Bourges, city of Bourges in the middle of France, just contacted the mayor of my town and suggested let's establish now twins relations, and they concluded partnership agreement already under shellings and via video call, and since then already a couple of hundreds of my children from my town are already in that town. So this is kind of example that we can still act already now and invent new mechanism on even in these circumstances. So next element, we altogether have to start thinking about comprehensive plan of the post-war rebuilding and reconstruction Ukraine. We can call it Marshall Plan, and I appreciate the European Parliament's resolution at the beginning of this large-scale invasion, calling for such kind of Marshall Plan, and I believe Committee of Region has also endorsed in its resolution such kind of assistance. It should be really comprehensive plan, and we have to altogether build up the new European Ukraine with all the infrastructure needed. And in this kind, we can also invent very simple but very practical solutions. Just again using your twins partnership relations. Just take particular community, take particular infrastructure object, and for instance, your community takes kind of responsibility to rebuild some hospital in some small town, like it was on national level already announced that Italian government announced that they will rebuild Mariupol theater, or Greek government said they will rebuild Mariupol hospital. So nothing prevents all of us to rebuild small ambulance place in some village. So do use this opportunity, do engage into this plan of reconstruction Ukraine on the local level.
Tereshko, sorry to
yes.
to intervene, but we really need to, because we have really tough schedule and also other guests waiting to speak. So thank you very much for this intervention. And now we are moving to Mr. Verbeek, who is a president of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of Council of Europe. 5 minutes, if you could stick to the time, please.
I'll do my best. Dear Chair, dear speakers, and then all members here in this meeting. I would like shortly to connect the personal suffering to the abstract debate on a political level we have. In daily life, I'm a governor of the region of Levittown in the Netherlands. And yesterday on the train station of Utrecht, a traumatized woman from Ukraine arrived. She had been fleeing her country, and she arrived with one of her children, and the 2 other children died on the way. This is what we're talking about. We have contact with the region of Maramureş as a province, and they reported me that busloads of children are arriving there, heavily traumatized children, 2, 3, 4 years old, Nobody knows where their parents are. Nobody knows where they come from. They can hardly talk to each other. This is what we're talking about. Also, I would like to start the meeting that I welcome this kind of meetings. Not everybody realizes how important it is to have meetings like these. The political signal, the pressure that we organize with each other is so valuable. I've seen this in many meetings I participated. Don't underestimate what's happening in a situation like this. Don't underestimate the need for communication by all of you to tell about meetings like these and the pressure that we organize. In the face of the brutal war waged by Russia against Ukraine, such meetings, as I said, are extremely important, not only to communicate, but also to coordinate and to continue our efforts in aid and support of the Ukrainian local and regional authorities, who find themselves literally at the front line to protect their citizens and to ensure their basic needs. So, as I said, this meeting in itself is a political statement. And I want to thank you also for the opportunity to address you today on behalf of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of our Council of Europe. It must be clear that as a Council we stand united in solidarity with the people and the authorities of Ukraine. And we salute their courage and their fortitude, and they continue to battle against this invasion. As you already know, the reaction of the Council of Europe was swift and united. Within 3 days, Russia was expelled from this organization and all its bodies, and from most of its treaties and partial agreements. At its session last week, the Congress unanimously adopted the declaration on the Russian Federation's war against Ukraine. In one voice, Congress members condemned in the strongest terms this blatant breach of international law and stressed that they stand firmly with Ukraine and its people. The Congress called on Russia to cease the war immediately and unconditionally, stop the bombing of civilian infrastructures and residential areas, ensure humanitarian corridors for safe evacuation of civilians, stop human rights and humanitarian law violations, and withdraw its troops, recognizing the key role of local and regional authorities in addressing the disastrous humanitarian consequences faced by the citizens. The Congress also condemned the intimidation, abduction and killing of local and regional elected representatives in Ukraine. In the debate before the declaration was adopted, we heard testimonies from the Deputy Minister Negoda, from the Mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, from the Mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Senkevich, and from members of the Ukrainian delegation. Yesterday, the Russian troops shelled the building of the Regional Council of Mykolaiv. This is an attack against the symbols of democratic institutions. I call again on the Russian side to release all 11 mayors who are abducted and retained, and I fully endorse the Mayor Klitschko appeals in this respect. In these testimonies about the atrocities committed in Ukraine, we heard the tremendous pride for this nation defending itself against the aggressor and the firm commitment to the values of freedom and democracy embraced by the Ukrainian people. These values are the source of their strength today. We in the Congress are also proud of the immediate response by numerous local and regional authorities and their associations in other European countries, providing aid to their Ukrainian counterparts and hosting refugees from the Ukraine. In the days before and after the debate, the associations of Ukrainian local authorities held a number of meetings to coordinate these efforts. We know that bilateral aid was provided, for example, by the associations of the local authorities from the Netherlands, Norway, the network of local authorities associations of Southeast Europe, and by many, many other individual local authorities. We have brought together our partners, European associations of local and regional authorities, such as the Association of European Regions, the AER, Association of European Border Regions, the Conference of Peripheral and Maritime Regions, to name but a few, to coordinate their support to the Ukrainian people and authorities. To coordinate these efforts, the Congress supported the launch of a platform created at the initiative of the city of Sindelfingen in Germany, whose mayor, Mr. Bernd Föhringer, is president of the Congress of Chamber of Local Authorities. The platform will serve to match the demands and needs of Ukrainian cities with the capacity, know-how and supply from other European cities. Through this platform, local and regional leaders in Ukraine will be supported in addressing the daily challenges of citizens in their cities, towns and villages. Our Congress also has financed bulletproof vests for our Ukrainian representatives in Congress so they can continue their work in their own country. I invite you all to visit the platform I spoke about. It's called City for Cities, with 4 with a number in it. Please register and give your contribution to convert political support to concrete operational activities. Do not underestimate your possibilities for political support. At the same time, we in the Congress remain in regular contact with the associations of local authorities and in particular the associations of Ukrainian cities, our privileged partner for several years. We are using the strong partnerships built over many past years, implementing the Congress cooperation activities in Ukraine. And I'm also convinced that the many reforms undertaken in Ukraine, especially on decentralization and local empowerment, have contributed to the admirable resistance today. Many of you here today have contributed to this work, which has helped to make local communities and their leaders stronger in standing up for democratic values. And this is resounding proof that a society built on these values can withstand any aggression. Because, as the Congress stressed in its declaration, democracy, multi-level governance, and human rights are stronger than war. And this is why our work here, also in this meeting, is so important every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verbeek. We have limited time for the political groups, so please really be very, very stick to the time. 1 minute. First, EPP Group, Mr. Gablewicz. 1 minute, please.
Dziękuję bardzo. Chciałem tylko podkreślić, że to co powiedział pan Meyer Kliczko, ta wojna jest dlatego, że Ukraina chciała iść naszym europejskim modelem i naszymi europejskimi wartościami. I dlatego ta wojna to jest tak naprawdę wojna z nami wszystkimi i tak jak powiedział pan Galler, my musimy wygrać tą wojnę. Nie miejmy złudzeń, to co w chwili obecnej się dzieje to pewne zatrzymanie, to jest tylko cisza przed kolejną falą. Dlatego my jako władze lokalne, jako władze regionalne i my jako grupa polityczna EPP uważamy, że nasza rola jest bardzo duża do zrobienia. Po pierwsze musimy promować wśród naszych mieszkańców, że to jest nasza wspólna wojna. Po drugie musimy wśród naszych mieszkańców promować gesty solidarności, humanitarnej solidarności zarówno z miastami i regionami na Ukrainie, jak i z wszystkimi uchodźcami, którzy dzisiaj w dużej mierze przybywają do Polski, ale wiemy, że za chwilę pojadą dalej. Dlatego wszędzie potrzebna jest wspólna solidarność. Po trzecie, musimy wywierać presję na nasze rządy, aby natychmiast z jednej strony dostarczały broń, a z drugiej strony żeby wprowadzały realne sankcje, bo i tutaj musimy wiedzieć, że świat jest czarno-biały. My musimy wiedzieć, że tutaj wszyscy ci, którzy nie chcą wprowadzać sankcji, którzy chcą dalej handlować z Rosją, tak naprawdę powinni się znaleźć poza klubem wspólnoty europejskiej. Powinniśmy to jasno i wyraźnie za każdym razem artykułować. Wreszcie powinniśmy wywierać presję na Komisję Europejską i na wszystkie organy Unii Europejskiej, aby budować pomoc tu i teraz, żebyśmy zbierali pieniądze tu i teraz na pomoc Ukrainie, na pomoc uchodźcom i wreszcie, żebyśmy myśleli długodystansowo, żebyśmy skończyli z naiwnym myśleniem, że świat wróci kiedykolwiek, będzie kiedykolwiek taki sam i będziemy mogli robić z państwem rosyjskim, przynajmniej w takim jego autorytarnym kształcie dalej biznes. nie będziemy mogli, musimy zbudować własną odporność, musimy zbudować dobrą perspektywę dla Ukrainy na jej odbudowę, musimy uniezależnić się od rosyjskich źródeł, starać się wywierać presję na zmiany również tam. To są wszystko działania, które muszą być podjęte. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geblewicz. And now we are moving to Mr. Ortyl. Sorry. We have first Mr. Grotter from PES Group and.
Sie sowohl von ukrainischen Personen als auch von Personen in den Aufnahmeländern bei ihrer Flucht nicht gut behandelt wurden. LGBTQI-Personen laufen Gefahr, in Polen und Ungarn, den beiden größten Aufnahmeländern, weniger herzlich willkommen zu sein, da sowohl die polnische als auch die ungarische Regierung homophobe und trans.
You're watching Live, Raw, and Unfiltered. Currently, we are taking a look from Brussels, Belgium, as talks about the Russian invasion of Ukraine continue. Right now, the European Committee is meeting to discuss the situation on the ground. Earlier, we did hear from the mayor of Kyiv, and we do plan to bring you all more information in just a bit. But first, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back. The time is now 6:40 a.m. Bringing you all the latest information when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've learned that American military leaders are asking for more funds to help Ukraine in their battle against Russian invaders. The Pentagon says it did not plan to support Ukraine when it finalized its budget prior to the investigation. Now, despite Congress approving a $13 billion emergency package in March, the Pentagon is unsure of how soon it will need to replace or resupply Ukrainian forces with ammunition and weapons. The current Defense Department budget proposal without planned Ukrainian support calls for more than $770 billion. Let's check in with the Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's bringing us more.
Talk about what is in the administration's budget proposal, especially when it comes to having billionaires pay their fair share. That's what President Biden wants. Joining me now to discuss that is former Biden senior campaign advisor, Rhett Buttle. Rhett, thanks for being with us. This is interesting, this proposal. It would generate $360 billion in revenue, but it imposes a 20% minimum tax on billionaires, on the 700 wealthiest Americans. How would this work, and what does the president think needs politically to be done to get it done?
Well, good evening, Andrew. Great to see you. I mean, I think broadly what's important to know is, when a president puts out a budget, it's a large sort of, document stating what the president's priorities are. And here there's many things in the budget. In addition to this tax, there's a ton of important investments in small businesses and working families that are also a huge part of the budget. But the reality is that also we have to find ways to pay for the important work that the government does for all of us. And part of that is finding ways to raise revenue. And the reality is that our tax system has far too long been rigged. And it's been really set up in a way that has been advantageous for the very wealthy and, quite frankly, a lot of corporations. And that's put small businesses and working families at a disadvantage. And so what the president and his administration done, if they put forward an idea around taxing the ultra wealthy, to be clear, this would affect 0.01% of taxpayers. So we're talking about a very small number of families who are in the ultra wealthy category. And what this does is this effectively ensures that they pay the same rate that a working family would pay. And it makes sure that they pay a 20% rate. What we see with a lot of these higher wealth individuals is that because of the way the tax system is structured, they're able to take advantage of different tax gimmicks and loopholes that allow them to effectively lower their rate. When in reality, working families and small business owners are paying higher percentage rates of their income in taxes. And so for a lot of us, this really is a take at leveling the playing field to make the tax system more fair in this country.
Rhett, we heard from Democrat Joe Manchin, senator from West Virginia, about this idea. He says, and specifically on this concept of unrealized gains, he says you can't tax something that's not earned. Earned income is what we're based on. He says there's other ways to do it. He agrees with the president's sentiment that these very wealthy Americans need to pay their fair share. He doesn't agree with the method.
So look, with a lot of budgets, the budget is like an opening salvo. And I think one thing we know about President Biden is he's definitely open to negotiation with Congress. I think we saw during the conversations, earlier this year and late last year around Build Back Better, that there was a lot of conversation about how do we pay for these important investments that we need to make in our country. I think the good news is there's strong alignment with Senator Manchin in the White House that we need to make the tax system more fair. The reality is that, the tax system is not working for small businesses. It is not working for working families. And so there's broad agreement. And so while right now it sounds that there's not 100% alignment on the mechanics about how to do that, I think it's good news that there is alignment with Senator Manchin, who, as we all know, is a key vote in the Senate to making things like this happen. And I think what we'll see from here is we'll see a conversation move forward with the senator and the White House about what is the best way to approach this.
Well, let's talk about some of the other key kind of tactics in the budget. You and I both know that a budget is really an administration's wish list of priorities. Lately, Congress has just passed a continuing resolution each and every year, of course, but one that the administration is touting, and President Biden has said this repeatedly in the last week, that the budget that he's proposing will reduce the federal deficit by more than $1.3 trillion this year, cutting in half the deficit from the last year of the previous administration. How do we know that's going to happen in this proposal? Because, many Republicans and Democrats alike, they want to bring down the deficit spending. Will this track?
Well, look, one of the important things, is we've just come out of a pandemic where we've made a lot of really critical investments in, working people to make sure that they're able to get through the pandemic. And that has, been an important investment in the country. The reality is what we saw under the previous administration was they gave a very large tax cut to large corporations in our country. That led to, a ballooning deficit in our country. And so now we're trying to figure out how do we deal with that issue? And so an important piece of figuring this out is, making sure that we're raising revenue in the right places so that the tax system is more fair, while also figuring out what are the things that the government needs to be investing in to make sure that we're growing a strong and resilient economy. And I think what we see in the budget is we see an important investment in important programs that we know are important for working families and small business. We see an investment in helping small business owners get back on their feet. We see important investments in tax credits that we know help working families, like the earned income tax credit, the child care tax credit, the extension of some paid family medical leave provisions that we saw in the American Rescue Plan. At the same time, we see these important revenue raising measures. We talked a lot about the taxes earlier on more wealthy Americans. This also raises taxes by raising the rate on corporations. Now, this would still allow us to have one of the most effective tax rates on corporations that we've ever had, one of the lowest since World War II, when corporations really stepped up and invested in our economy. But at the same time, we have to find additional ways of raising revenue to close that deficit gap, which is a growing issue. And so putting forward this tax plan is a way in which the president is suggesting to do that.
Rhett, a few more things in the budget. I want to go to defense spending because from some progressive leaders, even some moderate Democrats are pushing back on the numbers. $753 billion last year, this year even higher. They say, and this is from the Congressional Progressive Caucus, there is much to be applauded in the president's budget. It went on to say, but if budgets are value statements, today's proposal for Pentagon spending shows that we have a lot of work to do. We also have a tweet from Congresswoman Elaine Luria, the Democrat from Virginia. She says, I have delayed putting out a statement about the defense budget because, frankly, it would have been mostly full of words you might expect from a sailor, but here goes, it sucks. Why is there such Democratic opposition to President Biden's defense spending budget and the proposal there? Is it because, we do have, there is a war going on in Ukraine. They have upped, line items for that in the budget. Where is this kind of consternation coming from?
Well, look, the president is the commander-in-chief, and one of the things that is super front of mind for him always is making sure that our military has everything that it needs. Obviously, in this moment, with everything that's going on with Ukraine and watching the situation seriously with Russia, now is not a time to retreat. We need to make sure that we are fully, keeping our obligations to our partners across the sea with NATO, and also making sure that our military is in the strongest position. As you talked about at the top of this call, a lot of times, budgets are opening salvos for presidents. So I think, the president and his administration have put forward a budget that they think is fair and balanced, both domestically and on the foreign policy side. And I think that you'll be seeing, in the coming weeks, the president and his aides be having conversations with all sorts of policymakers, both those on the right who may not agree with all of the things that the president has put in his budget, as well as those on the left who may have differing perspectives. I think what you heard in some of those statements was a lot of the domestic priorities are aligned, and so there are conversations that obviously need to happen between the caucus and the administration, and I think that's an important part of the policy-making process. We'll see how it plays out as those conversations go on.
All right, Rhett Butler, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight into this, everything happening within the White House and Capitol Hill. We'll talk to you again.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft bringing us that story. Let's turn our attention now to other top stories in major news headlines taking place across the country. Parents of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting rejecting a settlement after years of harassment and death threats. The families quickly rejecting the offer from conspiracy theorist Alex Jones to pay $120,000 to each plaintiff in a civil case. Now, Jones was found liable for damages by a Connecticut court in November, and in the filing, the court says that Jones apologizes for distress in remarks, based on remarks that he calls. Looks like we have the wrong video up for you guys. We'll work on getting you that full story a little bit later. But for now, let's turn our attention to the latest medical news. We've learned that the Food and Drug Administration has authorized a second booster shot of its Pfizer and BioNTech Moderna coronavirus vaccines for people 50 and older. Now, the shots can be given at least 4 months after the first booster dose, but are not permanent they're not a permanent solution. And the approval is coming as more transmissible versions of the Omicron variant is becoming more dominant in the United States. But it's important because experts believe that a short-term immunity boost among those at risk for severe illness could provide a valuable layer of protection. The second booster is also expected to become available immediately after the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reaches a decision on who should get it. Now, the CDC is expected to say that people over 50 may want to get a fourth shot instead of giving an explicit recommendation to do so. All right, guys, covering you on all corners here at Live Now from Fox, making sure that you're staying up to date when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the latest medical developments, as well as consumer news. Let's take a break and we'll get into the latest business news right after this. Approaching that 7 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for choosing us as your source for news this morning. Let's take a live now look at our XRAD weather radar. We are getting reports that yet another outbreak of severe thunderstorms is pounding parts of the already storm-ravaged south. As you see here, widespread damaging winds could possibly have over 75 miles per hour impacts, and several other strong tornadoes are likely today, Wednesday, well into the night. So let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox Weather for the latest.
In Dallas, where we have seen a truck crash. The ground is wet there, and there was a crash involving a tractor trailer. It knocked down some power lines there, and you can see there it's pretty much causing a whole bunch of traffic there. Officials are asking us to tell you to avoid I-30 as well as US 80. This is right near the Dallas as well as Mesquite border. And, you know, Britta, this is going to continue to be something that we're going to see all along that I-10 corridor, I think, today. A lot of fender benders, and it's all because of all of the rain. It's creating some slick spots. Obviously, we're still working on figuring out the exact cause of that accident here, but it's likely that weather did play a role.
Yeah, especially looking at the winds. I mean, we have wind advisories and warnings that stretch from the Gulf Coast all the way up through Middle Tennessee. So we're talking about a lot of major highways here. I-10, as you mentioned, but also I-20, I-30, I-40. Traveling from west to east today, you're going to have to make through this mess. Behind us, we do have radar up. These are our active severe thunderstorm warnings.
We have 5 now.
Yeah, they stretch from North Texas, and then this is the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas, just in case you need a little lay of the land here. And it's really that leading edge Coast, where we're experiencing those very strong winds, the heavy rain, and a wind gust in excess of 65 miles per hour. I mean, you can wake up and have part of your fence down when you have a wind speed like that coming through.
Yeah, and already this morning, we've already seen a tornado warning that popped up. The good news is that tornado warning has since expired, but we will continue to monitor this. And throughout the afternoon, we are anticipating seeing a number of warnings extended and a number of additional watches popping up for places like Louisiana. So we will keep a very watchful eye on this. After the storm has moved through your area, we would love to see anything in terms of the damage. You can feel free to send a picture to us here at weather@fox.com. Much more coming up on the other side of this commercial break. But first, here's your look across America.
Hello, I'm Dave Osterberg from Fox 13 in Tampa. Big severe weather outbreak expected again, unfortunately, today. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, maybe even parts of Georgia as well. So stick with Fox weather throughout the day for more on that. Other parts of the southeast, you got Raleigh near 69 degrees. I've got Charleston in the upper 70s. But take a look at the heat that we're looking at in Florida with Tampa. Temperatures close to 90 degrees this afternoon.
Hello, weather fans. Corey McCloskey here from Fox 10 in Phoenix. And after yesterday's weather, things have quieted down considerably. All of that action has now pushed itself off into the Great Plains. Here in the west, we'll see kind of a mix of clouds and sunshine for almost everybody west of the Rockies. Perhaps some showers pushing their way through Nevada. Seattle, you might catch some rain as well. But otherwise, the rest of us recovering temperatures after that cold shot. And again, a mix of clouds and sun. Better times ahead, though, as we wrap up the week on a warm note.
Hello, I'm meteorologist Jennifer McDermott, and we are still tracking that massive storm system across areas of Central America. Severe weather expected later on today for areas near Louisiana up through the Ohio River Valley. Eventually, that storm system will continue to lift up towards the north and east, and on the backside of it, wrapping around in colder temperatures and snow for our friends on the northern plains. 77 for a high in Memphis, 49 in Denver. Milwaukee expecting a daytime high of 51 degrees. Still a chance for thunderstorms in the lower portions of the central states. 50 for an overnight low for tonight. Milwaukee 35. Memphis expecting an overnight low of 67 degrees.
Hello, I'm Sue Serio from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Temperatures in the Northeast are starting to nudge up a little bit thanks to the arrival of a warm front. So we'll be in the 40s up in Maine and in Boston and New York. We'll be in the 50s in Philadelphia, mid-60s in Richmond, but along with the warm front, there will be some rain, and Pittsburgh will get that. Winds, warm winds in Cincinnati with a high of 78 degrees, and we're all getting ready for some thunderstorms tomorrow.
7 a.m. on the dot. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As promised, here's your consumer news segment. We're finding that businesses across the country are struggling to hire. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox Business Network with this morning's Fox News Business Report.
Stocks continue rebounding on Wall Street. After Monday's rally, the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed higher on Tuesday. The buying fueled by a slide in oil prices and on hopes of progress in talks between Russia and Ukraine. Well, it looks like a lot of businesses are still struggling to hire. The government says there was nearly 11.3 million job openings in February. That's about the same amount as the previous month and still near a record level. And this isn't helping. 4.4 million people quit their jobs in February as the Great Resignation continues. That, too, is near the record of 4.5 million quits set back in November. Well, pets could soon be a bargaining chip between employers and employees. More than 2/3 of working pet owners tell the company Vetster that they've looked for a more flexible job so they can spend more time with their furry friends. 7 in 10 say they're even willing to take a pay cut if they can bring their pet to work. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Taking a live now look from the United States White House. Here's the latest on the Russia-Ukraine war from our Fox News colleague, Kevin Cork.
Peace talks between Russian and Ukrainian delegates in Turkey, prompting mixed signals, with Russia announcing Tuesday it plans on reducing its military presence in territory surrounding Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Still, Ukraine's president remains hesitant.
The signals we hear from the talks are positive, but these signals can't silence the explosions of Russian shells.
The White House agrees, urging caution.
We'll need to watch and see if their actions meet their words. We believe any movement of forces from around Kyiv is a redeployment and not a withdrawal.
U.S. Defense Department officials aren't optimistic either, suggesting more U.S. troops may need to be stationed in Europe just in case the conflict escalates. Meanwhile, the war is having a dramatic effect on the cost and availability of food across Europe.
Agricultural and seafood product markets are rocketing. Since the invasion, wheat future prices have risen by 70%.
Ukraine is one of the top wheat exporters in the world, and farmers say the war is keeping them from planting crops as Russian artillery continues destroying their land and livestock.
Now I have only 15 cows. I used to have goats. I had greenhouses until Mr. Beast Putin messed things up.
Russian and Ukrainian peace talks are expected to resume on Wednesday. Ukraine's UN ambassador says Russia's army is suffering great losses, including more than 17,000 soldiers and roughly 2,300 armored vehicles and tanks since the beginning of the war. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Thanks, Kevin, for that reporting. Now, the House committee that is looking at the attack on our Capitol, which took place last January 6th, is running more pushback. Here's that story from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
Hurry up and prosecute. That's the message for the Department of Justice from the January 6th Select Committee.
We're just hoping that the Department of Justice understands the urgency with which we are acting here.
They found Trump aides Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt of Congress. Next, the full House will vote whether to send the charges to the DOJ. Already held in contempt, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and aide Steve Bannon. Bannon's trial will be this summer, but the DOJ has not moved on Meadows' case.
The president has full faith in Attorney General Garland to run his department the way he sees fit.
The committee is also raising eyebrows over roughly 8 hours of official White House phone logs that are missing.
We have multiple points of evidence to try to fill in what was Donald Trump doing, and of perhaps greater importance, what was he failing to do while the Capitol was being attacked.
The panel may also ask Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, to voluntarily testify about texts she exchanged with Meadows about overturning the election results. Former President Trump putting out a statement Tuesday writing, quote, "While they say that January 6 was an attempted coup, which it was not, they should add that the election on November 3 was the actual coup." The White House says it will not exercise executive privilege over the testimony of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Kushner is expected to testify on Thursday. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Border officials are bracing for yet a surge of illegal immigration. This comes as a possible change in the team policies for immigrants. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin has more from Texas.
Venezuela. Two Venezuelan men celebrate reaching the United States after they crossed illegally into Eagle Pass, Texas this morning. Just moments before, we saw them both struggling to cross the river and its currents. There were more than 2,500 migrant apprehensions here in Del Rio sector over the weekend. And DHS sources tell Fox News, buckle up, because Title 42 is expected to be dropped in a matter of days. That would mean Border Patrol can no longer quickly expel migrants back to Mexico on the basis of public health. Instead, every illegal immigrant encountered would have to be brought into federal facilities to be processed via Title 8, a situation agents tell us would lead to total chaos given the numbers they are dealing with. DHS has also suddenly announced that all migrants who go into federal custody will have to start being vaccinated for COVID-19, a decision DHS tells Fox News is, quote, a public health best practice. And with local Border Patrol stations now well over capacity and Title 42 possibly soon dropping, DHS has started mass releasing migrants into small Del Rio sector communities to ease the pressure. That includes the small city of Uvalde, where the mayor says he's fed up.
The last thing I would need to be handling is an immigration issue that the federal government should be handling instead of dumping it on communities like ours.
And earlier today, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz said that any day now we are on track to hit 1 million migrant encounters at our border, and that's still with the busiest months of the border still ahead of us. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Vaccine access expanding once again, but only to Americans and those who are high risk for serious infection from COVID-19. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more from Atlanta.
It's official. The FDA giving the green light to a second booster or fourth dose overall of either Pfizer or Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. The authorization applies to those 50 years or older and younger Americans who are immunocompromised. But the agency left it up to doctors to make the final determination, saying patients may be given the second booster instead of should. The move sparked by fears of decreasing immunity and the spread of the Omicron subvariant BA2. The FDA writing in part, quote, current evidence suggests some waning of protection over time against serious outcomes from COVID-19.
We want to make sure that if it does become necessary, that we've got the data in hand to provide an updated booster vaccine.
And the CDC says BA2 now makes up almost 55% of all COVID infections in the U.S., up from 35% less than a week ago, raising fears of another COVID surge with cases spiking in at least 14 states. Health officials say the second booster should protect against most serious infections and hospitalizations, but it's still not clear if there's enough federal funding to guarantee access to the shots for free, with Democrats and the White House asking Congress for billions of dollars to help get America boosted.
It's still necessary and a matter of great urgency that we replenish funding for more vaccines, more therapeutics, more testing.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says he doesn't think a second booster shot will be needed for the general public until late summer at the earliest. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Welcome back to Live from Fox. Here's a look at another major story that we have been paying very close attention to. A former Tennessee nurse has been found guilty of criminally negligent homicide in the death of a patient who was accidentally given the wrong medication. Fox's Daytona Everett is bringing us more details.
I want to bring in David DiPietro. David, thanks for being with us here on the show. And this is unfortunate because during the pandemic, we saw nurses as heroes, and now they are technically criminals.
This is really unprecedented. If you think about it, medical errors is the #1 cause of accidental deaths in this country. And when you take all other accidental deaths, like car accidents, shootings combined, they still don't outnumber medical errors. And medical errors happen, and they are a large cause of death in this country. But if you're going to now criminally prosecute people for the science of medicine, because medicine is not an exact black and white thing, there's a science to it. It's really going down a slippery slope of are nurses going to be prosecuted, doctors going to be prosecuted, pharmacists going to be prosecuted. It's really changing the landscape of the medical field.
Right. So moving forward, you know, what precedent does this set for criminalizing medical mistakes? Because they do happen.
It's going to set a bad one. So when a hospital error occurs, there's something called peer review in all our hospitals around the country, and Medicare mandates these kinds of peer reviews. That when something bad happens, everybody gets together in the hospital, the nurses, the doctors, and they discuss a root cause analysis to make sure this doesn't happen again. And there's self-reporting. So when an error occurs, hospitals self-report these errors so that everybody can do better the next time. So what's going to happen now when an error occurs? There's going to be reluctance to self-report because now criminality is brought into it. If it's truly a negligent issue, not an intentional issue, obviously, if you intentionally do something, or if you're drunk on the job and you administer the wrong medicine, and they die, that would be reckless. That would be beyond what any reasonable person would believe is negligent. But if you're truly negligent, it's usually not one person that's negligent. I'm surprised they prosecuted this nurse. In order to get the narcotic, a physician had to prescribe it, and a pharmacist had to dispense it. And the hospital has a system for dispensing medication. So there's always, in order to have a medical error, they call it the Swiss cheese effect. All the holes need to align, and there are multiple holes to be able to see through the Swiss cheese. So multifactorial errors need to occur for a medical error to happen, and it's just surprising that they prosecuted this nurse the way they did.
Yeah, so why was Vought's case different? Because typically it's handled by professional licensing boards and civil courts, but now it was handled just straight on with her.
For some reason, they got the police's attention to a case that normally the police in most jurisdictions and municipalities and sheriff's offices would have no interest in getting involved in unless there was something egregious, like I said, like there was some intentional or something that somebody was drunk or doing drugs on the job and somebody died, something that went, just like driving, you know, if you accidentally hit somebody and they die, it's negligent. If you're weaving in and out of traffic impaired, then it could be homicide. So to rise it to that next level is really surprising how they prosecute this case. And I understand the fear that nurses and other medical practitioners would have regarding this.
And so we're hearing from nurses organizations across the country. This is from the American Organization for Nursing Leadership, and they released a statement. I'm just going to read it in part. They say that the verdict in this tragic case will have a chilling effect on the culture of safety in healthcare. They went on to say they discourage health caregivers from coming forward with their mistakes, that this verdict kind of leaves that precedent, and it's going to complicate efforts to retain and recruit more people into nursing and other healthcare professions that are already understaffed and strained by years of caring for patients during the pandemic. Like I said in the beginning, nurses were hard to come by, and there was even increased pay because it was hard to recruit them. So what does this do for that moving forward? Would it be smart to go into a nursing position after this case?
Hopefully this case is a one-off and this doesn't become a precedent around the country, but it could be similar to what's happening with law enforcement. As you're seeing law enforcement officers being prosecuted for accidents or negligence, for accidentally shooting somebody and things like that. If the same thing happens to nurses and doctors, you're going to see people leave the profession, and then you're going to have a shortage of people in the profession. Mistakes happen. There need to be best practices, and we need to learn from them. And ultimately, there's civil liabilities, monetary compensation that can be had for these issues, and that's how we deal with negligence in this country. We deal with it through monetary compensation, and we deal with higher standards like reckless and intentional. We deal that with the criminal system, and that's where the line should really be drawn.
Yeah, that's right. And I know that lines have been kind of drawn with this. This is alarming to a lot of nurses. Nursing groups now saying they think this is going to have an effect on nurses disclosing their own errors, because as of right now, it is kind of a self-reporting program. So if nurses start doing that, will they be reprimanded? Is there possible charges to come at them because of that?
There's a conflict now between, there's an immunity level for reporting these things to the extent that you do. And now if you report it, you are facing potential criminal charges. So if anybody got legal advice and they're facing criminal charges, any competent lawyer would say, plead the fifth, don't talk, because you don't know what's going to happen from it. And that's contrary to what the current system is, what peer review and disclosing what happened so you can do root cause analysis to make sure that the systems get better in hospital systems and make sure that these accidents don't reproduce themselves. So this is really going to change the landscape of how we perfect medicine in this country. Because like I said, medicine is a science. It is not something like building a home. And you have steel and concrete, and that's a solid base. Medicine is moving. People's bodies are changing. People react to different things. People have different illnesses, and it's a science, and you have to try to get your best type of medicine administered, and accidents happen, and it's because really we don't know everything about what a person could be going through, and if somebody dies inadvertently because of that, to now criminalize it is really changing how we treat a science of medicine going forward.
Well, Vaught is scheduled to be sentenced on May 13th, and her sentences are likely to run concurrently. What do you foresee as her future?
I hope there's some leniency under the Tennessee law that allows her to receive some sort of non-incarceration period, because I can tell you as a former prosecutor, this is not somebody I would want to incarcerate for negligence. It's really unfortunate. I think her life's already is destroyed, and to the extent justice has been served with that, I don't think putting her in a cell for 3 to 6 years is really going to do any justice for the community.
And what about nurses around the country who may be watching this right now and taking a second look at what their protections are? How would you advise them?
They should be looking to their leadership state by state and look for some sort of immunity for these type of situations that they can't be prosecuted. So state laws need to be looked at state by state to determine whether these kinds of accidents, there can be some sort of line drawn that they can't be criminalized if they're truly just negligent and not reckless or grossly reckless behavior.
All right, David DiPietro, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll be keeping our eyes on this case as it moves forward.
Thank you.
Now, Vaught remains free on bail, and she will continue to remain free until her sentencing on May 13th. She has yet to say whether or not she would appeal this case. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. More top stories right on the other side. Welcome back. The time is now 7:24 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Let's check in with our friends over at Fox 6 Milwaukee. They're bringing us the latest on how local people in the area are doing their part to help out Ukrainians who are fleeing their country.
When watching the war in Ukraine unfold, a local firefighter couldn't shake images of ill-equipped first responders, some fighting fires with no gear. That's why he felt compelled to help his fellow colleagues half a world away. Christina Van Zels, live at the village of Salem Lakes Fire Station, where he did just that, Christina.
That's right, he did just that. This fire station has been collecting donations since Thursday, and the response was overwhelming. A truckload of donations left today. It had everything from more than 80 fire coats, helmets, boots on it, and that'll all go to firefighters in Ukraine.
We're good.
There's nothing like a little spring cleaning.
We emptied our closets in 9/11 and we're doing it again.
But at the village of Salem Lakes Fire Department,
Separate coats and pants, I think.
this closet cleanout
13, 14. I'll take them.
is one of honor. Local firefighters' trash will be a Ukrainian firefighter's treasure.
Their stations are being blown up. Most of them, like most of us, are volunteers. Thank you, sir.
Artur Stapula is from Poland. He serves on the Salem Lakes Fire Department
I just felt this need to help.
and spearheaded the PPE donations to help firefighters in Ukraine.
They showed all the different firemen over there fighting these fires with just unsurmountable odds.
Donations flooded in from fire stations in both Wisconsin and Illinois. Hundreds of items considered outdated in the U.S. due to regulations.
Pants, coats, helmets, we've got boots, we've got gloves.
It's equipment the fire chief says is a major need in Ukraine. Many first responders dealing with damaged gear from explosions and rough terrain.
In the aftermath, a lot of citizens are going to be cleaning up and doing a lot of, work going through the rubble, and I think that this gear will be helpful there as well.
It's hard to imagine walking in the boots of a Ukraine firefighter, but soon those firefighters will be fueled with the love from American heroes.
Teamwork.
Because the burning desire to give back can't be extinguished.
Emergency responders have always been about the community. In this case, the community is just a little bit further away, that's all.
The truck full of donations that left today should get to New Jersey in about 2 days. From there, it will be combined with similar donations and shipped off in a cargo container to Poland and ultimately reach those firefighters in Ukraine. Reporting live in Salem, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Great to see. Hopefully it makes a difference. Christina, thanks.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 6 Milwaukee for that report. Let's shift our attention now to these dramatic live images that we are getting from Levittown, Pennsylvania. As you can see here, it is pretty massive. This is a fire that's taking place in the Bucks County area. Firefighters still working very hard to put out this 3-alarm fire in Levittown, specifically Levittown Lanes. This is a bowling alley that has been on fire since about 6 a.m. this morning. Now we're taking a few live images courtesy of our Sky Fox, which is flying over the scene, and it looks like flames have just now begun to deteriorate. However, as you can see, there's still a lot of smoke. So very much an active scene at this time. You can see looks like about a dozen firefighters who are helping to respond to this. Now we are in touch with our colleagues in the area, and we will soon hopefully bring you all a live update. So many questions at this point. What caused this fire? Were there any workers involved? And what people in the area are being advised to do. You can imagine a lot of people are just now waking up, beginning their morning commute. So if you do live in this area, officials are most likely advising that you probably avoid roads that are surrounding this particular block. So again, we are paying very close attention to this firefighter that's coming out of Levittown. We're in touch with our news colleagues, and we will bring you all an update with more information very soon. So make sure that you're staying tuned into Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:30 a.m. If you're just now joining us, we are staying on top of this breaking news situation. Breaking news for people in Levittown, Pennsylvania. As you can see here, firefighters in Bucks County are responding to a 3-alarm fire at Levittown Lanes, a local bowling alley. Now, Sky Fox, as you can see here, well, earlier they were showing us a few aerial images, but now we are in touch with our Fox 29 Philadelphia colleagues, getting you all a few ground shots so you can see exactly just how massive the blaze was. We're no longer seeing flames, however. Firefighters still working very diligently to make sure that the smoke and the flames that are perhaps inside of the building that we cannot see are all put out safely. Now, again, we will have a live conversation with Fox 29's Steve Keeley at 7:45 a.m. He's going to bring us the very latest, telling us exactly what we need to know, exactly what community members need to know who are perhaps being affected by this in the area. You can see multiple fire engines are attempting to continue to put out this blaze, and we have learned that the smoke can actually be seen along I-95. This is according to Bob Keeley, who is working to report on this story. Now, this is very important. If you live in the area, the Pennsbury School District has already announced that transportation delays are happening as a result of this fire. It's causing several road closures for communities in surrounding areas. So again, we'll make sure that we get you all the most important details when we have our colleague Steve Keeley, a reporter with Fox 29, join us in about 10 to 15 minutes, bringing us the latest, telling us exactly what we need to know as firefighters continue to put out this blaze. Information is just a bit limited at this point, but as you can see, they're still working very diligently. But we wanted to let you know exactly how this will affect community members. So again, make sure that you're staying tuned in and listening to Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered, for the latest developments. All right, guys, let's turn our attention to the latest when it comes to weather. It was less than a week ago when we reported severe storms moving across the South. Specifically, New Orleans and surrounding areas were impacted by tornadoes. We're now learning that another string of severe storms are continuing to move across the southern plains into the southeast. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather for an update.
Warning for Boone, Arkansas as well. This is going to be going for about another 15 minutes or so. Britta?
With so much instability out there, some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, they can actually quickly spin up very quickly. So you have to be ready for that potential for tornadoes. We have a tornado watch that's been extended until 1 p.m. local time, all the way through Arkansas, southern portions of Missouri, northern portions of Louisiana. So in some of these areas where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, be ready for a quick spin up. Some days we have severe weather outlooks where we know we're going to have time for warnings. We're going to be tracking supercells over long stretches of time. That means that you have a longer time to react when you have a tornado warning issued. That's not the setup that we have today. We have a line of severe storms, and within that line, we have embedded quick spin-up tornadoes that will be occurring. So when you have a tornado warning issued, you're literally going to have minutes to react. So if you're under that watch, know what you're going to do and be ready to act. We do have a significant risk here that goes from the Gulf Coast all the way up into Memphis. So this is slightly northern compared to what we were seeing yesterday. The Storm Prediction Center now including parts of Tennessee into this significant threat. The concern that exists from Louisiana through pretty much the entire state of Mississippi and also western Alabama is the strong winds that we are anticipating. Yes, we can see tornadoes. There is a potential that a few of them could be strong tornadoes in excess of an EF2, but a larger potential, or at least the higher potential of seeing widespread damage, exists from strong straight line winds. We could see extremely strong winds across the state of Alabama. We're talking about the potential of winds gusting over 75 miles per hour. That is hurricane strength winds. And we're not talking about an isolated location. I mean, look at the geography here. A large span of the south has that potential. So where does that put us? Winds in excess of 75 miles per hour. That is easily the strength of an EF0 tornado, possibly an EF1. That's minor to moderate damage. So although we can see tornadoes today, and we've seen a couple tornado warnings pop up, we also have that potential of our straight line winds producing damage very close to an EF0 or an EF1. So we could have a line of thunderstorms move through that blow shingles off of your roof. They take branches down. Mobile homes can be damaged even with strong straight line winds. So if you do live in a mobile home in Mississippi and Alabama, you guys have time to make a different plan for today. If you have a friend that has a more sturdy location, a local business, that's where you want to go before these storms roll through, because even a strong straight line wind can cause as much damage as a weak tornado. For the tornado threat, it is definitely present. I mean, we've had a couple tornado warnings. We also have places in Arkansas where we could have had a tornado exist this morning. Some of the images we're getting in from Springdale, very indicative of what you see from an EF0 or an EF1. So we'll wait to see what the National Weather Service says about that. But the potential is there. So you want to make sure that you're ready to act. Again, we could see tornadoes that are as strong as an EF2 or higher throughout Mississippi, also Louisiana and Alabama. These are areas that are only a week out from what they went through last week with deadly tornadoes that ravaged parts of Louisiana. So again, you need to make sure that you are very weather aware. I know all of you are very fatigued and tired, but unfortunately with the forecast, you have to remain vigilant. Now, what's going to happen past today? It's still out there. That threat of severe weather is going to be lower, but it's moving to the East Coast. We do have concerns for Pennsylvania, also Maryland and Virginia, a second hot spot in Georgia, and also the Florida Panhandle. So a couple of these locations coming up tomorrow could be dealing with the continuation of severe weather and also the tornado threat. Jane, you are looking at all the ingredients today for severe weather. It's interesting going into this event. There's definitely a few things that were on our side trying to prevent severe weather, but as things are evolving, it looks like it's going to be extremely active.
That's right. And I want to highlight this is a dynamic storm, and it's really a wind-driven event. Now, usually we can talk about these big storm systems, and we talk about instability, and we talk about how sunshine and heat during the day can have an impact on those storms, but those are some of the key components that are actually on the lower end of this scale. And really what's driving this severe potential is our winds, our upper level winds, but especially our lower level winds. So let's break it down. Upper level winds, this is our jet stream. So think of it as the conveyor belt that pushes weather across the country. And we have bright colors here indicating a very strong jet, which is why this storm system is moving so quickly across the country. But take it down to the lower levels as we get to about, say, 5,000 feet. This is current time, and this is what's feeding into our storms right now. These are our low-level winds, our low-level jet, which typically forms out ahead of the cold front when we're talking about these cyclonic systems. And just to highlight where that low-level jet is beginning to form here, it's just out ahead of that cold front, which for right now is actually just off pushing through Fort Smith into eastern Texas. So with that low-level jet out ahead of that cold front, that is one thing that we're going to be watching for, because these winds that are quite strong are going to be feeding into that line of storms, warm air as well as very strong winds at that lifting component. So that's going to be the concern for us as we head into the next several hours as this line pushes into Arkansas, into East Texas. And you can see here we do have that line of storms a little bit broken in a few spots, and we get a little bit of that breaking, and that's the concern for seeing even the potential for some tornadoes. But just to highlight, even on our future track, you can kind of see we have a little bit of that bowing segment, and that's going to be the concern for those damaging winds as this line continues to race its way eastward. Now, as we head into the afternoon, stop the clock at about 4 o'clock or so, and you can see this line certainly holding its strength, in fact, intensifying a bit. Look at all of that red that pops up here as we get into the afternoon, and also circling an area of concern for us off into Mississippi and Louisiana, where that line certainly becomes a bit more broken. You can see here we have these cells that kind of break off from that line, not quite as congealed as what we're seeing off to the north, and that's where we see the potential for those supercells and that tornadic activity. This line continues to progress eastward as we go into the evening. Now, moving back to those lower level winds, winds, our lower level jet, once again strengthening here, pushing off to the east, out ahead of that cold front, again feeding our storms that warm, moist air that it certainly needs to bring in the strength of these storms. Taking a look at the anatomy of a supercell, highlighting a few key components here. This is our updraft. Here's our downdraft. The further apart our updraft is and our downdraft, that's what brings in the potential for a strengthening storm. And you'll hear us mention this a lot today. Bow echo. What does that mean? Outflowing winds from a linear line of storms creating a bowing shape. And that's a direct indication of not only the strengthening of that storm and the tilting of that updraft, but also those strong straight line winds that bring in the potential of wind gusts upwards of 75 miles per hour. Jason and Britta.
Well, Jane, as we continue to track these severe storms across the South, remember that these communities have been hit hard by storms before.
Yeah, a lot of communities rather, in the South, they're prone to flooding, also severe storms, and that leaves many neighbors with the reality that they might have to walk that long journey of rebuilding and also recovery. One of those businesses that is no stranger to natural disasters is Three Brothers Bakery in Houston. Co-owner Janice Junker joins us now. Janice, welcome to the Fox Weather family. We appreciate your time. I have to say, I miss your cake. I hope you're doing well.
Wait, you didn't tell me that she makes cake.
Oh, yes.
What, can I try the cake, please? I know we're supposed to talk about something serious here, but I want the cake.
You'll come down for a disaster and we'll have cake.
Exactly. But, you know, for folks that are not familiar with Three Brothers Bakery, you guys have quite the reputation in Southeast Texas, not only because of your bakery, but because you guys have had to rebuild over the years from multiple natural disasters. And now it's your passion to help other small businesses walk that path. So take us through what happens here, Janice. Maybe take us through a couple of the natural disasters that you have had to rebuild from and some of those things that you have learned.
Well, Britta and Jason, thanks for having me. And yes, my husband and I would call ourselves king and queen of disasters, and we never want to be dethroned. We've been through 4 floods, a fire, hurricane, pandemic, and freeze. We paid our team throughout, and we've rebuilt throughout. And probably the biggest lesson is have good insurance, especially also flood insurance, because it can flood anywhere, and to read your policy prior to a disaster, not after the disaster hits. So I think those are really important lessons. And if you can, have a little nest egg for hurricanes or whatever, so you can pay your team, because paying your team is incredibly important, because you cannot rebuild without your team.
Janice, we have seen in places like Louisiana and even some parts of Texas where some homeowners as well as some businesses still have not been able to recover. They're still waiting on the checks from their insurance or even possibly the government. Why does it take so long?
So there's 4 parts to recovery. It's people, money, assets, and return to operation. And a lot of that is paperwork. And so somebody has to be good at paperwork. And at Three Brothers, luckily, I do paperwork really well. My husband does the assets part really well, and we all do the people, and we all work to reopen. So if you're not good at paperwork, it's going to take a long time. You do need to be prepared with insurance. It can take a couple of years to get paid. And you also need to be good at selling yourself to the insurance company. Sell them on why they should pay you.
Wow, years for reimbursement? I just think that that's just baffling.
Yeah, which really goes back to that point, Janice, of you talking about that nest egg. Now, I did want to bring up our neighbors in Louisiana. So you guys have been through a lot in Houston, of course. Over the last 2 years, many communities across the entire state of Louisiana have had to battle a barrage of natural disasters. Now, you know, looking at those types of communities that really have to be resilient and go through this, what do you do if you're waiting for that check for years and then you have another hurricane season coming up?
I wish I had an answer. I feel so badly. I mean, here you just talked about same neighborhoods last week as this week in Louisiana. You just have to have some money saved up or some way, good credit cards that have large balances where you can charge a lot. That's what we do. We charge everything we can, and we preserve our cash for our team and anything else that requires cash. But it's hard because you don't have revenue coming in for a long time. And I wish I had good advice, but that's where the insurance comes in. They'll pay you. If it's a hurricane or something and you have business interruption, you get payouts throughout. If it's a flood, there's no business interruption. You have no replacement of your revenue.
Janice, really quickly before we go, if there is a fellow entrepreneur, fellow business owner that is struggling, wants to get in touch with you, what's the best way to do that?
I would say that just go to our website. It's the number 3, brothersbakery.com, both words written out. And you can go to our contact us form and just send an email, attention Janice, or I'm the one that deals with disasters, the person that can answer my disaster questions, and they'll find me.
Well, you have a wonderful smile, so if you're going to be dealing with some disaster, at least put a smile on it. And I hear, according to Britta, you also make some good cake as well. So it's
pecan pie. Pecan pie.
Oh, yes. Pecan. It's not pecan. It's pecan.
No,
okay.
it's pecan, and it ships well.
Well, Janice, thank you again for spending part of your morning with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about some of that fire threat that's going to be moving across parts of the southern plains as well as the Ohio Valley. The reason why we continue to have watches as well as warnings in this part of the country is because of the winds. It's very dry out there. San Antonio, Texas is also going to be one of the places where we are going to be very concerned for some of the winds here today. I mean, look at these winds that are gusting up to right around 31 miles per hour towards the lunchtime hour, and we'll see sustained winds topping out in the 20s. Now, across most of Texas today, we are going to have a fire warning that is in effect. That includes H-Town as well as Houston, San Antonio, extending all the way down into Brownsville today. So all of the areas that you see right there that are shaded in that red. Now, an area that typically does not see a whole lot of fire weather, especially a fire warning, is parts of the Ohio Valley. And those of you in not only Moorhead, but Jackson, Kentucky, even Charleston, West Virginia, Athens, Ohio, this is not going to be the place where you're going to want to be doing any sort of barbecuing today because the air is going to be very dry, and we're also going to see the winds pick up as well. One other place I want to highlight for you today is an area that typically we don't see a whole bunch of wildfires, but it's been busy for first responders. This is over in Florida today. So those of you in places like Day City, Sarasota, Sebring, Fort Myers, even extending all the way down to the Everglades, are under that fire warning today. So help out those first responders today. Make sure that you don't do any sort of burning outside. Don't do any grilling, and watch those hitches as you head out and about. Britta?
Definitely some good advice, Jason. Well, before we head to break, let's take a quick look out of our window in Dallas. This is from Fox 4. We do have some intense weather that rolled through the Metroplex overnight. The worst of the weather has passed through Dallas, but with that said, we have wet roads, and also we have a large accident on Interstate 30. We had an 18-wheeler that kind of got twisted side by side, waiting on confirmation if it was weather involved, but definitely some strong winds in the area. So we'll continue to bring you updates on that. But if you're just waking up after a long night of hearing those storms roll through, at least the most intense rain has now pushed out of your area. We'll be back with an update on the winds that we're expecting to continue for Dallas coming up.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are bringing you a live feed that we have coming in to our desk right now, where we do know several astronauts, including an American and several Russian astronauts, have landed back on Earth following about 355 days that they spent at the International Space Station. So again, this is a live feed coming into our desk here right now, so we are going to go ahead and listen in.
Не, отлично, отлично. А?
Are you cold? No, everything is fine. Would you like some tea with lemon? Or with rose hips? That's great.
Там что, манго заказывать? Да, как это нам Вадим Владимирович-то не передал? Мы с цитрусовыми.
Да, да, командир, который с тобой на связи.
Добрый день.
О, добрый день. Спасибо огромное. Рад, что так рано нас нашли.
Good to see you. I was so glad that they found us so quickly.
Андрей, зовут меня.
Андрей, не Антон.
Видите?
Andrei and Anton. It's a pleasure to see you here. And thank you for your work and thank you for your help.
Да ничего. Ну ладно. Как сам?
How are you doing? Everything is fine.
Не-не-не, все хорошо.
Are you? Is it cold? No, it's not cold. It's fine. The tea is great. Very tasty.
Намного.
And the tea here is much tastier.
Земля греет.
Once you're on your homeland, that makes everything feel better.
А есть какая-нибудь салфеточка? Что-то жжет. Пот. Да?
Я просто не видела.
Ну, нас предупреждали, что... Ой, а есть сухая? Там, не могу понять. Это щипит глаз. Пот попал.
And just a moment.
Ну, вообще даже вот здесь грязь у нас попалась.
Да, да, ну там.
There's some dust probably blown by the wind.
Где?
А давай. Да, да. All good. Thank you.
Не просили второй замер? Сказали? Без тебя?
Руслан, а мне надо передать письмо. Какое есть? Сергей, он там с парашютами занимается.
Сергей?
Олег просил телефон. У него фамилия такая крутая, сапер. Лысый такой, классный, из мод. Вот где-то он там с парашютами.
There's a letter I need to give to that person. Yeah, we'll find him.
А, не просили, оказывается. Сейчас давление посмотрим. Сейчас меряем.
We'll just take a few measurements here and then.
This is Mission Control Houston. Some 24 minutes following the landing of the Soyuz MS-19, you see RSC Energia and search and recovery personnel working on the continuing extraction of the other two crew members, Mark Vande Hei and Pyotr Dubrov. Anton Shkaplerov was first out, as is typically the case, with the Soyuz commander occupying the center seat. He will always be extracted first to open a pathway, if you will, for the extraction of the other two crew members. And Pyotr Dubrov, outside of the Soyuz capsule, 355 days in space. He and Mark Vande Hei having launched together last April 9th.
I wouldn't mind flying some more.
Я вот сейчас сразу передам.
А, Руслан, скажите, часы у меня слетели где-то в районе центрального пояса. Да.
I think my watch fell off and it's there somewhere. And the helicopters are set up over there.
Здесь. Что, пора помощь оказать американцам? В смысле? Сигнал не идет вам?
Давай туда.
Туда.
Сейчас давление померим.
Are you getting the signal? Will be done shortly. I can see him.
Извини, пожалуйста, у меня вон...
Сейчас, правда, не снимать, мы его перенесем.
Да, прямо с кресла возьмите.
Да.
We'll relocate them together with the chairs and we can wrap up here.
Отправился?
Да.
Ну что у них там энергия? Да.
And NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei now out of the Soyuz spacecraft.
Она вот еще подбросит, знаешь, это делает. А вот это еще эвакуировали. Креда, то не скучно.
Это точно, пролетели полгода, блядь.
Все успел сделать, или последний 2 дня?
Как всегда, не хватило одной ночи. А? Здорово, здорово, дорогой. Назад.
Последняя ночь или проходит комплекс?
The last night of the flight, we were on the cupola.
Второй раз, да.
Is this the second measurement? Yes, it is.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and you are taking a live look at a U.S. astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts who left the International Space Station together on a capsule and landed back on Earth today. As you can see, they landed in Kazakhstan despite the tensions between the U.S. and Russia over the war in Ukraine. So again, this is a live look at NASA's Mark Vande Hei and his cosmonaut peers, both of them from Russia, who successfully landed in Kazakhstan today, again, after about 355 days in space at the International Space Station. So definitely an interesting sight to see, a long time in space, but again, landing safely back here on Earth. So, of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you stories from not only here in the United States, but around the world, and of course from outer space as well. We are following some other news, some breaking news, this one coming out of Philadelphia. So we do want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We want to take you to this shot here. We do know that there is a fire in Levittown, Pennsylvania, where we do know firefighters are battling a blaze there. You can see the smoke. This is all happening at a bowling alley, and we do have our Fox 29's Philadelphia's Steve Keeley, who is covering this story for us. So we do want to bring Steve live for us here today. Steve, you were at the scene. What can you tell us about this fire?
Well, this has been going for 3 hours, and the only part of the building that has not collapsed is the front part, which you're looking at, and off and on through the smoke you can make out the sign Pizza Pub and Pins. This is the name of Levittown Lane's bar area in the front, and it's the only thing that was still standing. This is about a block big. We're about 75 miles south of the Levittown, New York town, and 25 miles north of Philadelphia. The smoke from this was so thick and so black. It was a mostly clear morning, and as the sun came up, because this fire started around 5:30 at least, as the sun came up, the drivers in both directions on 95 could follow the smoke as it lifted, went over 95, and then toward New Jersey in a thick black cloud that was going for miles. And despite being 3 alarms and having a couple of hundred firefighters out here, putting millions of gallons of water on this probably by now, this fire is still stubbornly burning, and flames keep kicking up in the spot where people would go in the front door. And Mackenzie, the saddest bit about this, not only are school buses and moms and dads being delayed around this big scene with so many roads closed, but one of the many firefighters here happens to be on the Board of Education and notified me that these lanes, the family that owns this, opened their lanes up to all the schools, and many gym classes would come here in the mornings and the afternoons for the kids to have a place to do something for gym class, and they would go bowling. It was many of the students' favorite part of going to school, coming here daily to go bowling and learn how to bowl and have fun with their friends. And no doubt bowling alleys are a hub for seniors as well, as they have their leagues. So this was a really big gathering spot for the town, whether it was at nighttime to have a beer with your friends or in the daytime for the kids and the seniors to have leagues or gym classes. And all these firefighters are staying back because bowling alleys are notoriously dangerous for collapses. They have those truss roofs, and that's that curved roof you see on a lot of gyms, and they are easily collapsing in fires like this. So this becomes a fire where they only fight from the outside if they don't have to rescue anybody inside. And because the bowling alley was shut down at the time, no rescues necessary. And as far as we know, Mackenzie, no injuries on scene up till now as the firefighters enter hour 4 here, battling this big stubborn blaze here in Levittown, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Steve, you know, as you mentioned, you know, bowling alleys can be a huge part of a community, as you said, for those students after school, and of course those senior citizens in the city. A lot of smoke there right now. I know this has been going on. Firefighters have been battling this for several hours. Obviously, you know, when we get to a scene, they usually tell us it's under investigation. But is there any indication as to how this blaze started?
No, it's all the usual suspects, whether it's electrical or somebody leaving something on in the kitchen area. But because it seems like the kitchen and the bar area was the last thing to catch fire, perhaps it started in the back. And who knows if anybody was working. These are all the things firefighters and fire marshals will investigate. But one thing we saw, which was a sad sight, an older couple and the rest of their sons, the family that owns this place, standing around, and you can see tears in a couple of their eyes as they watch this family business go down. And they, for sure, will help with that investigation as it begins. But Mackenzie, as you know, in any fire, the investigation can't start till the fire is out. And as you come back to us live now, that sign I showed you, like I told you off and on, you can't read it. The smoke keeps getting thicker every time. It seems like they got it out. It kicks up again and we see new flames. So they won't be able to investigate this, sadly, until this thing finally is out. And it looks like that's still a long time away from now.
Yeah, and Steve, you know, we do want to bring up that tweet again that you posted
Whenever
this
we have
morning.
a thunderstorm
I did
that
want
is
to
rotating.
ask, you know, from the scene earlier today, we're getting an aerial view of that video, but how has it changed over the course of these few hours? You know, whether it's weather-wise or the smoke that crews have to deal with. Can you give us an idea of that?
Yeah, it's been a very windy week in this area, and today not as windy, but you can tell when you look at the flames being blown by the more moderate winds that we had today, still enough wind to really help spread this. And these old bowling alleys, a lot of times they have wooden roof structures, and wood is also the easiest thing to burn, and that was also a problem out here. One other note, Mackenzie, it's still around the freezing mark, and with the light winds, it makes a wind chill below freezing. And we've noticed a lot of the mist from all the fire hoses, especially those that are up high, putting water down on this fire. Because they're up so high, there's been a mist blowing over probably a 1 square mile area. And we've heard and seen people falling because everything's coated in a light sheet of ice, that black ice that you don't notice. So usually in something like this, you might not have any injuries from the fire, but you'll see injuries from people falling because they don't expect to fall or slip on ice in something that's not anywhere near real cold outside. But normally these things get put under control rather fast, but it looks like every time I look up, I see more guys going up in more ladder trucks, and you can see this ladder going up 21, going up high again. After they take a break and go down, they're needed again, Mackenzie, because it seems like this thing keeps kicking up and the white smoke suddenly turns black again as there's more stuff in there to burn somehow.
All right, Fox 29's Steve Keeley reporting live for us. Steve, thank you so much for that report. We, of course, always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to take you out to another live shot, another vantage point of this fire in Levittown, Pennsylvania, where, again, as we know, firefighters, several crews are on scene battling a massive blaze at a bowling alley, again, outside of Philadelphia. This is just north. So this is just one of the top stories we, of course, will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. It is just past 8 o'clock in the morning, and not only are we covering news stateside, we are also covering the latest updates on the ongoing war, Russia's ongoing war with Ukraine. We do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is currently speaking live right now in Norway. So we are going to go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
This is the danger for any vessel, for any port, for any country in the Black Sea region. One of such mines was very timely caught near Bosphorus, another one near Bulgaria, another one near Romania, and we don't even want to imagine if some of these mines will not be identified in the timely manner, who will suffer then? Probably the ferries or big passenger cruise boats or tankers, the explosion of which can lead not only to the human casualties, but big environmental disaster. And then Russia, as usually, will say that allegedly that was not them who are to blame and who have done it, as they did many times when they were killing the critics of the Russian authorities, or when they shot down the Boeing plane over the Donbass. The war now is not limited only to our borders. No other country since the Second World War and the Nazi aggression in the sea have been such a threat to the marine and seafaring. Just think how the regions where there's potential aggressor countries and potential conflicts, how they look at this. They are waiting. They're waiting whether Russia will be sufficiently punished for her activities in such an aggressive, for her aggressive behavior. And if not, this will be repeated in other regions as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Norwegian people, we do not have common borders with you, but we have a common neighbor which stands against all our common values. For the Russian state, as it is now, the freedom of people, or freedom of human human rights doesn't mean anything. They neglect universally acknowledged human rights. Not only do not they have the safety for the minorities, they can be killed, and they are being killed. And I'm sure that you know about that. You know that they don't have the supreme, the law, and putting and destroying democracies is their multi-year policy. The war of Russia against Ukraine is just the follow-up of their attempt to destroy the foundations of Europe. And this aggression is targeting not just our borders, but beyond. And I think that you are experiencing new risks on your border with Russia. In the Arctic region, they have accumulated such a big army force that cannot be explained by any common sense. Against who and why are they doing this? The future of Europe and the whole continent, from north to south, from west to east, is decided now. And in the Ukrainian soil, in the Ukrainian air, in the Ukrainian sea. For your soldiers not to have to protect the countries of the eastern flank, for Russian mines not to be drifting towards your ports and fjords, for your people not to have to get used to the air attack alarm, and for Russian tanks not to be accumulated on your border. We have to stand together in our attempt to stop the aggression of Russian Federation. I'm grateful to your government and all of your society for the tangible assistance that has already been provided in terms of armament in the first place. You have made historic steps by providing us with what we need in our fight for freedom and against the tyranny. But the war is going on. Russia is deploying new forces on our terrain to try to continue destroying us, destroying Ukrainians. We have to do more to stop this war, and first and outmost is weapons. The freedom should be armed, not worse than the tyranny. And I will be very specific. In your chamber, believe me, here right now we are losing specific people, specific cities. So I want to name specifically what we need. We need anti-ship missiles, Harpoon. We have anti-air defense systems, NASAMS, also anti-armored vehicles systems, ultra-elite whole scope of this. The weapon that you can help us with will be used only to defend our freedom and your freedom, only for the protection of the freedom and security that you are enjoying together with other European nations. Secondly, the sanctions. The only means of urging Russia to look for peace are sanctions. And I'm sure that the country that is awarding Nobel Prize on the annual basis understands more than any other country what peace means and how much do we need it, how valuable is every attempt that brings peace. This is why the sanction packages should be introduced on the weekly basis without pauses. The stronger the sanctions packages are going to be, the faster we will bring back the peace. I'm grateful to Norway for joining the sanctions of the European Union, but I want to ask you to do another important thing. It's important for you, for European companies not to be helping this war machine, which has already destroyed and killed thousands of our people and destroyed dozens of cities. No krone, no single krone, no single euro in taxes to, for example, your company Motorsack, and other companies have to stop supporting Russian capability of destroying the neighbors. How can you provide them the ship equipment when they're using their navy to mine the seas and destroy any seafaring capability? The European Union, and I do hope also Norway, have to introduce the ban for Russian vessels to use European ports for the time being while they are blocking our ports. They should not have the right of using the ports of the free world. It's not about money, it's about freedom and safety of marine and seafaring in the world. And the third item is you are the most reliable suppliers of energy resources around the world. The trust for Norway has always been as big as possible, and this is drastically different from how Russia behaves as they supply their energy resources. You can make a decisive contribution to the energy security of Europe by providing the necessary resources both for the countries of the European Union and for Ukraine. We already started the dialogue on the supply of about 5 billion cubic meters of gas for the next heating season. And I do hope that this will become the basis for our long-term cooperation in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Norway, our common way is that we always meet in the history, in the times that are not easy but decisive for Europe. like 1,000 years ago when Norwegian Vikings were our guests in Kiev, and they participated in the establishment of the first Kievan state. The lands of Rus and Ukraine was called in the Norwegian sagas, Gardarika, and this is where the fortresses that our and your forefathers used to share. Now the bombs are flying into this terrain, into the territory where Elizaveta Yaroslavna, the wife of Harold III, the mother of the Olaf, the grandmother of Magnus III, and great-grandfather of Eystein I and Sigurd. These are the pages of our common history, the history of the Kievan Rus. This history was created here on this land together with our people, and nowadays we're jointly defending it. This also
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We were just listening into Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was just giving a live address to the Norwegian Parliament. That feed did unfortunately cut out for us, but we do want to. Oh, actually,
Ukrainians were coming together.
Back, so we are going to go ahead and continue listening into Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky again, live in Norway.
With the protection of rights and freedoms for everyone. The price is terrible for us. We know about 145 kids that died, and this is just official statistics. In the occupied territories, we cannot identify all the casualties. It is quite probable that we have lost hundreds of kids, just kids. And after this war, we will have not to just restore our land physically, rebuild our cities, demine our lands and our seas. We will have to do the rehabilitation of people, both civilians and the soldiers, to treat them after the wounds and what they have gone through. I know that your country has a vast experience in rehabilitation, and this is something that you could help us with as well. And I would like to invite you to join our project of restoration of Ukraine. The tremendous losses that we have incurred means that the amount of investments needed will be huge, and as one of the most important responsible investor, Norway can do a lot to bring back the stability in the east of Europe. And then I'm sure we'll be able to borrow one of your beautiful traditions, a tradition that characterizes you as peace-loving people, as the society which is built on the principles of goodness. On the day of the Constitution, on the annual basis, you organize the parade of school children. The children from all parts of Norway take part in this parade, and this year, together with your children, you will have also Ukrainian children marching. Our Ukrainian children who arrived to seek shelter in Norway. And I do hope that very soon, when we will be able to restore peace in Ukraine, and this will happen indeed, I will have an opportunity to invite you, together with the children, to participate in such a parade during one of our holidays in Kyiv, to celebrate our common freedom, our common right for the happy future for our children in the peaceful times in Ukraine, in Europe. Because if the rock clashes away from Europe, Europe becomes smaller. So we have to make sure that such a strong rock as Ukraine would always be together with Europe and only together with Europe. Thank you. Thank you, Norway. Slava Ukraini.
And that is the Norwegian parliament giving a standing ovation to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who just addressed the parliament in Norway virtually. As we all know and have been reporting, he has stayed in Kyiv, Ukraine, the capital city, as this ongoing war with Russia continues. President Zelensky thanking Norway for its help and assistance and in accepting Ukrainian refugees. Zelensky also took a moment to say that he is asking for anti-ship missiles, anti-armored vehicles, and other weapons that European nations have together with NATO. Zelensky, of course, asking that for his own country as we now move to day 35 of this war. Zelensky also called on European ports to stop allowing Russian ships to enter while this war is ongoing. So again, that is the latest request for help from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who over the past 35 days of this war has been appearing virtually, not only in front of U.S. Congress, but of course in front of UK Parliament and other European parliaments as well, pleading for more help, resources, and assistance as his country continues to fight this war with Russia. We also have another live feed coming into our desk, coming into us from Philadelphia. It looks like that one feed cut out, so we do want to move to this other one that we have. It's of a fire that crews are currently battling in near Philadelphia, north of Philadelphia. We do want to bring you the latest update on that. It is in Levittown, Levittown Lanes. It's a bowling alley. That is where crews are right now. They are responding to a massive fire at that bowling alley. It broke out just before 6 o'clock this morning with flames really piercing through the entire roof of that bowling alley. We did hear from our Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley, who gave us a live report of this fire, giving us the latest information on that. So again, as you can see, this fire now burning for more than 2.5 hours. We will, of course, bring you any updates as soon as we get it. We also have another live feed coming into our desk. This coming in from the International Space Station. We did bring you some video earlier, a live video from Kazakhstan where we had a U.S. astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts who landed back on Earth safely after spending about 355 days in space. So we do want to bring you this feed. Again, this is from the International Space Station. We do have several astronauts still up there, and they are answering some questions. So we are going to go ahead and listen in.
The safety of the station, the safety of your crew, your humor, your friendship, your dedication to the flight control teams around the world. And Mark and Pyotr, there you are. Want to thank you, all 3 of you, for accepting all of us new crew on board. You've taken your vast amount of experience and applied a lot of patience and friendship and guidance to us to help make us successful in our first weeks here. And just want to say also that none of this would be possible without the brilliance, the foresight, and the vigilance of the ground flight control teams, our instructors, and of the scientists, for which we hope to continue to produce your dream of the fantastic data and the fantastic things we're finding out here on the space station. So, Anton, Mark, Piotr, again, thank you so much. Of course, we wish you Miyaki Posadzki.
All right, everybody, that is a live feed we have coming into our desk from the International Space Station, where they do have a new crew there. They are just answering questions, hugging in space. We did, again, bring you a live feed just a few moments ago where we had a U.S. astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts safely land back on Earth in Kazakhstan after spending 355 days at the International Space Station. We also want to bring you back out live to Levittown, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia, where firefighters are responding to a fire at a bowling alley. You can see the conditions that they are dealing with right now. Heavy smoke earlier when that fire broke out. Some pretty heavy flames as well. Thankfully, our Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley, during his live report about 20-30 minutes ago, and told us that thankfully no one has been injured, but crews do continue to fight this fire. It is about 8:25 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will, of course, bring you top stories when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be joining you here for the next few hours. It is just before 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you to several live feeds that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. The first feed coming in from Levittown, Pennsylvania, which is north of Philadelphia, where we do know crews there are currently battling a fire at a bowling alley. We also have a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station happening right now, again in outer space. And a look at our XRAD weather radar, where parts of the south are currently bracing for more severe weather again. So just a few of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. But before we get to those, we do want to bring you the latest updates on the war in Ukraine, which is now entering day 35. So we do want to take you out to some video that we have. Again, we do now know that the war in Ukraine is now on day 35. So we are well over a month into this war. And as we first brought you yesterday, we broke this news to you yesterday that there were face-to-face peace talks in Istanbul, Turkey. Russia, during those talks, said it would withdraw troops from the capital of Kyiv and nearby city of Chernihiv in exchange for Ukraine adopting a neutral status by not joining NATO or any other military alliances. But skepticism is growing over Russia's claims that it will scale back those assaults in Kyiv. The U.S. now saying that it's not true, that they cannot trust Russia's word, and that Russia is actually repositioning troops, not withdrawing them. Now, again, those countries' delegations wrapped up yesterday. They were expected to pick back up today, but thanks to that so-called progress yesterday, those peace talks will be on hold. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on those negotiations.
As the world waits to see the outcome of these peace talks in Istanbul, Russia is announcing a strategy change that some see as the most tangible sign yet of progress towards de-escalation in Ukraine.
Russian Defense Ministry made a decision to radically, by a large margin, reduce military activity in the Kyiv and Chernihiv directions.
The shift comes as Ukraine lays out a possible framework for a future peace deal. It's asking for legally binding security guarantees and is willing to make some concessions in return.
We won't, as required by our Ukrainian constitution, host in our territory foreign military bases and foreign troops, and we won't join military and political blocs.
But U.S. officials say they're skeptical of Russia's comments and regard troop movements around Kyiv as a redeployment, not a withdrawal. They're warning of another major offensive in other parts of Ukraine, adding the threat to the country's capital isn't over.
Nobody should be fooling ourselves by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces.
After speaking with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK, President Biden underscored their goal to continue punishing Russia for its attacks and double down on their commitment to support Ukraine. The president, too, is wary of Russia's announcement to pull back.
We'll see if they follow through.
Russia claims it's ready to set up a meeting between Putin and Zelensky once a draft peace agreement between the two sides is in place. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some new video into our desk where Donetsk separatists who are blaming Ukrainian forces said at least one person was killed and 4 injured after an apartment building in the Russian-controlled city was damaged by shelling early this morning. Now, we do know 29 people were evacuated, including 2 children, and 1 child was hospitalized. Now, video posted by the Donetsk People's Republic Telegram, again, which is a separatist group from Ukraine, shows a damaged apartment building with emergency services on scene. Ukrainian officials have yet to comment on the alleged strike. And pediatric cancer patients were evacuated from a convoy from Lviv, Ukraine, with the intent to travel to Poland for critical care and treatment as Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine. Now, parents spoke to Current Time, one of our partners there, as they waited for a bus from Lviv in western Ukraine that would transport their children to vital cancer treatment in Poland. According to the convoy organizer, more than 300 young cancer patients have been evacuated from Ukraine since the start of the Russian invasion back on February 24th. And many more are waiting to leave. As we have been showing you and reporting to you here on Live Now from Fox, Russian troops have continued to strike and bomb hospitals all throughout Ukraine. So thankfully, those children able to cross into Poland and get the help that they need. And this new satellite video shows extensive damage to residential apartment buildings, homes, and civilian infrastructure in Mariupol after weeks of Russian shelling. This is one of the hardest hit areas by the war in Ukraine. In the western part of the city in particular, hundreds of people can be seen queuing outside of a grocery store amid reports of extreme food and water shortages. It looks very small, but again, this just gives you an idea of just how destructive this war has been, particularly in the southern city of Mariupol. Now, Russian troops and armored equipment with tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery can also be seen in and around these residential areas along the east and northeast part of the city. And we also want to take you out to this live shot of the White House today, where, again, we do know President Biden is back stateside after his visit to Europe over the weekend. And there is continuing to be fallout over President Biden's remarks while he was in Europe that Russian President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. And in addition to his remarks that U.S. troops are helping train Ukrainian soldiers. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more from Washington.
No news here, according to the White House. Did the president accidentally reveal a previously unknown effort for the U.S. to be training Ukrainian forces in Poland?
No. The troops that he met with in Poland routinely interact with Ukrainians. That is something that's known. That is in no way revealing compromised information.
That's not what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said just a week ago.
We do not have U.S. troops currently training Ukrainians.
What's now being described as regular interaction between Ukrainian troops and the U.S. military was revealed by the president himself when asked to clarify yet another unclear statement he made in Poland, indicating American troops may be going into Ukraine.
We're talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland.
And it came in a press conference managing fallout from a prior White House statement claiming Biden was not, in fact, calling for regime change when he said Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. The Pentagon now facing questions about the details.
There's some liaising going on as the Ukrainians go into Poland, for instance, and they are transposing shipments of material to them, and so there's some general liaising going on in that regard, and that's what the president was referring to.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill want answers too.
I do not believe that we are in the process of currently training military forces from Ukraine and Poland. There are liaisons that are there that are being given advice, and that's different than I think you're referring to with respect to training.
The president just signed an anti-lynching bill in the Rose Garden. He didn't take any questions, so that's the last we'll see of him today. And follow-ups will have to wait at least until tomorrow. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. We have also learned that American military leaders are asking for more money to help Ukraine in their battle against Russian invaders. The Pentagon says it did not plan to support Ukraine when it finalized its budget prior to the invasion, despite Congress just approving a $13 billion emergency package in March. The Pentagon says it is unsure of how soon it will need to replace or resupply Ukrainian forces with ammunition and weapons. The current Defense Department budget proposal without planned Ukrainian support currently calls for more than $770 billion. So again, that is the latest in terms of how the U.S. is supporting Ukraine during this war. Now, we do have a live feed that we want to bring to you. This is coming to our live desk out of Istanbul, Turkey. We do know that the Ukrainian presidential advisor and member of the Ukrainian delegation at the Russia-Ukraine talks, again, is in Istanbul. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Are talking to the potential security guarantors. They're having preliminary talks explaining our positions, explaining the fundamental grounds of the security treaty. Then legal groups go through the consultations, and all the countries, this is going to be an open treaty. So we'd like to bring in the Security Council countries plus Turkey, Germany, Poland, and some other countries, but it will be an open treaty, and any country can join. And Italy, as far as I know, has already stated that it is interested in participating in a treaty. Let me explain the interest. After this war, which is happening in the center of Europe, we know that the old formats of European or even global security have proven to be ineffective. They are overly bureaucratized. They don't want to take on responsibility and are unwilling to make some decisions that they are unprepared for. So if there is an aggressor country which invests its GDP in its armed forces and is going to take an aggressive stance, seeking expansion, and the smaller countries, smaller in terms of resources, smaller in terms of their spendings in their army and weaponry, are seeking effective mechanisms when they wouldn't just speak out and express concern, but have allies that will stand with them and take part in operations or provide arms or conduct defense advisor level consultations or bring humanitarian relief, give financial aid. And it won't happen like it did in Ukraine when on the first few days of war, Ukraine was fighting one-on-one with no support whatsoever. So we'd be very grateful to Italy if it joins the list of the countries offering our security guarantees, and many will consider this architecture designed by Ukraine, offered by Zelensky, and consider that those architectures could be a potential for the future. And this treaty that will center around Ukraine, the countries will be able to build another, a much more effective security architecture for the world. We have the time for last two questions. Now we hear the matters of security guarantees a neutral status mentioned in negotiations more often. And you also mentioned the initial requests of Russia, like denazification, demilitarization, language questions, some disputed territories. Are these questions postponed or are they off the table? This is my block of questions. And the second, at what stage and how far has the preparation for the presidential meeting gone? Let me start with the second question, as it's more straightforward. The package of the documents is ready, and we have submitted our suggestions to the Russian party, saying that in principle this is time to prepare the presidential level meeting. When is that going to happen is rather a logistical question, as the Russians need to go over our suggestions, give some preliminary response. Now we are working at the working group level online, clarifying different points. So the package of the documents is ready. The key document is the Treaty on Security Guarantees and the Armistice, and the countries that Mr. Remark is reaching out to are in the loop, so we can expect a presidential level meeting to be held sometime soon. When it's too early to tell, that is a logistical issue. As for humanitarian bloc, there are two aspects here. Firstly, I'm not quite clear why someone else should moderate our cultural space, literature, language, etc. It's for us to decide. This is our heritage, this is our country, and if there is outside intervention, it seems strange. And there's another dimension, that a country called Russian Federation doesn't have an adequate take on the world, and Ukraine in particular. It got bogged down in propaganda myths like denazification, all people wanting to speak Russian language, Russian speaking nationals being limited. We are a very open country. We are transparent. We have open borders. We have free mass media, unlike the Russian Federation. We are in open space. And all the problems that Russians have invented for themselves never existed in Ukraine. And when you start asking for examples, give us examples of denazification. Who are they? Unlike Europe, we don't even have any ultra-right-wing political groups who have their representation at the ground level and in the parliaments, whilst there are such groups in some countries of Europe. We don't have any. So please speak the language of fact. Stop force-feeding us the propaganda that you've been living 8 years. Let's take it fact by fact and discuss them. If we tell Russians, if you bring in the concept of Russian language and destroyed the cities like Kharkiv, Mariupol, Sumy, the entire east and south of our country with a majority of Russian speakers there, how can we sell Russian language to them? They don't want to speak the language. You've bombarded the cities where people were free to speak any language in their everyday communication. And then you go in and say, we'll launch a cruise missile so that you can speak Russian in there. It's illogical. And when we talk through during the negotiations, they're beginning to see sense. They're beginning to see that it's not logical. We bombard Kharkiv, and should we come in and then say, let's switch to Russian? That's why we killed you, to convert you to Russian. There's a clarifying question. So these questions will not be addressed during negotiations. Do I hear you correctly? We don't see sense in that. We may begin a different kind of discussion, like the mirror question. You want a Russian speaking school in Ukraine? Just an example. Let's have a Ukrainian speaking school in Russia then. Let's mirror. Would you like to have
All right, everybody, you were just listening in to a live feed that we had coming into our desk of the Ukrainian presidential advisor who was speaking, giving an update on the latest situation with those peace talks that we've been talking about, where we do know that officials from the Ukrainian delegation and Russian delegation have been meeting to discuss the war in Ukraine and possibly reach a ceasefire. That has been their goal since day one, really, to have those peace talks begin. Again, that live feed cutting out for us, unfortunately, so we will try and get that back to you as soon as we possibly can. But we do want to bring you the latest updates on the war with Ukraine. We want to get this up here on the screen for you right now. We're going to give you a live shot of the White House as we wait for those feeds to come back. But again, we do know that those peace talks, which have been ongoing, will not resume today after the Turkish foreign minister said yesterday's peace talks brought some meaningful progress. Residents, though, say Russian forces continue to attack Kyiv and Chernihiv, despite Russia's claims that it is withdrawing troops in those areas. And we also know that the UN Refugee Agency now says more than 4 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started 35 days ago. That feed is coming back to us here on Live Now from Fox with an English translation, again, of the Ukrainian presidential advisor giving us the latest update on those peace talks with Russia.
See it from the Ukrainian negotiating team. We're seeing a possibility to sign preliminary agreements, and we can launch the presidential meeting process. So perhaps in 2, 3, 4 days, we will have a final version that will be confirmed by the Russians with their amendments, and then we can reach the next round of negotiations.
Daniel Boffey from The Guardian newspaper. It's not quite clear to me what the Russian negotiating demands that you're actually engaging with are. Could you please spell them out very clearly? Is Russia accepting of this new international treaty of which you speak with the Permanent Security Council members as securing that? Secondly, what is Roman Abramovich's role in the talks? And thirdly, what is Roman Abramovich's role in the talks, in the peace talks? Thirdly, do you believe anyone in the Ukrainian negotiating team was poisoned in early March? A yes or no? Thank you.
Look, in terms of what will the Russian party accept or decline is for them to say, but we know that a way for them out of war has to be an adequate one. And the formula of security treaty suggested by our party and President Zelensky is a way to bypass the bilateral treaty on war and peace between Ukraine and Russia, as we feel a bilateral treaty between Ukraine and Russia would not be well secured, and Russia can always breach bilateral agreements. And as for multilateral agreements where Russia would undertake its commitment before other guaranteeing countries, it would be an opportunity for the Russian party to leave this war saving face. And therefore, in principle, they are accepting the treaty, as there can be no other formula, as Ukraine, based on the preliminary results of the war that we have attained so far, where Ukraine has shown fierce resistance to the mighty army of Russia, Ukraine has to be given fundamental key security guarantees so they don't get another war. So I believe we will specify the treaty in a few days, and this treaty will be acceptable for all the countries guaranteeing our security, as it is a voluntary commitment that are taken before Ukraine. Secondly, about Mr. Abramovich. In the media space, it's been known that he is a very effective go-between for the delegations. He's moderating the process to prevent misunderstandings when the parties would make some statements and the other party would misconstrue this statement for the logistics of the negotiations. So Mr. Abramovich is very effective in his mission of being an intermediary between the delegations. As for the poisoning, I don't quite get it. It's a speculation, some conspiracy theory meant to impose pressure on the delegations, creating some mysticism and detracting the delegation from the essence of the negotiations. The delegation on both sides have been working. Mr. Abramovich is working, I'm working, so there's no poisoning to speak of if everybody is performing. Mr. Mikhailo, somehow during the negotiations there was a statement made by the Russian delegation that Russia is going to drastically reduce its military combat operations in Kiev and Chernihiv regions. What was that about? In my opinion, purely psychologically, the Russian party has a different take on the war, on the conflict, knowing that the consequences for Russia in all domains, reputational, financial, military, economic, will be devastating for Russia. And they know that Ukraine came out with a constructive offer of this treaty and to make a step towards us. They stated they would drastically reduce the combat operations in Kiev and Chernihiv regions. We have not seen any abatement of fighting. We have seen the same assaults launched on our cities. There are some minor maneuvers, but they haven't become common. And secondly, we realized it could be a tactical move when some units are just regrouped from a direction which has been denied to them, as we have powerful defenses there, and they are willing to redeploy their troops to Donetsk and Luhansk area and Mariupol, which are of great importance to them. And since they are running short of reserves, they could regroup their forces and show it off as a step towards us. But we are a normal country in Ukraine, unlike Russian Federation, for values and morale. We will consider that the Russian Federation, by making this decision, is making a step towards us and a step towards peace, towards ceasefire and withdrawal of troops from the territory of Ukraine. And my last question to you, Mikhailo, we are counting a month from the beginning of the Russian aggression. When asked afterwards, what images will be in your head? What are your personal takeaways from this month? The images before me, there will be a word, Ukraine, spelled in golden letters. This is a country that is now rewriting the history of the world, saying that you can be incredibly brave, you can be free, and sacrifice your life for these values. The country, the entire country is standing to protect our right to be free. And the President of Ukraine, the government, all Ukrainians, the cities in the south, in the east of Ukraine are fiercely Ukrainian, and they defy the armed aggressor barehanded. This is going to change the global morale. It's not just about the security architecture that is going to change. It's not Ukraine defending its statehood. It's about the course books of history writing Ukraine in huge capitals. Thank you. Thank you, Mikhailo Podolyak, advisor to the Chief of Staff of the President's Office, a Ukrainian negotiator at the peace talks with the Russian Federation. Mr. Mikhailo, thank you sincerely. Thank you, Andriy. All the best.
Completes our program for today. Thank you for being with us, and stand with Ukraine.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox, where we just heard from the Ukrainian presidential advisor who was just speaking in Turkey. And we do see that that feed has cut out, so we will take you back out to this live shot of the White House right now. So again, that was the Ukrainian presidential advisor speaking about those peace talks between the Russian delegations and also the Ukrainian delegations, which have been ongoing for several weeks now. They were supposed to pick back up and resume today, but they have not, and that is based on the progress that was made just yesterday, where we did learn that Russia is now saying, it is claiming that it will remove troops and pull back some troops from Kyiv and Chernihiv in exchange for Ukraine agreeing to go into neutral mode, so to speak. And that would mean Ukraine would have to agree to not join NATO or any other military alliance. So that is the latest update from those peace talks yesterday. However, there is growing concern that Russia will not follow that, as we are getting reports today that residents in Kyiv and Chernihiv are still experiencing airstrikes from Russian troops. So again, there is some major concern that Russia will not follow through on its word, but we do have some bullet points and some latest information on that meeting with the Ukrainian presidential advisor, who says that a possible meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Putin is really at this point just a matter of logistics. He was also asked about the role of the Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich, his role in those peace talks, who has also claimed that he was poisoned during those peace talks last month. The Ukrainian presidential advisor was asked about that. His response, as for the poisoning, he said, quote, "It's speculation." He also said, mentioned that it is some conspiracy theory to impose pressure on the two delegations between Russia and Ukraine, saying that the delegations from both sides have been doing a very good job at trying to reach a compromise, and that there is no poisoning to speak of. That is much different from the reports that we have received from that Russian oligarch, again, Roman Abramovich, who said that he believes he was suffering symptoms from a suspected poisoning attack, but has since recovered. So not only that Russian oligarch, but two other senior Ukrainian peacekeepers as part of that delegation all say that they were experiencing those poisoning-like symptoms. The Ukrainian presidential advisor also said he does believe Russia will honor its word and will be accepting of an international peace treaty. So we will just have to wait and see what comes from that. We do want to get you to another story related to the ongoing war in Russia. We do want to get you some video here. There we go. We'll bring down this audio and that live bug as this is pre-recorded. Ukrainian authorities have awarded a Medal of Honor to the soldier who they said famously replied with an explicit radio message to Russia while defending Snake Island during the initial Russian attack on the country back on February 24th. You may remember this specific video, this specific clip that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox. Roman Hybov is reported to have been the soldier who uttered the phrase, quote, Russian warship go blank yourself during a radio conversation where Russian forces demanded the island's inhabitants lay down their arms and surrender to Russian troops. Now, the soldiers who were initially thought to have died in the bombardment were actually later found to have survived and been taken captive by Russian forces, according to the Ukrainian Navy. Now, in the video shared this week, the regional state administration said that the region's governor presented Hybov with the award for merits to the region. The government said the meeting took place after Hybov had returned home from Russian captivity. There he is right there on your screen, receiving that medal from his country. And there are also growing concerns that relief agencies are unable to get assistance to Ukrainian refugees. The mayor of Warsaw, Poland, is now urging NATO to come up with a better plan to deal with the crisis. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni is in Warsaw with the latest.
Because if the second wave comes, we are going to be overwhelmed.
The mayor of Warsaw with an urgent plea tonight as his city swells with refugees. In the last 4 weeks, Poland's capital took in more than 300,000 people fleeing Ukraine. Last week, President Biden pledged the U.S. would accept 100,000 refugees. And while the mayor is grateful for that, he says there's been a lack of a global strategy to relocate refugees out of Poland.
Just 10 days ago, I was calling other mayors in Poland and in other cities in Europe to send us a few buses to help us out. We cannot improvise anymore. We need to show to Putin that we're strong, that we're united, that he's not going to destabilize us with another wave of refugees.
The Biden administration has also pledged $1 billion in humanitarian aid, but nonprofits are struggling to deliver what they already have to those inside Ukraine. American trauma medic Jason Voss tells Fox volunteers need help from the State Department to expedite the delivery of medical narcotics into Ukraine for the treatment of war injuries.
Ketamine, any type of opioid, analgesics, painkillers. It's very difficult for us to get that across the border because we're shipping narcotics across the border. You can't just walk across without all the paperwork. Things are going to get probably worse before they get better. And the things that we can't get across the line because of the bureaucracy involved.
The bottom line is this refugee crisis is far from over. The mayor of Przemyśl, a Polish border town, tells us that his town is still welcoming anywhere between 6,000 to 7,000 refugees a day before they are relocated to cities like Warsaw. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And light to the darkest
Aisha, thank you for that report. Pierre Zachetski, the Irish journalist who is killed while reporting on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, was laid to rest in Foxrock, which is located in County Dublin, again in Ireland. Zachetski's brother Stas, his childhood friend, and a Fox colleague, Tim Santhouse, paid their respects during the service, which was also attended by Irish Foreign Affairs Minister Simon Coveney, the aides-de-camp of President Michael D. Higgins, and representatives from the embassies of the United States, Ukraine, Poland, and France. Zachetski was working as a cameraman for Fox News in Ukraine when he and Ukrainian journalist Alexandra Sasha Koshevnova were killed as their vehicle was struck outside of Kyiv on March 14th. Journalist Benjamin Hall with Fox News was also injured but survived the attack and is recovering back stateside here in a hospital in the United States. And with more than 4 million Ukrainian refugees escaping their war-torn country, Russian forces continue to decimate villages and cities. Our Fox News correspondent has more.
Peace talks between Russian and Ukrainian delegates in Turkey, prompting mixed signals, with Russia announcing Tuesday it plans on reducing its military presence in territory surrounding Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Still, Ukraine's president remains hesitant.
The signals we hear from the talks are positive, but these signals can't silence the explosions of Russian shells.
The White House agrees, urging caution.
We'll need to watch and see if their actions meet their words. We believe any movement of forces from around Kyiv is a redeployment and not a withdrawal.
U.S. Defense Department officials aren't optimistic either, suggesting more U.S. troops may need to be stationed in Europe just in case the conflict escalates. Meanwhile, the war is having a dramatic effect on the cost and availability of food across Europe.
Agricultural and seafood product markets are rocketing. Since the invasion, wheat future prices have risen by 70%.
Ukraine is one of the top wheat exporters in the world, and farmers say the war is keeping them from planting crops as Russian artillery continues destroying their land and livestock.
Now I have only 15 cows. I used to have goats. I had greenhouses until Mr. Beast Putin messed things up.
Russian and Ukrainian peace talks are expected to resume on Wednesday. Ukraine's UN ambassador says Russia's army is suffering great losses, including more than 17,000 soldiers and roughly 2,300 armored vehicles and tanks since the beginning of the war. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. We do have another live feed coming into our desk today. This coming in from Geneva, Switzerland, where we do know the United Nations is meeting. The High Commissioner for Human Rights is presenting the findings of a report on the situation of human rights in Ukraine. We are also going to get an update from the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, as well as some country statements and discussions as well. So this is just one of many live feeds we are monitoring here at Live Now from Fox. It is 9:06 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. President Biden's 2023 budget is calling for increased taxes on the wealthy and major spending hikes. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey takes a closer look at the president's proposal.
We can also restore fiscal responsibility.
Fiscal responsibility for this president? A budget proposal packed with progressive priorities.
More support for our schools, increased funding for child care and health care services, stronger investments in clean energy and climate change mitigation,
The $5.8 trillion package includes new funding for police and the Pentagon.
And this will be among the largest investments in our national security in history.
The president proposes a 4% boost at DOD. Republicans wanted 5%.
We need to invest in our defense before it's too late, and the latest Biden defense budget does the opposite. It doesn't even keep pace with inflation.
The White House claims a Putin price hike is the reason many costs are rising.
This may well put upward pressure on energy and food prices. That, in turn, could reinforce inflation.
Only 6% buy that spin in a new NBC poll. Many more, 38%, blame the president and his policies.
All of their economic assumptions are massively outdated, meaning they don't reflect the high levels of inflation.
And the White House wants to pay for some of it with a new 20% tax on households worth more than $100 million.
A firefighter and a teacher pay more than double the tax rate that a billionaire pays. That's not right. That's not fair.
Officials here are betting that raising taxes on billionaires and corporations will ultimately be the best way to make prices go down. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to this live shot of the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., where we do know the House committee is looking into the attack on the Capitol last year, and they have run into some more pushback. Now, more than 7.5 hours of missing White House phone logs from that day has the committee digging for much more. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the story from Washington.
Hurry up and prosecute. That's the message for the Department of Justice from the January 6th Select Committee.
We're just hoping that the Department of Justice understands the urgency with which we are acting here.
They found Trump aides Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt of Congress. Next, the full House will vote whether to send the charges to the DOJ. Already held in contempt, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and aide Steve Bannon. Bannon's trial will be this summer, but the DOJ has not moved on Meadows' case.
The president has full faith in Attorney General Garland to run his department the way he sees fit.
The committee is also raising eyebrows over roughly 8 hours of official White House phone logs that are missing.
We have multiple points of evidence to try to fill in what was Donald Trump doing, and of perhaps greater importance, what was he failing to do while the Capitol was being attacked.
The panel may also ask Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, to voluntarily testify about texts she exchanged with Meadows about overturning the election results. Former President Trump putting out a statement Tuesday writing, quote, "While they say that January 6 was an attempted coup, which it was not, they should add that the election on November 3 was the actual coup." The White House says it will not exercise executive privilege over the testimony of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Kushner is expected to testify on Thursday. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to switch gears to some other news. The penalty phase for the Parkland school shooter is on track to begin upcoming on Monday, with jury selection expected to start then. But today and tomorrow, we do know that the judge presiding over the case will address any issues either side might have. Back in October, Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder and 17 counts of attempted murder. That was 3 years after the attack at Stoneman Douglas High School. A jury must decide whether Cruz will be executed or spend the rest of his life in prison. And back out to the White House, we do know President Joe Biden signed a bill yesterday making lynching a federal hate crime for the first time in U.S. history. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act received final approval on Monday night. The legislation is named after an African-American teen, Emmett Till, who was brutally killed in 1955 in Mississippi. The killing became a major moment during the civil rights era. President Biden said the nation has a long way to go when it comes to racial injustice.
Lynching was pure terror to enforce the lie that not everyone belongs in America, not everyone is created equal. Terror to systematically undermine hard-fought civil rights. Terror not just in the dark of the night, but in broad daylight.
And the bill became a law following more than 200 failed attempts to outlaw lynching at the federal level. And California's first-in-the-nation task force on reparations is still divided over which Black Americans should be eligible for compensation. Now, some members want to limit financial and other compensation to descendants of slaves. Others say that all Black Americans deserve compensation because they all suffer from systemic racism. The task force was created back in 2020 under legislation from California Governor Gavin Newsom, who signed it last fall. Now, it makes California the first state in the nation to adopt a law and to study and develop proposals for reparations for descendants of slaves. The compensation might not come as cash payments. Other options could include forgiving student loans and paying for public work projects. Our KTVU Fox 2 team in San Francisco takes a deeper dive.
I am pained.
In a Zoom conference call, members of the task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans are trying to work out who should be eligible to receive reparations. Some members of the public calling in to say it should be those who can prove their ancestors were enslaved.
We built this country by force. We're promised 40 acres and a mule. We never got it. And we're owed reparations because of that.
Others say it should be all Black Americans.
Providing reparations only for those who can prove their descendancy from enslaved Africans is yet another win for white supremacy, as it dismisses and devalues the harms done to African descendants not enslaved.
Task force member and San Francisco civil rights activist Reverend Amos Brown urged his fellow members to come up with concrete recommendations that can be accomplished in the real world.
Are we going to act like we live in a country where there are no political realities, no laws? Are we just going to go through an exercise and end up, at the end of the day, coming up with no measurable outcomes whatsoever?
At the same time that debate was taking place, the Museum of the African Diaspora was preparing to reopen to the public Thursday with exhibits from artist David Huffman, among others. The museum says part of their core mission is to promote art and discussions of provocative and emotional issues, including reparations.
I think these conversations are necessary, and yeah, hopefully we end up, I don't know where we're going to end up, with these discussions, but hopefully it propels everyone forward.
I am pained by the separatist and chauvinistic views of those who seek to
And the task force there in California is set to meet again today and hold a series of final meetings through June before members give their final recommendations. And we do want to take you out to some news out of New York City. We first told you last week that New York City Mayor Eric Adams dropped vaccine requirements for professional athletes and performers, but the mandate does remain in place for public and private employees. That means basketball star Kyrie Irving and others can go back to work, but those who were fired at City Hall or with the fire department cannot. And as our Fox 5 New York team explains, the New York City Fire Department union is now considering suing the city.
We appreciate that the mayor has allowed the performers to come back on the stages and the athletes to take the field. But at the same time, we have members that are getting fired.
Mayor Eric Adams last week exempted just professional athletes and entertainers from the city's vaccine mandate. But union leaders on Monday say this is a slap in the face to essential workers who showed up every day during the pandemic and are now being fired, including firefighter Jairo Souza.
All we ask the mayor is just let us work, please. Let me still provide for my family. I love my job. I love my city, and I want to just keep doing what I'm doing.
Souza was awarded a medal in 2020 for lowering a rope over the side of a building to rescue a child from a fire. Souza says even as someone who knows firsthand about sacrifice, for personal and religious reasons, he does not want to take the vaccine.
It's easy to say yes to take the shot now, but I can't do the compromise. I'm sorry.
When asked last week, Mayor Adams says he has no plans to rehire the workers who have been fired for refusing to get vaccinated. Then on Monday, when asked what is next for these workers, Mayor Adams bluntly said he's not taking any more questions about it.
I answered every question on this topic. There is no more questions for Eric Adams to answer. I have a city to run, not a sports team.
We asked union leaders if they plan to file a lawsuit, and they said absolutely. Their lawyers are looking at filing a civil rights lawsuit, possibly in a matter of days. Reporting in Midtown, I'm Morgan Mackay, Fox 5 News.
Morgan, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to our XRAD weather radar, where we do know parts of the United States are dealing with some major winter weather up north and to the east. But what you're looking at right now on your screen is a series of tornado warnings for parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas as well. Our team at Fox Weather says that fire weather warnings are also in place. They're stretching from South Texas to Nebraska, where critical to extreme fire weather conditions are currently developing. That is extremely dry air. It's a mix of that, gusty winds, and dry fuels to promote that rapid fire growth. Now, again, that greatest chance for significant fire weather outbreak will happen over the northern Texas Panhandle, northwest Oklahoma, southern Kansas, and parts of Arkansas as well. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. It is just before 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you up to speed with several stories that we are following today. First, we have a meeting coming out of Geneva, Switzerland, where the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights is presenting the findings of a report on the situation of human rights in Ukraine. That's going to be followed by an update from the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, following discussions as well and questions from reporters. Also, stocks are set to open at about 9:30 in the morning, so about 7 minutes away. And also, parts of the South are bracing for some severe weather. We do want to take you out to our XRAD weather radar right now, where again, we do know parts of the country are dealing with some major severe weather. In fact, fire warnings are in place from South Texas all the way to Nebraska. Devastating wildfires are also impacting the high plains just 1 week after parts of the region, including Texas, experienced a deadly tornado event. Fox's Anna Lipolis has more on that story.
A wildfire currently ripping through parts of Boulder County, Colorado, is now more than 80% contained. Over the weekend, more than 19,000 residents were forced to evacuate as the blaze came to homes in the area. Since then, most evacuation orders have been lifted, and fire officials are now working to pinpoint the cause of the blaze.
We've updated our containment as of just now to 80% contained. Still have no injuries and no structures lost, and the cause remains under investigation.
About 35 miles away, U.S. Forest Service officials are also battling a wildfire in Estee Parks, Colorado. As of Tuesday morning, that blaze was about 30% contained, but did not grow significantly overnight due to recent rainfall and increased moisture.
As you can see, we got some cloud cover, a little bit more moisture in the air, which is advantageous for the firefight.
Meanwhile, in Texas, firefighters are working to contain a massive brush fire that started at a firing range on the military installation at Fort Hood. That fire has already scorched more than 32,000 acres and has burned about 15% of Fort Hood's land.
The fire began in a live fire trying area due to small on fires and motor. The fire was not a result of a prescribed burn.
We have aviation over the fire at this time, that are the helicopters that are doing bucket work on areas of concern where they may have found some heat.
The National Weather Service issued red flag warnings Tuesday in half a dozen states across the High Plains, impacting nearly 10 million people. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. We do want to, again, bring you back out live to several live feeds that we are tracking here on Live Now from Fox. The first box there on your screen, the UN High Commissioner speaking on the human rights situation in Ukraine, where we do know, according to the United Nations, more than 4 million people have fled Ukraine since the war started 35 days ago. We are also, as you just heard in Anna's report, parts of the South, parts of the country, bracing for severe weather in Texas and parts of Oklahoma, also bracing for fire warnings with dry, gusty air possibly creating that hazard. Also, stocks are set to open in about 4 minutes, but we do want to bring you up to date on the latest between Russia and Ukraine. As you can see there, right there on your screen, peace talks between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations will not resume today, after the Turkish foreign minister said yesterday that yesterday's talks brought some meaningful progress. Residents also say Russian forces are continuing to attack Kyiv and Chernihiv, despite Russia's claims that it is withdrawing troops in Kyiv and in Chernihiv as well. As we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday, those peace talks did have some progress, with Russia saying, as you just heard, that it will withdraw some troops in Kyiv and Chernihiv in exchange for Ukraine shifting to a neutral status and agreeing to never join NATO or any other military alliance groups. So again, that was the latest, and that is why those peace talks will not resume today. We did recently hear from Ukraine's presidential advisor just a short time ago. He was speaking in Turkey about those peace talks. You can see there on your screen some updates. The Ukrainian presidential advisor saying that there is a possible meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Putin, and that it is really just a matter of logistics. He also adds that he does believe Russia will be accepting of an international treaty. He was also asked about reports that we have received that a Russian oligarch known as Roman Abramovich, who is taking a role in these peace talks. He has been moderating the process to prevent any sort of misunderstanding so nothing is misconstrued. So that Russian oligarch has been part of this process. He and 2 other senior Ukrainian officials involved in those peace talks were reportedly poisoned as one of those peace talks happened back in March. All 3 saying that they experienced symptoms related to poisoning. And when the Ukrainian presidential advisor was asked about that today, he did say that he believes that it's all speculation and that it's some conspiracy theory to impose pressure on the delegations. He also added that the delegations from both sides again, are doing well in these negotiations to reach an agreement, a possible ceasefire, and saying that there is no poisoning to speak of. And on that very same topic, we do want to go to the latest press briefing with Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who himself doubts that Russia will hold up to its word in those peace talks.
That Russia has attempted now for going on a month to sell this war of theirs to its domestic audience as a, quote, liberation of the Donbass. However, the intensified rhetoric over the last year and in the lead-up to Russia's invasion demonstrated that the Kremlin's real intent was to overthrow the democratically elected government and to occupy or annex large portions of Ukraine. The posture of Russian forces around Kyiv, along much of the Black and the Azov Sea coasts, and in central and northeastern Ukraine indicates the geographic scale of this ambition. They've been attacking Ukraine, as we have been talking about now for several weeks, on multiple lines of axis. Russia's intent was to replace Ukrainian regional and national authorities and create so-called people's republics, as displayed recently in Kherson province. The rapid advance to Kyiv in the initial days of the war showed very clearly for all of us that Kyiv and the capital city was a key objective for the Russians. So we ought not be fooling, and nobody should be fooling ourselves, by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces. Has there been some movement by some Russian units away from Kyiv in the last day or so? Yeah, we think so. Small numbers. But we believe that this is a repositioning, not a real withdrawal, and that we all should be prepared to watch for a major offensive against other areas of Ukraine. It does not mean that the threat to Kyiv is over. Russia has failed in its objective of capturing Kyiv. It's failed in its objective of subjugating Ukraine. But they can still inflict massive brutality on the country, including on Kyiv. We see that even today in continued airstrikes against the capital city. Mr. Putin's goals stretch far beyond the Donbass. The Russian Ministry of Defense's recent talking points may be an effort to move the goalposts, moderating Russia's immediate goals and spinning its current lack of progress as part of what would be next steps. But it's too early to judge what additional actions the Kremlin may take. No amount of spin can mask what the world has witnessed over the past month, and that's the courage and the military prowess of Ukraine's armed forces and its people, which are proving to be more than what Russia bargained for in its unprovoked and unjustified invasion. Now, that prowess is not accidental. We've talked about that a little bit. It's partly a result of the training and the support we and other allies over the last 8 years have been given to the Ukrainian armed forces. The United States, together with our allies and partners, we're going to continue to provide that support going forward to meet their security needs as they bravely stand up to this Russian aggression. I thought it was really important to kind of set the level straight there on that, because I've seen, again, lots of reporting here on the on these so-called withdrawals. Now, in other news, Levittown 22 started this week. This is a long-standing annual bilateral military exercise conducted between the U.S. military and the armed forces of the Philippines. It's a key component of our alliance cooperation. The exercise features planning, operations, exchanges, and activities that increase both our nation's military capabilities to provide for the mutual defense of the Philippine archipelago. Exercise activities will occur at multiple locations throughout the Republic of the Philippines and will consist of 3 primary components: a bilateral staff exercise, joint interoperability events, and combined interoperability events, as well as humanitarian and civic assistance efforts. With more than 3,800 members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and 5,100 U.S. service members, this will be the largest iteration of Balagatan to date. We look forward to a meaningful, productive exercise, and we're grateful for that terrific relationship that we have with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And then last but not least, today, the final COVID-19 response teams in active duty status who were supporting 59 cities across 30 states completed their mission at the University of Utah Hospital in Salt Lake City. Since the onset of the outbreak, more than 24,000 military members in active duty status have provided support to the whole of government effort. The support included approximately 5,800 military medical providers that supported hospitals and other civilian medical facilities, more than 5,000 military medical personnel administering vaccines at federal community vaccination centers, as well as military personnel who assisted citizens when they were initially repatriated back to the U.S. in the very, very early days of the outbreak. In January of this year, the department activated more than 1,000 service members in support of the President's direction to mobilize additional military medical personnel. And of those service members, DoD deployed nearly 700 who supported 25 hospitals in 14 states just from January to March. The rest of these military members were on standby throughout that time period, ready to deploy at the request of FEMA if they were required. It's important to note that while the Title X COVID-19 response may have come to a close as of this morning, there are still more than 10,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen supporting COVID-19 response efforts in at least 43 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. And I also want to add that NORTHCOM remains postured as well to deploy more personnel if requested. And of course, the Secretary wants to take this opportunity to pass on his personal gratitude and that of all senior leaders at the department for the extraordinary work that the men and women of this department have done throughout the pandemic, but certainly in just the last few months to work so hard in support of civilian medical practitioners. And with that, we'll take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On Ukraine, when you say you are seeing small numbers of Russian troops moving, you say they're repositioning. Would that be, by small, do you mean like less than a battalion tactical group?
Yeah. I would, this is very early on, Bob, so we don't have a number estimate, but it's certainly not a significant chunk of the multiple battalion tactical groups that Russia has arrayed against Kyiv. So we can confirm that we've seen a small number start to reposition, but I'd really be reticent to get into an exact number or try to put a unit on it. It's not anywhere near a majority of what they have arrayed against Kyiv.
And when you say repositioning, can you say, I mean, are they moving like north into Belarus, or are they repositioning for what you described as potentially an offensive somewhere else?
I would say at this early stage, we see the movement more northward. But again, it's too early to tell, Bob, what the destination is, what the final purpose is, and you know where exactly these troops are going to go long term. We assess that it is likely more repositioning to be used elsewhere in Ukraine. Where exactly, we don't know. I would just note that the Russians themselves have said, in the same breath they're saying they're withdrawing, that they are reprioritizing the Donbass area, eastern Ukraine.
So they could move there.
Again, that's a question better put to the Russian Ministry of Defense if they'll ever give you a straight answer. But again, they have said themselves that they're reprioritizing that part of Ukraine.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned obviously that if they're redeploying, have you seen any signs that Russia's pulled back on actually sending supplies into Ukraine? Or are they still basically continuing their own convoys of moving supplies, fuel, food, anything like that? Or if they stopped doing that, it is just the troops that have basically...
Again, very early stages here. They've only just recently, in the last few hours, made this proclamation. So we have seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv. That's about the most I can give you. I don't have any information on their resupply efforts for troops that are still arrayed against Kyiv. I would remind that the Russians still have a significant majority of their assembled combat power, to include logistics and sustainment capability, available to them inside Ukraine. Yeah.
So just trying to understand something. If you're talking about a small number, do you think just what you're seeing now, or do you think there's going to be more numbers? Because you're saying they might be pulling out these forces to redeploy somewhere else. If they are small numbers, are they going to make any difference if they were redeployed? Is it the beginning of something?
It's a great question for Minister Shoigu. I don't know, Fadi. All I can tell you is what we're seeing. We're seeing a small number now that appears to be moving away from Kyiv. This on the same day that the Russians say they're withdrawing. But we're not prepared to call this a retreat or even a withdrawal. We think that what they probably have in mind is a repositioning to prioritize elsewhere.
And do they still have enough forces on the ground around Kyiv in case they decided to basically relaunch some kind of attack on the city?
Again, I'm not going to predict what the Russian military plan is here. To my answer to Bob, very, very small numbers that we've seen move at this point. They still have the vast majority of the forces that they had assembled around Kyiv are still there. As I've said before, we largely assess that they are in a defensive posture. They have several days ago stopped trying to advance on Kyiv and sort of took up defensive positions. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John. 3 questions, please. Can you update us on the number? Can you update us on the number of missiles? I'll just ask one at a time if that's easier.
That's actually much easier.
Yeah. What's the number of missiles that Russia's launched into Ukraine at this point?
I don't have an update on the missiles. We know that they have since the beginning of this launched more than 1,000, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Secondly, does the Pentagon still consider Russia a near-peer competitor?
I think you can take away from what we talked about yesterday when we released the budget, and we talk about Russia as an acute threat, and that's how we're looking at Russia right now.
But that's not the same as what you've been saying. You've been saying near-peer competitors, Russia and China, and now we're hearing acute threat. So has it changed in the Pentagon's view?
We consider Russia as an acute threat based on certainly what we've been seeing happen over the last month.
Okay, and then my last question is about Ukraine's peace proposal. It seems like they envision some sort of security guarantee, like Article 5 with NATO, with a country like Poland or Turkey or Canada. So my question is, does the Pentagon think that's feasible? Because these are NATO countries, and establishing some sort of collective defense with the NATO country would essentially bring in all of NATO with this. So does the Pentagon find a proposal like that feasible?
I think we're not going to get ahead of where Ukraine and Russia are on their discussions. This has got to be a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, and we're certainly not going to get in the middle of that or get ahead of where that is right now. I would just say a couple of things, Carla. One, Russia should negotiate in good faith. They have an opportunity here, an opportunity they have missed many, many times over the last month to end this war and to do it responsibly and to negotiate in good faith. So we hope that they'll do that. But the war could end today if Mr. Putin did the right thing and actually did withdraw all his forces from Ukraine and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And again, as for what that settlement looks like, that's really between Russia and Ukraine. We wouldn't dictate the terms, and we wouldn't want to get ahead of that process. Let me go back over here, David.
As I understand military tactics, when you retreat, you leave forces in place to cover the retreat. So are the movements that you're seeing so far, are they consistent with what a retreat from Kyiv would look like? And what would it take to convince the Pentagon that Russia had given up on its intent to seize Kyiv?
So too soon to tell on the first question, David. Again, this is only hours old here that the Russians made this announcement, and we've only seen very small numbers of troops actually just begin to move away from Kyiv. So way too soon to make a judgment on, covering forces and that kind of thing. I think what would it take for us to believe it? I think I'd go back to my answer to Carla. It would be to see them take all their forces out of Ukraine, move them out, get them back to home station, and negotiate in good faith. It's just it's just too soon to know, based on what they've said today, what their real intent is here. That said, we believe, let me put it another way, that this is really more of a piece of repositioning. And again, we're basing some of that on the clear indications that they are reprioritizing in the Donbass.
I'm going to take another run at the
Go for it.
Acute threat, Russia being an acute threat. So does that change in language signal a change in Russia's priority level for the department? I mean, in your summary documents, it's listed right after China. Does it still occupy the same priority level, or has it gone up, or has it gone down with this new language?
I mean, Russia and the threat posed by Russia has remained a priority here at the department. If you ask me to rack and stack it like like a baseball card collection, I'm not going to do that. But clearly, we assess Russia to be an acute threat. We've been pretty clear about that. You don't have to look any further than what you've seen them do over the last 30 days to see that we're justified in labeling them as such. And again, you said it yourself. It's pretty clear in the points that we've delivered since delivering the budget yesterday, and in our strategy that Russia remains a significant issue for the department.
And if I could just follow up on the COVID Title X support and that ending, could you just talk about the conditions that led to that decision, the general conditions that led to the decision to end that?
To end the support? I mean, we were doing this in support of FEMA and the interagency effort, so we took our guidance from the need out there by FEMA.
There's been a reduction in...
Yeah, I mean, there's just the conditions that are better in the country, and the need for... Remember, what we were doing was taking the pressure off civilian practitioners so that they could do the treatment. So most of our medical personnel that were operating in hospitals were not really doing COVID treatment. They were taking the pressure off other burdens. That pressure was appreciated and welcomed, and has been alleviated, and in concert with discussions with FEMA and civilian health practitioners. We all deemed collectively that now was the right time to pull back that support. But I want to state again, as I said in my opening statement, Northern Command stands ready in case there's more need. I mean, we can flex. We didn't even deploy, as I said, all the troops that we had put on readiness to do this mission. So we could flex up again if needed. I mean, this pandemic, as you well know, is a living thing, and it changes over time. So we're grateful for the ability, we're grateful for the chance that we had to contribute to this, and we'll stand by and stay ready. And again, at the risk of sounding redundant, I want to also point out the fact that you still have, more than 10,000 National Guardsmen that are still at it. They're still at it in the States. Nancy.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the repositioning. Have you seen any territorial losses or newly contested areas around Kiev for Russia since it repositioned its forces? And also, have you seen any change in the amount or type of missile strikes Russia has launched on Kiev in the last few days that you feel would be tied to this repositioning or focused towards the Donbass?
We have seen the Ukrainians push back around Kyiv, particularly in suburbs to the west of Kyiv, where the Ukrainians have retaken ground. I don't have a list of the towns, but we have seen them retake some territories to the west of Kyiv. And as you saw, we talked about this not about a week ago, to the east of Kyiv, where the Russians were on the outskirts of Brovary. And the Ukrainians pushed them back to almost more than 50 kilometers away from the city. So we have seen them do that around Kyiv, again, to the west and to the east. I don't have a breakdown of the airstrikes that are happening. I couldn't give you like a number over the course of time. It's just that we do continue to see Kyiv being struck from the air. So the threat to Kyiv is not over.
That is, the repositioning in Donbass has not manifested in terms of a market change in the strikes on the capital. Is that
again? I can't quantify it, Nancy. Over the course of a day or two, I don't have a count of how many strikes are happening on Kyiv, and we've Actually, we've never given you that because we just don't have it. But we do continue to see strikes on Kyiv. So we're not convinced that the threat to the capital city has been radically diminished here by this proclamation by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Barbara, did you have one? No? Tara?
Thanks. Could you give us a sense of if Russian forces are spread evenly throughout Ukraine, or how many battalion tactical groups they kind of concentrated against Kyiv versus the east, and how you've seen that shift?
Yeah, again, as you know, I've been very careful not to lay out Russian operations. It's not prudent for me to do it, and we don't have exact details of where every battalion tactical group is. So I couldn't tell you how many troops are arrayed against Kyiv versus Kharkiv and Chernihiv and certainly in the Donbass. What I can tell you is that the vast majority of the assembled force that we saw against Kyiv is still there. We've only seen a small number begin to move away from Kyiv, mostly to the north. We'll watch this over the course of the coming days, and to the degree we can describe for you what we're seeing, we'll do that. We have seen, even before the Russians said that they were going to prioritize the Donbass and the east, we saw them begin to pick up the pace there. More aggressive operations, more active campaigning against towns and villages in the Donbass. That continues today. But look, I mean, the Donbass has been a hot war for the last 8 years. And we definitely have seen the intensity pick up. And again, where that goes, we don't know. We've also seen the Ukrainians be just as active in the Donbass and trying to push back on the Russians there.
Can you give us a sense of, did they put the bulk of their forces against Kyiv, or did they?
Again, I don't want to give you a breakdown here. We have been talking now for a month about sort of three main axes of approach by the Russians, right? North and northeast, Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv. All really, that whole northern grouping was really designed against the capital city. The effort to cut off Kyiv. Then the east in the Donbass, which again has been in hot war now for 8 years, and the Russians poured more resources in there. And then in the south. And in the south, as we've been talking about, coming out of Crimea, they basically split to the northwest and to the northeast. To the northeast against Mariupol, which obviously there's a lot of heavy fighting still going on there. You guys have seen that for yourselves. And then to the northwest out of Crimea up to Kherson, and then what we saw was an attempt to take the town of Mykolaiv, which they have not been able to do. And as I think we've talked about in recent days, you've seen that the Ukrainians are actually scrapping it out for Kherson as well. So those were the three main groupings and three main lines of effort. They, up until recently, we had still assessed that was their plan was to, as I said in my opening statement, to occupy and annex Ukraine using approaches on those three lines of effort. Again, now we think that they're going to prioritize the east. They have been stalled in the north. And the progress in the early days they had made in the south, they had made progress. Now that's stalled out. And we see them prioritizing the east. But I couldn't quantify that for you, Tara. I don't have their order of battle on that level of detail. Let me go to someone on the phone. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Courtney.
Hi, thanks. Can you talk a little bit about the president's comments yesterday when he said that U.S. troops, he seems to say U.S. troops are training Ukrainian military inside Poland. What kind of training are they providing, and how long has that been going on?
Yeah, Corey, I think General Walters dealt with this pretty well at his hearing this morning in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee. There is, there's some liaising going on as the Ukrainians go into Poland, for instance, and they are we're transposing shipments of material to them, and so there's some general liaising going on in that regard, and that's what the president was referring to. Janie.
Thank you, Don. Everybody finish Ukraine issues.
Do you want me to stay on? Why don't I come back to you? You want to do that? That'd be fair?
Yeah.
We'll do that. Yeah, I promise I'll get back to you.
Can I follow up on this question of Kyiv? One more question. From a military perspective, does the Pentagon think that the Russian forces were basically defeated in their attempt to take Kyiv, and this campaign?
I said that. I said as much in my opening statement. They failed to take Kyiv.
So that's a defeat to their forces, basically.
They failed to take Kyiv, and we believe that Kyiv was a key objective for them. Yeah, Louis.
Don, you used the word spin in your remarks.
Yes, I did.
You've also confirmed small numbers leaving. Did you note those small numbers leaving before the Russians made public their proposal today, that that this was being done in good faith? So in other words, are the words following actions that you've already seen taking place in the last
I couldn't give you a time hack, Louis, exactly whether it was exactly the moment that the Russians decided to announce it, roughly, same day kind of observation. But we're not taking anything they say at face value. I'm being as honest with you as I can. Small number, scene started to move. We're not prepared to buy the Russian argument that it's a withdrawal. Again, our assessment is that their intention is to reposition forces and bolster their efforts elsewhere.
So the word spin is accurate to what you've been describing, what you just described then?
I'm comfortable with the way I characterized it. Helene Cooper.
Hey, thanks, Kirby. I want to take another whack at, because I feel like you're describing, it sounds like you are describing, it's been 5 weeks, almost 5 weeks now, and it sounds very much like you're describing a failed military campaign. Would you go that far, or is that too much? I mean, what we're seeing now, is this a failure is it a failed military campaign?
Helene, I don't think we're prepared to slap a bumper sticker on this thing right now. I mean, there are still people dying. There's still bombs falling. There's still missiles flying. And there's still give and take on the battlefield. So I don't think we're ready to call it one way or another here. What I would tell you is, as I said in my opening statement, they failed to take Kyiv, which we believe was a key objective. I mean, and again, you just have to look at what they tried to do in those early days to see that they wanted Kyiv. They didn't get it. In the last few days, they hunkered down into defensive positions, basically stopped advancing. And now they're saying, and we're seeing small numbers move away. So we'll see where this goes. But step back, they also, failed to really take and hold any major population centers. They haven't taken Kharkiv. They haven't taken Chernihiv. They haven't taken Mariupol. And while we assess they took Kherson, that's back in play right now. So if you count maybe Berdansk on the Azov coast, even that is contested. I mean, you saw the Ukrainians basically sank one of their amphibious ships in the port there of Berdansk. So not only did they not manage to take Kyiv, they've not managed to take any population centers, and the Ukrainians have been fighting back very hard. So it's hard to see how they are succeeding in any one place, except at the death and destruction they're causing to these population centers and to the civilian population. And that's something we can't lose sight of. Megan.
So about 14,000 troops you guys have committed to sending to Europe in one way or another, either for NATO or to individual countries. And there's a few thousand left over from who's actually been sent, who you've announced that you're going to send. Are you still trying to get up to that 14,000 number? Are you still looking to source units to get there? And do the peace talks have any bearing on whether you're thinking you're going to send more people or not?
Yeah, it's not like... the 14,000 is a goal here. The secretary wanted as many options available to him and to the president, and so we put someone prepared to deploy, and we sent someone forward. It is about options. It's not about a number goal. It's about capabilities and making sure that we've got the right capabilities. So we're constantly reviewing that. And not that you asked this, but as a matter of fact, I can let you know that that you've all been tracking a Marine Corps exercise, Cold Response, up in Norway. So I can tell you that a command and control unit from Marine Air Control Group 20.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, March 30th, and we are monitoring several top stories here this morning. As you can see, we are taking a listen and a look back to the latest Pentagon press briefing from Secretary John Kirby, as we did get some sort of advancement in the war in Ukraine just yesterday as Russia pledged to scale back the assault on Kyiv. But this is really being approached with skepticism because we've seen them say before that they are going to allow human corridors for refugees to get out, and then they were striking civilians while that happened. So really the message is proceed with caution right now in believing this information. But that information came out of the latest rounds of talks in Istanbul, Turkey just yesterday, and we are continuing to monitor on whether or not they will follow through on its promises. We do know that residents are saying that Russian forces are continuing to attack certain cities. We'll get you some video from on the ground there, as we did just have a civilian building struck earlier this morning out there in Ukraine. We're also monitoring some severe weather to the upper right-hand side of your screen. That's a look at our XRAD radar. We do have some fire warnings in effect, and we also do know that severe storm systems could cause destructive winds and tornadoes to parts of the south that have already seen similar conditions this time last week, literally. And then we're monitoring the stock market this morning. It is taking some wild swings there this morning. It was down to start the day, but now it looks like it did pick back up. So we're going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have a run through of all your top stories when we return. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida, as we continue to bring you all of the major top headlines and now live events that we are getting to our desk, as well as some breaking news. I do want to let you know that we are monitoring this feed here this morning, and actually it does look like we are going to cut right to it. So it looks like we have members of the Ukrainian parliament in Washington, D.C. to speak on the latest regarding Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. It's now entering its 35th day, and we did get news just yesterday that during peace talks in Turkey, Russia has agreed to withdraw certain forces from the capital of Kyiv and another suburb of Kyiv, but that is being approached with caution. Really, they don't believe that Russia will follow through on its promises. So we do have Senator Dick Durbin speaking right now on Capitol Hill, so I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as this gets underway.
For joining me this morning and for all of us having the opportunity to get together.
Thank you, Dick. To our guests here. We have some more members who have now joined us. This is an opportunity for us to hear from you. You will see Republicans and Democrats at the table here. We sit on opposite sides of the aisle, just as you do in your parliament. And yet on Ukraine, we sit together. And we are as one. And we have 5 members of the Rada, which is the parliament in Ukraine, with us. We have 2 members of the Polish parliament with us today. We also are honored to have the ambassador, Oksana Markarova, who has been a constant source of information to all of us and an inspiration to her country. We appreciate her. And I really appreciate all my colleagues coming. And we want to have a chance for each of them to ask questions. I'm going to ask Oksana if she would go first and perhaps introduce her colleagues who are here from Ukraine and also her neighbors from Poland. And then we'll have an opportunity to proceed. We meet at a very difficult and dark time. We meet at a time when Russia continues its merciless and cowardly, brutal bombings of Ukrainian cities with the attempt apparently to level them, to reduce them to rubble. We meet at a time when Russia is saying one thing and doing another, which has been consistent throughout this conflict. And so for us to be able to hear directly from you is extremely important. With that, Ambassador Markarova.
Press will exit out to the right. Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Right hand side.
Senators, what can you offer to the Ukrainian parliament as they're here today?
We look forward to hearing from them.
Are there any solutions, though, that you plan to bring up?
Thank you.
We look forward to hearing their requests and,
Thanks, press.
and their input.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, but might we move across so that we can...
Absolutely, that'd be great. Just want to be sure you were in the
Thank you.
Well, I left my hearing aid.
Thank you. Thank you, press.
And it does look like the press is being escorted out of this meeting. But if you're just tuning into our stream, we do have Senate Majority Senator Durbin and Senator Rob Portman. They are the co-chairs of the Senate Ukraine Caucus. They're hosting members of the Ukrainian Parliament to brief the Senate Ukraine Caucus, that is, on the latest surrounding the war as it enters day 35. Now, this all happening as Russia pledges to scale back the assault on Kyiv. And really, we need to monitor if they will follow through on that promise or not. Ukrainian officials offered their framework in order to declare neutrality, but they want its secured guarantee. So again, if we do get any more feeds from inside of that roundtable meeting there on Capitol Hill, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we continue some coverage on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially now entering day 35, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater on how President Biden is approaching the news that we got just yesterday out of those peace talks in Turkey, as well as an update on what's going on the ground there in Ukraine.
The administration will be briefing members of Congress today on Capitol Hill about the latest developments in Ukraine, including, no doubt, Russia's latest claim about its troop movements. A government building in southern Ukraine destroyed, with at least a dozen killed. A recent attack as Russia claims that it is scaling back its operations to the north.
We'll see.
We'll see, says President Biden, whether Russia keeps its word. But there is skepticism at the Pentagon.
And nobody should be fooling ourselves by the Kremlin's now recent claim that it will suddenly just reduce military attacks near Kyiv, or any reports that it's going to withdraw all its forces.
At the same time, Russia is now showing off some of the drones it has deployed in Ukraine.
The situation has not become easier. The scale of the challenges has not diminished.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says now is not the time to let up, despite what some see as signs of progress in negotiations between Ukraine and Russia to end the conflict. A Ukrainian service member whose expletive-laden radio message to a Russian warship at the onset of the war was just released by Russia as part of a prisoner exchange, and he was honored for his heroism. And at the White House, new questions about the role of U.S. forces.
We're talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland.
President Biden perhaps inadvertently suggested U.S. forces are training Ukrainian troops in Poland, something the Pentagon had to walk back.
I do not believe that we are in the process of currently training military forces from Ukraine in Poland.
And there are concerns that Russia is simply trying to buy some time now to reposition and resupply their forces in Ukraine. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And as mentioned, those peace talks were set to go on again today, but that was actually stopped because the Turkish foreign minister did say that they made such progress yesterday that everybody could go home and really evaluate the situation from this point on. Meanwhile, we do know that even though Russia said that it would take away some forces and really kind of leave Kyiv and certain suburbs, Chernihiv, as Doug said, we are still getting some video of shellings and strikes that are happening there on the ground. Now, important to mention that this is in the Donetsk region. I do want to lower this volume just a little bit for you because obviously it's very loud explosions that just happened. We learned that at least one person was killed and 4 were injured after this apartment building in the Russian-controlled city of Donetsk was damaged by shellings actually earlier today. They're about a couple of hours ahead of us, but this happened in the morning there today in Ukraine. 29 people were evacuated, including 2 children, and we do know that one child was hospitalized. Now, this footage shows just the damage of the apartment building. You can see emergency services on scene there trying to see if maybe anybody is under the rubble, some rescue and recovery missions that were underway out there, and Ukrainian officials had yet to comment on the alleged strike. So again, we do know, as Russia said, that they would be kind of taking out some forces of Kyiv, of Chernihiv, but shelling still happening in other parts of the country. So wanted to continue bringing you that video. And then we do have more satellite images coming to us this morning, released by Maxar Technologies, showing the extensive damage to residential apartment buildings, homes, and civilian infrastructure in Mariupol weeks after these Russian shellings have continued. Now, in the western part of the city, hundreds of people can actually be seen. I don't know if you see there, they kind of look like ants. You can see these people waiting outside of a grocery store amid reports of extreme food and water shortages. Russian troops and armored equipment with tanks and armored vehicles and artillery can also be seen around these residential areas. Now, we actually heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in an address to the Danish parliament yesterday, and that's where he said that Mariupol was basically 90% destroyed and said that this is a humanitarian crisis that nobody could even imagine. You can actually even see in some of these satellite images some Russian wording outside of buildings out there. I do know that when the theater was bombed in Mariupol, they had basically labeled and wrote in sandbags, I believe, outside of that theater, the words children to signify to Russian air forces that children were inside of this theater, but it was still struck. So again, continuing to bring you some of this video here on Live Now from Fox. Now, this is something that Doug Luzader mentioned in his report, and I want to bring you some more details. So, Ukrainian authorities in the Cherkasy region awarded a medal to the soldier who they said famously replied with an explicit radio message to Russia while defending Snake Island during the initial attack on the country when that happened on February 24th. Roman Hribov is reported to have been the soldier who uttered the phrase "Russian warships, go F yourself," during a radio conversation where Russian forces demanded the island's inhabitants lay down their arms and surrender. Now, the soldiers who were initially thought to have died in a bombardment on February 24th were later found to have survived and been taken captive by the Russian forces. Now, in footage shared just yesterday, the Cherkasy Regional State Administration said the region's governor presented this gentleman with the award for merits to Cherkasy region, and the Cherkasy government said the meeting took place after this gentleman had returned home from Russian captivity. So definitely an interesting story to bring you here on Live Now from Fox, this gentleman being awarded with a Medal of Honor for defending his country. Meanwhile, I do want to talk more about the humanitarian crisis that this has caused. I do want to play for you the latest story from Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni. She's been in Poland for weeks now, covering the fact that millions of refugees have fled. We did get a confirmation from the UN this morning that more than 4 million refugees have fled. This is the largest refugee movement since World War II in Eastern Europe. So let's get the latest from there on the ground.
We are going to be overwhelmed.
The mayor of Warsaw with an urgent plea tonight as his city swells with refugees. In the last 4 weeks, Poland's capital took in more than 300,000 people fleeing Ukraine. Last week, President Biden pledged the U.S. would accept 100,000 refugees. And while the mayor is grateful for that, he says there's been a lack of a global strategy to relocate refugees out of Poland.
Just 10 days ago, I was calling other mayors in Poland and in other cities in Europe to send us a few buses to help us out. We cannot improvise anymore. We need to show to Putin that we're strong, that we're united, that he's not going to destabilize us with another wave of refugees.
The Biden administration has also pledged $1 billion in humanitarian aid, but nonprofits are struggling to deliver what they already have to those inside Ukraine. American trauma medic Jason Voss tells Fox volunteers need help from the State Department to expedite the delivery of medical narcotics into Ukraine for the treatment of war injuries.
Ketamine, any type of opioid, analgesics, painkillers. It's very difficult for us to get that across the border because we're shipping narcotics across the border. We can't just walk across without all the paperwork. Things are going to get probably worse before they get better. And the things that we can't get across the line because of the bureaucracy involved.
The bottom line is this refugee crisis is far from over. The mayor of Przemysl, a Polish border town, tells us that his town is still welcoming anywhere between 6,000 to 7,000 refugees a day before they are relocated to cities like Warsaw. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Aisha Hasni for that report. We're going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when you return, we are going to have a live report for you coming out of Miami with Fox's Phil Keating, but we are actually going to head out to some footage from Kazakhstan. It was a situation and a landing, we should say, that we brought you live, raw, and unfiltered earlier this morning. We had a U.S. astronaut catching a Russian ride back from the ISS after spending a record amount of time there. Now, this all happening as the Russian invasion into Ukraine enters its 35th day. So we're going to get the latest on this landing, on what they were doing up there, and how this was a pretty monitored situation considering the fact that this invasion is happening. So we'll be joined by Fox's Phil Keating after that break. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Wednesday, March 30th. Thank you so much for tuning in as we bring you all of the top stories and major headlines that we are following here today. We do want to bring you a live report now on this story that we've been following all morning long. A Russian spacecraft carrying NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and 2 cosmonauts touched down safely in Kazakhstan earlier today. We brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered, and this is actually some video that we had from the ISS later last night as they departed. So it was an American astronaut, 2 cosmonauts getting back to America safely. All of this happening as this invasion into Ukraine from Russian forces is entering its 35th day. So to join us more and bring us the latest details, I do want to welcome on Fox's Phil Keating. He's joining us live from Miami. Phil, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Good morning to you and everybody watching. In the end, what happened, the diplomatic feuding between the United States and Russia over its invasion of Ukraine did not bleed all the way up to the International Space Station. So this morning, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei returned home to Earth as planned on board that Russian Soyuz capsule. Vande Hei returned with 2 Russian cosmonauts, Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov, parachuting down in Kazakhstan. Vande Hei spent a record 355 straight days in space, and that was because he launched way back in April 8th, so almost exactly a year, orbiting the Earth that entire time at 250 miles up, surpassing retired NASA astronaut Scott Kelly's then record 340 straight days in space. Kelly was back in the news recently after he had a bitter Twitter feud back and forth with the head of Roscosmos, basically like the NASA administrator position for Russia. That's Dmitry Rogozin, each of them calling each other a moron and a child. Rogozin even suggested and hinted that perhaps U.S. astronauts could return home on broomsticks instead of Russian capsules, and that even possibly maybe Russia will just pull off the International Space Station and abandon it and leave it all up to NASA to figure out how to run it together, because really it has always historically required both countries working together, partners in space, to keep the ISS up and running. Kelly told us he felt that he had to chime in because he thought Rogozin was being a little bit un-American. The farewells in space happened just before midnight, and then Vande Hei and the 2 cosmonauts got into the capsule. They waited around there for another couple hours, and then the 4-hour journey from the space station down to Kazakhstan happened, and it went perfectly, flawlessly. 7:28 right on time, Eastern time landing, which was late in the afternoon, early evening hours in Kazakhstan. All 3 of them got pulled out of their capsules one by one. They're all carried over to a huge tarp that's set up, and they had their pulses checked and got their medical checks, and also some blankets on their bodies because they've had a steady temperature for the past year up in space, and a little chilly in Kazakhstan right now. The altitude's pretty high. Then they all got into big helicopters, Russians, and flown back to Roscosmos' headquarters. And pretty soon, Vande Hei should be boarding a plane for that very long journey back home to Houston.
And, you know, Phil, I actually want to mention now, Vande Hei, you said 355 consecutive days in the ISS, the longest in American history. But actually, we do know that the cosmonaut Dubrov, he spent the same amount of time there, but that's not a record in Russia, right?
Yeah, I don't believe that is a Russian record. Dubrov and Vande Hei both launched together back on April 8th. And so they both, you know, accomplished the same amount of time, which is, for U.S. NASA standards, a record, absolutely. But, you know, Russians have been up there even longer than a full exact year.
And, you know, Phil, you mentioned something at the beginning of the report that definitely stuck out, that despite all of the conflict going on between Russia and Ukraine, and with the U.S. watching along with other NATO allies, that this was a very closely watched event because of the invasion. So why is this such a big significance during this time?
Well, tensions between Russia and the U.S. have always raised questions among many people. Well, gee, if we're having so many problems here on the planet getting along, is that going to affect things in space? But in fact, the Russian cosmonaut, one of the two, when they left last night at the goodbye ceremony, he even said such pleasant things about his American astronaut counterparts, calling them my brothers and emphasizing it's up there, they're one crew, it's all teamwork. And so historically, even in 2014 when Russia stole and annexed Crimea, and that raised tensions to high levels between Russia and the U.S. back then, still, operations on board the space stations continued to go as planned, you know, working together, doing the science research, working together, doing joint spacewalks. So it has always survived the space station with Russian astronauts, Russian cosmonauts, and NASA astronauts working together up in space.
Absolutely, and now they just have to get back to Earth life here after so long up in the ISS. The gravity, I can't imagine what the next few days have in store for them. But Phil Keating, thank you so much for getting our viewers up to speed on this very much watched event we brought to our viewers earlier. So you have a good day, and we'll be chatting with you again soon.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do believe that we are getting some more insight. We do have the media back inside of this meeting on Capitol Hill where members of the Ukrainian parliament are briefing other members of the Senate Ukraine caucus here in the U.S. on the latest regarding this invasion. You can see Senator Dick Durbin and other leaders there, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States there. So we'll be live inside of this meeting here when you return. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, March 30th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. But we are going to head out live to Washington, D.C. right now. I do believe that that meeting where Ukrainian members of parliament are meeting with senators on Capitol Hill, we thought that we got some feeds back from it live, but it looks like they were just playing the recording that they had gotten a little bit earlier. But that's okay because we've still got another hearing going on now. This is a House House Armed Services Committee hearing examining the Department of Defense's policies, its programs, and activities in the U.S. European Command Area of Operations. So this happening as the Russian invasion into Ukraine is entering its 35th day. We're going to listen in for just a bit, live, raw, and unfiltered. Before we do that, I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring some severe weather that it's making its way across the South. Now, this is a very similar area that just saw the severe weather, the tornadoes, some of them deadly, literally this time last week. So we're going to keep our XRAD radar up for you, but basically what we can tell you right now is this is another outbreak of severe thunderstorms, and it's pounding parts of the South literally as we speak. And some areas have concern for damaging winds that could reach up to 70 miles per hour. And there's also threat for several tornadoes that are expected today into tonight. Now, we are going to monitor our Fox weather team's coverage here. They are going to have reporters out in the impacted areas, likely starting this afternoon. So be sure to stick around later for some live reports there. But while the severe weather threat is going to peak this afternoon and evening, showers and storms are ongoing from North Texas to the lower and mid-Mississippi Valley, I should say. A tornado watch is in full effect until 1 p.m. Central Time for parts of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, southern Missouri, far southeastern Oklahoma, and northeastern and extreme East Texas. This watch area does include Little Rock in Arkansas, Shreveport in Louisiana, and Longview in Texas. Now, the storms are going to impact some of the same places that were hit by last week's outbreak, which resulted in more than 60 confirmed tornadoes over 3 days. And, you know, while there will likely be several tornadoes, some of which could be very strong with today's outbreak, there's an even greater threat of widespread wind gusts, like I said, reaching 75 miles per hour, particularly over the lower Mississippi Valley into Alabama, West Tennessee, and the far western Florida panhandle. It is expected to impact parts of Florida, the Carolinas tomorrow as it starts shifting its way east. Flash flooding is also possible in portions of the South and Midwest, especially where any heavier bands of rain are able to stall for a period of a few hours or even longer. So we are going to, again, continue to monitor this severe weather outbreak that is happening in parts of the South that have just seen and dealt with so much severe weather and those conditions from last week's storms. Anyways, once again, we are going to head out live to Capitol Hill. This is a House Armed Service Committee hearing on the Department of Defense's policies and activity in Eastern Europe. This all happening as the Russian invasion continues. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The best way that we can solidify and enhance our relationship with our NATO allies is to have that permanent basing there to show that we are committed to this relationship. Lastly, on the Switchblade, that's one system that I've examined, and it seems to be something that would be effective. Dr. Wallen, are you familiar with that system?
Yes, Congressman, and we have, like you, been focused on its capabilities and received the message loud and clear from our Ukrainian colleagues that this is required. We have committed 100 Switchblade tactical unmanned aerial systems to be delivered in the most recent package of presidential drawdown. So we've taken that, we've heard the Ukrainians, and we take that very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Of course, we should all remember we also passed a $13.4 billion supplemental out of Congress signed by the President specifically to deal with Ukraine. Mr. Lanchman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony today. Let me begin with both of you. I have a question on cyber related. The Russian Federation obviously has continued to leverage cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns against Ukraine, Europe, and the United States. Though we have not yet seen the level of cyber activity that we had anticipated from Russia, we still have to be ready for it. How are you preparing your cyber defenses for the potential cyber attacks from the Russian Federation? And I also want to know how you're helping us to bolster the cyber defenses of our European partners and NATO to the degree that we can talk about this in open session.
Congressman, first and foremost, we went to the basics with respect to cyber employment. And as you well know, a great cyber offense starts with a great cyber defense. So I know that General Nakasone and team we're very, very aggressive with respect to assisting the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian Department of Defense to improve their network hygiene and network defense. And those efforts started in the November-December timeframe. And the same considerations were given to those European nations on the periphery. And we can talk in more detail in a separate session, but that good defense has been very, very helpful. And I think it reveals in some of the challenges that Russia has faced with respect to their cyber offense against the Ukraine and against the European nations on the periphery.
Thank you. And Dr. Wallander, our national defense strategy calls for us to utilize the concept of integrated deterrence. I believe certainly cyber is a critical part of our deterrence capabilities in coordination with other deterrence methods. In this unclassified setting, to the degree which you can, how are we working further with NATO to utilize our cyber capabilities, particularly within the context of the European Deterrence Initiative?
Congressman, thank you for your question, because integrated deterrence does include the cyber domain, and the United States has worked closely with allies to improve their resilience, to monitor networks, to share information, and that work is ongoing because the challenge of Russian activity in the cyber domain is persistent. That element of the deterrence is not only about capabilities. In the NATO context, it is about the multinational nature of the alliance and the commitment to defend one another, and combine together the efforts of NATO allies in the cyber domain send a very strong, credible message to Russia that helps to reinforce that deterrent message.
Thank you. Yeah, incredibly important to leverage those capabilities wherever possible and working with our partners and allies to strengthen those capabilities. Dr. Wallander, first of all, I want to commend both President Biden and the Biden administration, the Department of Defense, and our European partners and allies for supporting Ukraine and really stepping up to the challenge in this historic crisis is caused by the Russian Federation. And I agree with the Chairman's comments that we need to make sure that Russia is pushed back and that Ukraine stays free and independent. In your view, are there any further ways that Congress can help provide better support to Ukraine? I know we've talked about this already, but in a further ability to elaborate on any thoughts you may have, and have there been any barriers that we can overcome to help you get through? And what about when it comes to humanitarian assistance as well?
Thank you for that question, Congressman, and I want to reiterate our gratitude for not only the scale of the assistance that the Congress has provided in budget support, but the speed with which Congress took this as a priority so that we're able to support Ukraine. This fight is, because of the courage and the capability of the Ukrainian military forces and citizens, this fight is going to extend. And so looking forward, first of all, we do have, in addition to the option of presidential drawdown, we have the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative, and we're looking at what that next set of package should contain, with an eye towards not just days and weeks, but months of sustainment, perhaps longer, for the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian people. I would, defer to Department of Treasury and Commerce, but clearly the Ukrainian government, in addition to security assistance, needs humanitarian assistance and economic assistance now that it's clear that this fight is going to continue for some time into the future. So we look forward to working with you on a broad multi-agency support for Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Wilson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank both of you for being here today. What a time in history. And
You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, March 30th, and we are currently listening in to a House Armed Service hearing, which is examining the United States' presence in Europe as this war enters its 35th day in Ukraine. You heard them speaking on how the United States is prepared to aid in the humanitarian crisis that this war has caused, and also talking about the Department of Defense's response. We've been hearing from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby almost on a daily basis, talking about the military response. They're also speaking on how we can bolster our NATO allies. Speaking of our NATO allies, I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, We also have the Russia-Ukraine war on the topic of conversation when we come to Ukrainian parliaments. This is UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. They are speaking about the war and everything it entails, talking about how Vladimir Putin is lying and how we need to proceed with caution on the fact that he is saying that Russian forces will leave and really disseminate troops from the capital of Kyiv and Chernihiv, which is a suburb of Kyiv. So we'll have this live, raw, unfiltered feed coming to you from the United Kingdom when we come back.
Investigate the matter and right back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thanks, Julian. Moving on now to the issue of visas, which is a very challenging one. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Clive, and good afternoon, Prime Minister. I wanted to ask you about the two main routes in terms of obtaining visas to come to the United Kingdom. And I wondered on reflection whether you thought that not going for an emergency humanitarian visa for those people fleeing war was the right decision, because the route that the government have taken around a family visa scheme, which is about controlling migration and not about dealing with a humanitarian crisis, as you know, has been beset with over-bureaucratic provisions, caused confusion and has changed many times.
Well, of course I thought about having a system where we just open the doors and...
no, that's not what I said, Prime Minister. I said an emergency humanitarian visa. So you would still carry out the checks, you'd be able to take the biometrics at the border or before someone got onto a plane. That's what I'm talking about. I recognise you're concerned about security.
Okay, well thanks. Let me just clarify then. I wanted a system, I think we're probably not that far apart then, because what I wanted was a system that was as light touch as possible and would enable people to come here, but would enable us also to do checks, because we are outside the Schengen system. We have the advantage of being able to clarify people's status, their bona fides, and so on. That's not a bad thing if you want to have a program that really works and commands confidence. Now, so far, what it's meant is that we've had 25,000 visas approved. That's not a bad number so far. They're being handled at a rate of 1,000 a day. I mean, it's quite a sizable, and the numbers will mount now quickly. There's no cap on these numbers, don't forget.
Can I ask you then about the Homes for Ukrainians, which is the scheme that still requires a visa? It's a 39-page visa, or 30-page visa, as far as I'm aware this morning from speaking to the Minister. But only 1 in 100 of the applications that have been submitted have actually resulted in a visa being issued. And you were asked at Prime Minister's Question Time today about how many of those, I think it's 2,700 who have been given visas, how many of those have actually arrived in the country?
Yes, I know, and I'm afraid I still don't have the number. I know that 2,700 have been given visas, but you know, don't forget that these numbers are climbing, and the generosity of the British people is quite remarkable. I think almost 200,000 people have said they will take Ukrainians. There's no cap on the family reunion scheme. That's already the thick end of 25,000. That's a town. That's a pretty big town.
I totally agree with you, Prime Minister, about the generosity of the British people. But can I just put to you this case of a pregnant woman she's in Poland at the moment. She's heavily pregnant. She's been matched under the Homes for Ukrainians scheme. She's been told that she actually has to wait to give birth in Poland in temporary accommodation in order to obtain a birth certificate for the child, for then to be able to get a visa. Now, is that really what you think how the scheme should be operating, if we're so concerned to bring people over to this country as quickly as possible?
Well, I can't see any reason why she couldn't come here and have the baby here. But I'll be, if you'll write to me with the details, I'll be very happy to look into it.
And then can I just ask about safeguarding? This week, Michael Gove received a letter from 16 refugee and anti-slavery groups who were concerned about the Homes for Ukraine's scheme risked operating as Tinder for sex traffickers. What do you say about that?
I think that is one of the reasons why it's important to have, as light touch as possible, but to have DBS checks and to make and checks both ways. Make sure that we have a program that is really working, and I think that's important for the whole country, because everybody will want to be as generous as possible, but they'll also want to feel that the scheme is really sound, and we're getting the people that really need our help, and that we're helping them in the best possible way.
And do you think the National Crime Agency should be policing Facebook groups where people are putting their personal details? And I think there's one case of a man who said he was looking for a Ukrainian wife. Yeah. There are children who are posting on those Facebook groups to try and be matched with someone in the UK. Do you think the National Crime Agency has a role to play in that? I
think certainly, and I think that one of the things that I've become concerned about in the last couple of weeks is what's happening to refugees. They're overwhelmingly women and children in the region. Who is predating upon them? What's happening to them? I think we have to be very, very vigilant about that, and that's why I think the Homes for Ukrainian scheme has got to be something that we're very, very generous. We open our arms, but we also make sure that that scheme is not itself being abused. Not by the Ukrainians, but by people who maybe have bad motives.
I just wondered if you'd had an opportunity to raise with any of the social media organisations, and Facebook in particular, any of the concerns around this scheme and how it's operating by people being able to advertise and match through those mediums.
No, I haven't personally, but it's a very good point, and I'm sure that that Michael Gove and his teams are on it. But what we want, we're going to have a lot of Ukrainians, and that's going to be a great thing. It's going to be a great thing. They're fantastic people, and we're going to be very, very generous. But what we want is a scheme that really does command confidence amongst the British public, but also confidence amongst the Ukrainians.
Moving on to an issue, a general issue about immigration. Bill Wiggin.
Thank you, Clive. 2,700 out of 28,300 in the last 15 days are the visas that have been issued. I happen to agree with everything you've said about how my constituents, the British people, your constituents as well, want Ukrainians to come to the UK and be properly looked after. Why is it that you think it's moving so slowly?
Well, we're processing about 1,000 a day.
Well, that's what we want to get to, isn't it?
And it is, already you've got, what's the population of Hereford, Bill?
140,000.
All right, okay. What's the population of the town of Hereford?
Well, the problem is that in 15 days we've only done 10% of the people who've applied, so we're nowhere near 1,000 a day. And my problem is that what you want is what I want, it's what the people want, but it doesn't appear to be what we're delivering. That's my concern. Why aren't you getting what you want, Prime Minister?
We're getting already sizable numbers, and I think that that's a good thing. And I think it's, don't forget, most Ukrainians already, want to be in the region. They in an ideal world, they'd like to go back to their homes. A lot of them increasingly are now wanting to come to other European countries. They're wanting to come to the UK, and that's quite right. And we're opening our doors and opening our homes. The numbers are going up quite steeply now. I think they'll continue to rise for a while to come. I think that's going to be a great thing. This country has a very proud record of welcoming evacuees. I don't want to pointlessly to berate officialdom and blame people for being slow. That's too easy. I think we ask a lot of our officials and our public servants. They have to balance some quite difficult objectives. We've just been hearing some really good questions about modern slavery, about sexual trafficking, about children, about gangsters who might be trading in evacuees. You've got to be careful, and don't forget that the point I made on the first day in the House is that there will also be people coming from that war zone who may not be entirely who they say they are, and we've had some cases, sadly, of that already.
Okay, take you to the complete other end of the spectrum. We have on at least 3 occasions promised the Qataris visa-free access. These are very wealthy people who are unlikely to stay, and yet, despite saying we do it 3 times, we still haven't delivered. And I'm really worried, Prime Minister, that everything you've said to us today, I actually want to happen, but it isn't happening. And the only people who are turn up in rubber boats. Why can't we get the right people through our immigration system instead of the wrong ones?
Well, so if I understand you correctly, Bill, what you're saying is why can't the Qataris and other Gulf countries have visa-free access?
Well, we want Ukrainians, we want Qataris, and we don't want people in rubber boats.
No, well,
we're not getting it.
No, sure. The Nationalities and Borders Bill, coupled with a few other things, will help us, I think, to do a great deal to stop the cruel trade in people across the Channel. When we will do our best to deal with that. But that's a separate issue from the visas for Qataris and others. I am keen to have a more fluid, much more fluid system for Qatar, and we are keeping our system under constant review, and I recently had the good fortune to tell the Emir of Qatar that we were likely to see progress very soon, but I don't want to go beyond that. It seemed, when you this is one of the things that frankly could go a bit faster.
Well, you were very, very generous in your protection of the civil service a few moments ago. Will you have a very close look at the people who are not moving at the speed at which you'd like? Because you wanted a light touch system, you want that security, you want all the right things, and the country wants those same things too. What can you do to make sure that your wish becomes your command, or vice versa? Because we want more of that.
Yeah. So what you can do is make sure that you increase the number of visa application centres in country, so that you put everything online. so that people can get their application cleared digitally and then come here, and that's what we're doing. And you have to pay to send more officials out to Poland, to Romania, to Slovakia, to everywhere that's currently receiving refugees, and make sure that they're able to process as many as possible. You have to increase our ability to help people at Lille, at Calais, and everywhere, and that's what we're doing.
Excellent. So we can look forward to the right people arriving in the next coming days.
I can assure the committee that we are going to see, and thankfully, praise be, we're going to see a lot of wonderful Ukrainians coming, and I also think, Bill, to cheer you up even more, we're going to see some pretty fluid toing and froing by our friends in the Gulf.
Could we just move on, Prime Minister, to the two schemes, the sponsorship scheme and the family scheme for Ukrainian refugees? The Home Affairs Select Committee was told 2 weeks ago that local authorities will get £10,500 for each refugee that came through the sponsorship scheme, and they will get the same funding for refugees under the family scheme. This morning, the Levelling Up Select Committee were told that wasn't true, and there wouldn't be any funding for local authorities for refugees that came under the family scheme, even though refugees coming under that scheme will still need the same wraparound support, almost entirely, that refugees under the sponsorship scheme will get. Can we have a look at that? Because clearly local councils are under financial pressures, and it just doesn't seem fair to them to say, over to you, it's all yours, no help.
Yes, so thanks, Clive. You're right about the distinction, and so the family, the Homes for Ukrainians scheme attracts support of £10,500 per person per year for the council, £8,755 per child. For education, plus, of course, the £350 per month to the recipient home. The broader category, the initial category, the family reunion scheme, what we're starting with is access to benefits, access to the NHS and all mental health care, access to education, free travel, and I think that is a considerable package of support. The way of paying for all that is clearly through the massive support that we continue to give to our NHS, to our education budgets, and so on. They are going to be an extra cost, but on the other hand, don't forget, there are 1.25 million job vacancies in this country. One of the problems our economy has, I'm sure we'll come on to it, is the need for more hands. I think, and one of the things that the Ukrainians will be able to do immediately is contribute to the economy by working.
But perhaps lots of organising that help for Ukrainians, finding school places for the kids, getting them to travel to school and paying for that, giving benefits advice, is down to local authorities who are going to get not one penny of extra help for people under the family scheme. Can you at least not go away and look at that? Because, or you can explain to me what extra local authorities are required to do under the sponsorship scheme that they're not going to have to do for families under the family scheme.
Clive, Mr. Besser, we are making a distinction because we think there'll be particular types of people who will want to take advantage of the Homes for Ukrainian scheme and people who want to come under the family scheme. But I'm not going to pretend that this can be done without an extra call on the on the public purse.
What I'm
also saying,
councils, Prime Minister, will you look at the funding for councils? Because they're still going to have to put resources into helping people under the family scheme.
Yes, and we've massively increased support for councils over the last year, and we will continue to do so. Well, but I think that.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are live and worldwide this morning, bringing you this feed coming in from the Parliament floor in the United Kingdom. You've got Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking with other lawmakers about the Russian invasion into Ukraine, specifically the humanitarian relief that is now needed, as we have learned this morning that 4 million refugees and counting have fled Ukraine since this invasion first began on February 24th. So lots of good information here. First of all, I was just saying to my colleagues, he's got such a great attitude, so sweet, saying that we are going to have so many Ukrainians coming here, and that's great that they are going to be able to feel safe. And we have to work on allowing them the proper process to get here. So basically what he's saying is Ukrainian refugees have fled to Poland, to Romania, to other neighboring countries, and now they're working to get their visa to try and live or stay in the United Kingdom. And he also said that there are thousands of job vacancies in the United Kingdom, that when Ukrainians get settled here, that they will be a great asset to contributing to the economy. So wanted to bring you this here on Live Now from Fox. We also have that box up for you there on the bottom side of your screen. Do want to let you know that we are monitoring some severe weather, a system, multiple systems actually moving through the south in areas that were just impacted by tornadoes this time last week. We do know that this outbreak is expected to bring really high and destructive winds, some hitting up to 75 miles per hour, and more tornadoes. So you can stick with us and be sure that we'll have all the details coming to you regarding weather here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick commercial break.
More of the food that we eat, and we can, and we're trebling our investment in the farming investment fund, which will help farmers with their equipment and their technology. But we need to encourage young people to go into farming and to see it as a great future. It is a great future. And when I talk to farmers, one of the sadnesses I find is they can't persuade their kids to do it. And my grandfather was a farmer, very unsuccessfully, I may say, and it's a wonderful thing to do. But you need to support UK agriculture, give better business advice to farmers about about the options that they have. Help them with their equipment, help them with their training. But also, we've got to have a more positive attitude about consuming our own food, but also our own exports. And one of the things, Neil, you and I have discussed before is the importance of having in every embassy around the world somebody whose job is specifically to champion UK food and farming, and that's what we're doing. It is, by the way, growing the whole time. The exports are colossal now of UK food and drink, absolutely colossal.
But I think, Prime Minister, what we want to do is actually get help with costs, right? So one of the things is that with fertiliser, as you know, is that the invasion by Russia is combined with rising gas prices send fertilisers through the roof. The fertiliser now costs 4 times more than it did a year ago at £1,000 a tonne. All of this is a knock-on effect on the cost of food. The farmers cannot absorb these costs alone. All farming needs fertiliser. Livestock, dairy, cereals, vegetables, and even salad production by hydroponics here in London all need fertiliser. But we only produce 40% of our own. We have 2 fertiliser plants. One is still open, but one is closed. If we can contain fertiliser costs caused by events abroad, we can boost home production and deliver more stable prices for our consumers and help with world food supply. So the question is, Prime Minister, and I normally would not ask for this, but as a short-term solution, can we do everything possible to reopen that second fertiliser plant, keep them both going?
Which one? Which one?
There's up in the north of England, right? They're both of them there, okay, and they are there. One is mothballed at the moment. Can we not get that fertiliser out there? Because if we want to produce good food and more of it, we need to do it now.
Okay. Okay. Well, Neil, look, I want to spread the good stuff over the fields of this country as passionately as anybody, and you've got to do that. And by the way, it's one of the first, the cost of inputs into fertiliser and feed is clearly one of the biggest problems we have. But that is hydrocarbons. And, you know, Pete, one of the reasons we'd be crazy to abandon our hydrocarbons industry is because it's so vital. I mean, I think 36% of our diesel, including all the, you know, virtually all comes from Russia. 36% comes from Russia. If we're going to end our dependence on Russian diesel for British tractors and farm vehicles, we've got to think practically about where else it's coming from.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
But on the fertiliser, I make the same point. You know, we have a long-term need for sustainable hydrocarbons and for basic inputs.
So you will help to get those plants open.
I will. Now that I'm. Thank you, Neil. No, look, now that I'm alerted to the need to get the second fertiliser plant going, I don't wish to commit, Clive, to this committee that I will wave a magic wand and open this fertiliser plant, because I will doubtless be told that there are overwhelming circumstances that make it impossible. But I will jolly well find out what I can do. I will have a look. Okay.
I look forward to you taking immediate action, Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now to Philip Dunn to do with energy issues.
Prime Minister, this follows on very neatly from what you've just been saying. My interest is in the cost of living challenge arising from increasing energy prices. So for the last year or so, since economies started to emerge from the pandemic, all of our constituents have been seeing astonishing increases in their energy costs, exacerbated clearly by the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. To what extent will the energy security strategy, which you're planning, will address the cost of living pressures?
I think you have to provide as much short-term relief as you can to people within the fiscal constraints that we have. The 9.1 billion that we're giving to help people with the cost of energy, abating the council tax, and so on. The stuff, the extra cash we're giving to councils, by the way, Clive, under the Household Support Fund. all those things that we're doing to help people with the cost of living. But we've got to recognise that in the UK, we have just failed for a generation to put in enough long-term supply. And it's been one of those colossal mistakes. And renewables are fantastic. Offshore wind, I stress offshore wind, I think has massive potential. But so does nuclear. And this is the country that split the atom. The first ever civilian nuclear power station was at Calder Hall in Cumbria. I seem to remember from my Lady Bird book on atomic power. Why aren't we doing it? Why have the French got 56 nuclear reactors and we've got barely 6? Whose fault was it? Labour Party, obviously, but I leave that on one side. It was, and the Lib Dems. Thank you, Mel. But we've got to fix it now, and I'm not going to pretend that you're going to get a nuclear reactor on stream in real time for our constituents in the next couple of years. No, we've got to do lots of other things, including transitional hydrocarbons. And basically helping with the cost of living wherever we can. But long term and medium term, we've got to be looking at big ticket nuclear solutions, Sizewell and other projects, but we've also got to be looking at small modular reactors. And Bill mentions the Qataris. The Qataris are just one of the countries that wants to work with us on SMRs. There's a huge list now of potential partners for Rolls-Royce to do that.
So your government is the first government in 30 years to make a decision on nuclear, and I applaud that. I think that's exactly the right thing to be doing. But as you say, it's going to take a decade to bring a major system on stream.
Well, yes.
How long do you think it'll take before a small modular reactor is contributing to the grid?
I saw a bit of paper last night saying that they think that before the end of the decade, but they will have to go quicker than that.
So 8 years or so.
No. I'm not going to. But if we don't start now, this will be we won't be fixing the problem. Yeah. But I'm optimistic that we can have we've shown that we can do things really fast. The booster rollout was unbelievably fast. We've done some things fast recently. I think we should have a look at.
So there may be scope for your future planning bill to look at the planning requirements for major infrastructure projects like nuclear on small modular reactors on existing nuclear sites where they're likely to be welcomed rather than fought. Can I just take you back then to what you were just touching on, which is the transition. So as we move towards net zero Britain, we will require fossil fuels to continue to support the economy for another 3 decades. It's currently 3/4 of our energy demand in this country is met by fossil fuels.
Of our energy demand, not our electricity demand,
no,
but our energy demand.
If you look at we heat homes, we use it for transport and so on. Our oil and gas reserves are currently depleting rapidly. What is the prospect for the energy security strategy that you're going to be unveiling, providing some further exploration opportunities for the continental UK shelf?
I think that we'll look at all those options. I think the hydrocarbon riches of the world, I'm sorry to say, are still vast, and that is
do want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're always going to be following the latest when it comes to what's been happening in Ukraine. There's been a lot of talks about peace between the two countries, Russia and Ukraine, but a lot of warnings still coming from many of our top officials around the world that despite Russia's claims of possibly moving their troops out of some territories, they do not say that means de-escalation. It could just mean regrouping, reorganizing their troops. So thank thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you this morning. I want to turn our attention to another story that's happening right here at home. A 9-year-old girl was shot and killed after a fight had broken out between a very large group, and now an arrest has been made. This happened in Trenton, New Jersey. Let's go ahead, listen into that press conference live. It's happening right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
No? Okay, we're going to bring the family in, and then I'm going to bring everybody down. Thank you very much for your patience.
All right, so that spokesperson there was just reminding everyone who the speakers are going to be, and as you heard, the family of that 9-year-old girl also going to be in attendance today. Now, as I mentioned, this 9-year-old was hanging out with some groups of people, and there was gunfire that was reported around 7:30 just on Friday evening. And unfortunately, she'd suffered a gunshot wound, was taken to the Capital Health Regional Medical Center, where she was later pronounced dead around midnight. So one of her family members did say that this sort of gun violence has no place in the city. It is unbelievable that kids are not safe to play outside, saying that she was an energetic little girl when she came into the room. She was always happy, and she did not deserve any of this. Again, that's the aunt who was speaking with our Fox 29 teams. You're seeing this press conference here. And this is one of the things we do for you here on Live Now from Fox is we hear of these press conferences. We knew it was set to begin here close to the top of the hour. We've been monitoring it here, and as she just had mentioned, one of those spokespeople just mentioned, they are going to be grabbing the family who's going to be part of this press conference as well. So here we're expecting to also hear from the acting attorney general. That's Matthew Platkin. He's going to be joined also with some of the other state officials, including Trenton Police Director Steve Wilson. So these state officials all going to be joining together with the prosecutor as well as the young girl's mother. They're all going to be here together as they make this announcement of an arrest that has officially been made. So we are live in Trenton, New Jersey, also live here on our New York Stock Exchange. You're seeing that we've been a little bit down, had to pop a green there on our big board before coming back down right now, sitting at nearly 70 below points here on the big board. Also want to mention we're going to be keeping an eye on a lot of our weather activity here today. So we've had an outbreak of severe storms that's been pounding the south. They've had some destructive winds. They've even had some warnings about tornadoes. And there's possibly even a few people who've already had seen that happen in Arkansas. There's a report of 7 injured, 2 critically injured after a possible tornado. So just a reminder, sometimes when we say a possible tornado, of course, there's a lot of work that gets underway to determine if what that damage had done was indeed actually a tornado. So sometimes there's high winds that come along with some of these storms. And of course, then once they see some of that damage, then they're able to deter exactly what strength, if there was a tornado, what strength it was at that as well. So that's why I wanted to pop up that weather graphic there for you, because of course, as I'd mentioned, there's quite a few states who are feeling just some of these pressures when it comes to weather. Let's actually just go ahead, take that in full here for you while we're waiting for that press conference. Again, as soon as I do see it start in New Jersey, we'll of course jump into that. But since we do have this graphic up, I want to mention that it's a lot of rain mixture that's going to be moving through some of those southern states. You're seeing some of that rain band going all the way from Texas up to Illinois. And then if you're looking in that northern Minnesota, you're seeing South Dakota, Minnesota, also Wisconsin. They're being hit, even the tip of Michigan, they're being hit with some snow. I actually had my in-laws who are up in northern Minnesota text me some pictures of some fresh snow that not only has been blanketing the ground, but also sticking to those trees. Beautiful pictures, but they're sick of that winter weather. So they have said that they did not think now, when we're getting into almost April, that they'd be seeing those storms. But that's what happens in the spring when you live in the Midwest. Sometimes you get these bands of snow, you get some of those snowstorms that make their way through, but then hopefully with some of those warmer temperatures that follow, that will melt quickly and be able to get out of the way for people as well. So as I mentioned, we'll be keeping an eye on all of the weather activity happening across the country. Today, at least, again, 7 people have been injured after severe weather, including a possible tornado had moved through the community of Springdale, Arkansas. This happening on early Wednesday morning. So we did have Springdale Police Lieutenant Jeff Taylor. He talked with our Fox Weather team, said that of those 7 people who were injured, 2 of them were in critical condition. Now, there had been a tornado warning that had been issued in the Springdale area just after 4 a.m. after they had some severe storms approach the area. So National Weather Service said they've received multiple reports of damage across the region. They'll be sending out crews here to investigate that damage. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye on the path of that storm, especially since we know that the threat is not over. If you're in the south, you can expect even more of those storms here today. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Did want to show our viewers, we are still waiting for our police and officials to step out here in Trenton, New Jersey. This again is about a story of a 9-year-old girl who was shot and killed, unfortunately died from that gunshot wound after a fight had broken out in a large group. Looks like they are bringing in just some more of those family members, some more of our state and local officials. So let's go ahead. We're going to be listening into this live here for our viewers. Just want to remind everyone too, that's what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox, is we are always on top of monitoring all these different live events that are happening across the country. And as soon as we have these press conferences, we really bring you into them in full as well. We'll be listening into this press conference here today. So it looks like more family members making their way in, obviously still very fresh and heartbroken for them. But this has to be at least one little piece that's going to put this family back together after this loss, is knowing that they do have a person arrested for this incident. So thank you again for being here with us. I'm going to put us into that triple box so we can still keep an eye on the weather, keep an eye on our stock exchange there, but also listening to this important announcement. This story is still developing too, because it is still obviously an open investigation. While they have that arrest, as we've heard from family members, as we've heard from many of our city and state leaders before, gun violence continues to be a big problem all across our country, not just in New Jersey, not just in Philadelphia, where we get those weekly gun crime updates, but all across the country. It seems to be a problem we're hearing more and more of those random bullets that were shot going through houses, going through cars, and in this situation even sometimes hitting innocent children who are nearby. So listening in live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for being here and watching with us. Just want to remind our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox what we're going to be listening into. Members of the Trenton community mourning the loss of a 9-year-old. Sequera is the 9-year-old who was shot and unfortunately died from those gunshot wounds after a fight had broken out between a very large group they resulted to gun violence, which now has taken this innocent young girl's life. Here, her family members have come into the room. We've seen some law enforcement members as well as state officials come into the room, and we're going to be expecting to hear an announcement of an arrest that has been made. Let's listen in live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm joined today by New Jersey Attorney General Matt Plotkin, Colonel Pat Callahan, Superintendent of the New Jersey State Police, Trenton Mayor Reed Gussiora, Trenton Police Director Steve Wilson, Pastor John Taylor of the Capital City Community Coalition, members of the Mercer County Homicide Task Force, Officers Jose Ocasio and Alan Reisner, Captain Tim Mosher, and EMT Paul Haddad of Trenton Emergency Medical Services. And we're also joined by Sequoia's mother, Sashay Bacon-Jones. Today we announced the arrest of Isaiah Roberts, age 19, of the 1400 block of South Clinton Avenue in Trenton, New Jersey, for the murder of Sequoia Bacon-Jones, age 9, of Kingsbury Square. Roberts has been charged with murder, second-degree aggravated assault, fourth-degree aggravated assault for pointing a weapon, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, 3 counts, and unlawful possession of a weapon in the second degree. And we are also joined today by Assistant Prosecutor Mike Grillo, who will be handling this case, and the primary detective, Lou Vega. At 7:27 p.m. on March 25th of 2022, Trenton police officers were detailed to 4D of Kingsbury Square on a report of shots fired. When they arrived at Kingsbury, Officer Jose Ocasio and Alan Reisner were in the immediate area and were the first to respond. When they arrived at Kingsbury, they observed Sequoia on the ground with an apparent gunshot wound and several citizens rendering aid, and Sequoia's mom was there too, also rendering aid. Officer Ocasio immediately rushed to Sequoia and took over providing aid and, perhaps more importantly, comfort. Officers Ocasio and Reisner then brought Sequoia to their police car to take her to Capitol Health. All this time, the officers were keeping Sequoia calm, continuing to comfort her, and continuing to render medical aid. Trenton Thames arrived on the scene and transferred Sequoia to their ambulance. Officer Ocasio stayed with Sequoia in the ambulance and continued to comfort her, while Captain Tim Mosher and EMT Paul Haddad, who are here today, continued to treat Sequoia. Officers Ocasio and Reisner, along with Captain Mosher and EMT Haddad, gave Sequoia a fighting chance. Sequoia was immediately taken into surgery, where Dr. Dennis Quinlan was able to stabilize her. She had sustained a single gunshot wound to the upper body, and the wound was a through-and-through gunshot wound. Sequoia was then taken to Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick, but regrettably, she passed away at 11:59 p.m. Sequoia, despite fighting bravely for her life, couldn't overcome those injuries. The Homicide Task Force began its investigation. The members of the Homicide Task Force are here. They began their investigation and learned that Sequoia and her brother were playing with other children in the courtyard area of the low rises at Kingsbury. It was determined that 2 females were in a dispute over Facebook posts, and they went to the courtyard to fight. As the fight was taking place, an altercation ensued between Isaiah Roberts and another male in the immediate area of the fight. Roberts and the male separated, but that altercation then made its way into the courtyard, where numerous shots were fired. Roberts then fled the area in an Acura, which was described by numerous residents of Kingsbury who called 911. Detectives conducted numerous interviews, reviewed countless hours of video, and they spent hours upon hours canvassing, re-canvassing, and just talking to and connecting with people. They pieced this case together, and at 11:45 yesterday morning, detectives from the Homicide Task Force located the Acura and initiated a motor vehicle stop on Dutz Avenue in Hamilton Township. As the vehicle pulled over and was pulling over before it came to a stop, Isaiah Roberts exited the passenger side of the vehicle and fled on foot. Detectives from the Homicide Task Force engaged in a lengthy foot pursuit into a wooded area along Route 129. It was later learned that Roberts was fleeing Trenton to East Brunswick to hide from authorities. A dragnet was then cast over the area by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, Trenton Police Department, Mercer County Sheriff's Office, the New Jersey State Police, the Hamilton Police, and the New Jersey Transit Police. At 12:45 yesterday afternoon, Roberts was arrested as he entered the Delaware River just up here on Lamberton Road. It's often been said that it takes a village, and this case proves that to be true. Many area residents called 911, helped to care for Sequoia, provided information, and came forward to help detectives apprehend Roberts. And I'm compelled to highlight one of those concerned citizens. There was a resident of the low-rises who, when the shooting started, was able to get several of their children who were playing into her apartment and out of the line of fire. She's a hero. This case coming together between citizens and police are the best that Trenton has to offer. I don't say this enough, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank the Mercer County Homicide Task Force. It was their dedication and laser focus on this case that brought Roberts to justice. The Homicide Task Force lived, breathed, ate, and slept with this case. Their compassion, hard work, and dedication are absolutely unmatched. They are the best of the best, and I am honored to work with them every day. While today hopefully brings some closure to Shashay and her family, I have to be very honest. I wish we weren't here. In a perfect world, Sequoia would be with us today. She would be in class at Parker School, and that tonight she would be in the courtyard playing with her friends. And Sequoia's mom, some of her family members are holding up pictures of Sequoia. And the one that's being held up over here was taken last weekend. It's Sequoia and her grandfather as she attended the father and daughter dance here in the city of Trenton, which my office and the mayor helped to sponsor. If this isn't a call, and if this isn't the rallying point for this idiotic and senseless violence to stop, I don't know what is. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney General Matt Plackett.
Thank you, Prosecutor, not only for your remarks, but for the work of this office on this case and every day in this city and across this county. There's no way to put it. This is a tragedy. Sachet, beautiful Sequoia, the family. We shouldn't be here. Sachet was 9 years old. So, excuse me, Sequoia was 9 years old. She was doing what 9-year-olds do. She was playing with her friends, her brother. She should not only be here, she should have had the things that 9-year-olds should have. She should have had class field trips and parties, proms and graduations. I'm told she wanted to be a law enforcement officer. She could have been any one of us. She could have had my job. This tragedy, this awful tragedy, needs to be a wake-up call. The violence cannot continue. We cannot continue to have press conferences like this one. The community of Trenton and the state of New Jersey cannot continue to endure these horrors. Shay, and to your whole family, know that the state of New Jersey stands with you. We are here for you. Mayor, Director, we're here for this community every day of the year, but particularly this day. The work that the Homicide Task Force did and that the officers did in giving Sachet the best chance at surviving this horrible incident is nothing short of heroic. When we talk about task forces, they can sound abstract. This is not abstract. The people behind me and next to me who worked all weekend, who are mothers and fathers themselves, who felt the pain, and who brought the alleged perpetrator to justice, are doing heroic work. I wish they were out of business. At the Attorney General's office, we are going to do and are doing everything we can to tackle the epidemic of gun violence. We're going to go at the root causes. We're going to hold those accountable who inject guns into our community. We're going to put programs in place and have put programs in place to interrupt the cycles of violence through violence intervention programs and hospital-based violence intervention programs in our communities. And Trenton has been a tremendous partner in those efforts. And in the hopefully extremely rare instances when we have tragedies like this one, I want everybody to understand that there are teams of dedicated professionals like the folks in this room who are going to work tirelessly to find the perpetrators and to bring them to justice and to keep our communities safe. I want to thank specifically Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, the Trenton Police Department Director, Mercer County Sheriff's Office, West Windsor Police Department, and New Jersey State Police. I'm joined by my partner, Colonel Patrick Callahan, for the work that's done on this task force and that has been done over the past several days on one of, if not the most difficult cases they will ever see. To the people in Trenton, know that we stand with you. We will be providing resources, and we're here for you every day. Shay, I am so deeply sorry. She was a beautiful soul, and she won't be forgotten.
Colonel Pat Callahan.
Prosecutor. Morning, everybody. I have the unfortunate position of receiving an email every time that there's a shooting in the state of New Jersey. And quite frankly, my phone goes off far too much, as it did late Friday. And when I saw that it was Sequoia, the first thing I did was pray for her mom and her family. And I got up the next morning, as I do every day, 7 days a week for the last 2 years, got on a prayer call with faith-based leaders from around this state, and we lifted her and you up, and have every day since, and a hush came over that phone. And I'm tired of praying for children that are shot while playing, quite frankly. I'm tired of looking at teddy bears and candles on sidewalks around cities around the state of New Jersey, and it's about time we take more action to make sure that it never happens again, and so that moms like Shay don't have to endure this type of tragedy. The prosecutor called me and said, "Colonel, would you offer a couple words?" And my mind went immediately to the real-time crime center that we opened up last April. And I had all the stats of investigations and firearms seized and kilos of cocaine and fentanyl. And you know what? It didn't seem like right, because there's still much to do. Still so much to do. And that's been phenomenal work for the last year with the Homicide Task Force and all of our partners at that real-time crime center. But evidenced by the fact that we're all standing here today, it's still not enough, and law enforcement and community needs to come together. The public are the police, and the police are the public, and we need to understand that. And on the way down here, knowing that I wasn't going to read off stats, I thought of the name Sequoia. And if everybody in this room thinks about that, what is Sequoia? It's the largest, strongest rooted tree on the face of the earth. And the little I know about Sequoia, she had, there's one Sequoia that was known as the mother of the forest, and I think she had that. She did. I think she had, at 9, understood that maternal instinct, and that's a special place to be, and she won't ever be forgotten for that. So just know that all of us in this room, all of your partners, certainly the state police included, will continue praying for you. We have the tools. We have the resources to make sure that we hold people like Isaiah Roberts accountable. And that's our assurance and our guarantee to you. So we're not lighting candles and putting teddy bears on sidewalks throughout this state and throughout our country, quite frankly. It's up to us. It's our obligation. When all of us here raised our right hand and took that oath, it was to make sure that Sequoias were able to go out on a Friday night and play for a few hours, whether that was manhunt, tag, and then go home. And that didn't happen this time, but it's up to each one of us to make sure that we protect the most innocent among us. You will always be in our prayer, Shay. God bless you.
Thanks, Colonel. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Pastor John Taylor from the Friendship Baptist Church and the president of the Capital City Community Coalition. Pastor Taylor called all of his fellow pastors Saturday evening and asked them on Sunday to pray for Sequoia and to encourage the members of their congregation to come forward. So Pastor Taylor, thank you for everything you did. Now I ask Mayor Reed Gussiori to say a few words.
Thank you, Angela. Today is a sad and angry day in the city of Trenton. It's sad because we lost an innocent child, and we're angry because of how senseless this has become, and all too common. I was just talking to Shay before here, and I was at the father-daughter dance, and when I walked in, Sequoia curtsied me. And I just remember what a sweet and innocent child she was. And when I was talking to Shay, she said that when she went home, she said that she met the mayor. And what a special little girl she was. We sent crisis counselors to Parker's school for the other children that were devastated by this loss. And Trenton is bleeding for Shay and for Sequoia, for her family, for her friends. And we can't let this happen any further, but it will continue. And what I want to do is thank the citizens of Trenton that stepped up to the plate. All too often, citizens don't want to get involved when a crime has occurred, but the hundreds of calls that the prosecutor's office fielded and the Mercer County Homicide Task Force that fielded, they cooperated this time, and we caught the killer. But we all have to, in the future, continue to cooperate with the men and women in blue to solve these crimes and to put an end to them. The Real-Time Crime Center can solve the crimes, but it can't prevent them. only the citizens of Trenton can prevent this further. And we want the citizens of Trenton to put down the guns, put down the violence, stop the bullying on social media, which started all this, and just try to meet their differences without having to resort to the violence that has occurred, that we lost this sweet little girl. Shay, we'll be with you, and we'll try to do what we can to help you further and pick up the pieces, and all the other children in the Parker School and throughout Trenton. Our hearts bleed for you. God bless.
To say a few words, Trenton Police Director Steve Wilson, who was with us all weekend. He has been a great partner as the Trenton Police Director, and his support of the Homicide Task Force is unparalleled. Director Steve Wilson.
Thank you. I won't go into how this team did what they do, and they solved this horrible crime. You've heard it from the prosecutor, you heard it from the general and the mayor. I want to elaborate a little bit more on what the mayor said. The community came forward and they helped. But even deeper than that, the mayor talked about social media bullying. Like many tragedies in the city of Trenton and other cities in New Jersey and across the nation, these events are precipitated by another incident. And while the phones are out, they're not calling 911. They're recording because it's fun. They want to be on World Star and YouTube. Not until it's too late does the community come together. So I'm
And thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in as there has been an arrest that's been made after a shooting took place last Friday evening. Looks like we're having a little bit of trouble with that signal, but you can just hear all the emotion from every single speaker who has been talking about this incident, really saying that they want to continue to support Sequoia's families during this very tough time, especially when this kind of incident should not happen. Let's go ahead. I'm going to try to fix that, put it into another source so we can continue to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
They're recording because it's fun. They want to be on World Star and YouTube. Not until it's too late does the community come together. So I'm
All right, so that's where it looks like we did have that freeze, and unfortunately, I can't try any other ways, but if we do get that back, of course, I'll be bringing you the rest of that update. As I mentioned, so much emotion that was shown between all of these state and city officials, especially at a time when we know that they continue to see this gun violence hitting innocent people. Unfortunately, that's been the case. Also down in Florida, there was a incident with two cars having a shootout. One innocent person who was nearby did get injured. We'll bring you that update right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also want to remind everyone we're keeping an eye on that weather since we have had some severe storms. We'll give you a weather update plus that update from Florida police in Orlando, all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I did want to let our viewers know that we did get that signal back from the press conference in Trenton, New Jersey, after a 9-year-old had been struck with gunfire. A fight had broken out in a large group. Unfortunately, that girl did die from her gunshot wounds. We do have her mother speaking right now. Let's go ahead, listen into that live right here for all of our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox.
My baby was about to be on top of the world. And now she can't be. Because of stupid Facebook stuff. Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, she was cut down too short. She was awesome. And it's so difficult having to go to sleep, and her room is right next to mine, and waking up knowing that she's not going to knock on her door and tell me to get up so she can go to school. Like, she loved school. She loved being active. She loved going outside and playing with her friends. She loved skating and singing and making TikToks. Like, and now all I have are memories. I can't make anymore. She can't do anymore. And that's not fair. That is not fair to me. It's not fair to her dad. It's not fair to her aunts and uncles and cousins, her big sister, or her big brother. It's not fair. It really isn't. I want to thank TPD, the detectives, especially Detective Salmon. She helped bring this to a close. She put the last piece of the puzzle in place, and I just want to thank her so much for doing this. Detective Vega, Mr. Peterson, all you guys, thank you so much for everything that y'all done to make sure that my little girl was brought justice. I thank y'all so much. I can't, because I'm about to break down. I don't want to. But thank all y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We can take a few questions.
I just have a question about the investigation. You said you found the suspect entering the Delaware River. Can you elaborate? Was he running into the river when he was fleeing?
When he was fleeing, he went into the wooded area off Route 129, really by the train tracks. And where he was located was, if you came in that way, where the construction equipment was located, just down the road here. That's where he was found. No idea why he went into the Delaware River. They just found him. Maybe he thought he could swim to Pennsylvania.
And a question on a more personal note. I'm just looking at your faces, the tone of some of the speeches. It seems this is not just another case. This seems more personal. I don't know. Any one of you can answer this question. Why is this case so personal?
I think Attorney General Plotkin said it best. We're fathers. We're grandparents. A 9-year-old should be allowed to play outside. Shouldn't have to worry about getting shot. And that's why it was personal.
It should be personal because she's a baby.
Yeah. That's right.
Like, it could have been his child.
Yeah, could have been
His
anybody's.
grandbaby. Anybody. Like, anybody related to him. Absolutely is personal.
Yeah.
That's not fair to that baby to lose her life like that at the age of 9. She's innocent.
Yeah.
An innocent child playing outside and you get gunned down for no apparent reason. He just made me mad as hell. What kind of fucking question was that?
Any other questions?
Are there any other suspected shooters, suspects, gunmen
No.
you're looking for in this?
All of the shell casings that were recovered were in one area, and they were all the same caliber.
What are the disputes between the suspect and another individual stem?
It was a dispute over how one of the women was raising her children. They were called out on Facebook, and they called each other out to fight on the plaza area.
were the two women dating or in some sort of relationship with Roberts and another individual?
No.
What was their connection to Roberts and the other individual?
One of the individuals was Robert's sister.
Can the woman that was out there fighting, can they be held accountable for anything since they started this senseless act?
Our focus from the beginning was trying to help bring closure to Shay and try to bring whoever killed Sequoia in here to face justice. We're not done yet. We're going back and looking. But number one priority was bringing her killer to justice.
Prosecutor, we can take one more question.
Yeah, one more question? Anybody?
What direction was Roberts aiming? In other words, how did Sequoia get hit? Was he aiming at this other individual and Sequoia got hit?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Sure.
Okay. So he was shooting near the basketball courts. Sequoia was in like the court area right near the basketball courts. So when he shot, she ran. And she ran the opposite direction. So she got hit. She was trying to hide behind other adults, and it didn't work out for her, obviously. So she got hit. So 2 shell cases were found in the basketball area, and then the others were found everywhere else. But those shell cases that was found here are one of the 2 bullets that she got hit with. So it wasn't like he wasn't aiming for her. She ran. She just ran the opposite way. He was just shooting.
And the trajectory of the shooting, 1 bullet hit the criminal courthouse on the 3rd floor. So that'll give you the direction. And she got in the line of fire. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thank you very much.
A very sad story to be reporting, and obviously everyone invested in supporting this family as they continue to mourn 9-year-old Sequoia. You heard the emotion coming from each of those speakers who are tired of seeing this type of gun violence in their cities. So we're able to bring this press conference to you live from Trenton, New Jersey, and it is an issue that we continue to see happening all across our country. Unfortunately, people trying to resolve fights with gun violence, and unfortunately, there's been a number of times that we have seen innocent people who have gotten hurt because of this incident. So thank you again for being here with us. I know it's so sad to hear stories like that, but it's important to remind people that this is still a problem and more needs to be done to help address these issues. I do want to turn our attention to the Dow. We've had a little bit of a swing in the market, but still looking like we are in the red here on the big board as we continue to see a lot of issues affecting our stock exchange. So everything from inflation to President Biden's new fiscal year 2023 budget proposal that just came out as well. We'll keep an eye here on the big board for us all here coming up on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to take us into a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, more press conferences, including, as I mentioned, there was a shootout between 2 cars that did injure an innocent person in Orlando. Police have that update for us. Plus, there is a hearing going on as there's now more than 100,000 troops, American troops in Europe. They have a hearing on that. So a lot more to come right here in just 2 minutes. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to start off with some weather as we are keeping an eye on some of these strong storms that are moving their way across the south. We've had yet another outbreak of severe thunderstorms. It is pounding areas in the south where they are experiencing damaging winds over 75 miles per hour. Also, several tornadoes expected today and into Wednesday night as well. We've already actually had a report of a tornado in Arkansas, possibly also one in Kansas City, Missouri. Now, these threats going to peak during the afternoon into the evening. Strong, severe storms ongoing Wednesday morning from North Texas all the way to the mid-Mississippi Valley. So you're seeing that band of rain. Those are producing some of these issues that we have wanted to warn everyone about. NOAA's Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch valid until 1 p.m. Central Time for parts of Arkansas, in northern Louisiana, in southern Missouri, and far southeastern Oklahoma, also some of the northeastern and extreme east Texas. So these areas are seeing just some of these strong storms that could possibly produce those tornadoes. They are going to be experiencing some of those severe thunderstorms. There's also, though, a risk of flooding that is something to be considering as well. So just want to remind everyone already here this morning, we've had reports of 7 who were injured, 2 critically injured after there was a possible tornado in Springdale, Arkansas. So Springdale Police Lieutenant has talked with our Fox Weather team, saying that, again, those 2 people are right now in critical condition. There had been a tornado warning that had been issued for the Springdale area just after 4 a.m. Central Time. So that was just as that severe storm had approached the area. And now National Weather Service is going to be not only out there assessing the damage, but investigating it if it was possibly a tornado, as well as what was the strength of that tornado. So we're hearing that an elementary school had gotten some severe damage from these storms, as well as multiple other buildings as well. So did at least want to let our viewers know we're going to continue to keep an eye right here on our radar. We'll be changing up the map a little bit from time to time just to keep an eye on some of those spots that are producing a bit more of that dangerous weather, especially since we do have that chance of some of those thunderstorms that are going to be producing those high destructive winds, as well as possibly producing tornadoes as well. But thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here, giving you not only the top stories across our country, but also around the world. There's still more peace talks happening between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, there's been a lot of warnings from our U.S. officials, including just yesterday during our Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby was saying, despite some of the claims Russia has had, saying that they're going to be moving out of some of these areas where they had their troops focused on, areas like Kyiv, they said, don't believe that it means that it's any sign of de-escalation. It's probably just more of a reorganizing their structure. So we continue to see more and more videos coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk of just some of that left behind damage because of all of the shelling that's been happening, those airstrikes, all those missiles. I believe we heard just the other day from President Zelensky saying that there was more than 1,100 missiles that have been launched by Russia so far in this war. So this now into day 35, it seems like there continues to be a lot of this destruction and shelling that is ruining a whole bunch of areas, including Mariupol. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of our sources coming to us, not only from Ukraine, but also this morning we heard from our Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister. He was speaking about the refugee crisis, because the UN has now said that they do have more than 4 million people who have fled Ukraine. So unfortunately, that number only continues to grow, and we're seeing the reasoning why, because they're being cut off from supplies like medicine and water and food. They're having their homes and shelters that are being destroyed. So it's just been heartbreaking to hear some of these stories. But we've also heard the other side of stories. We've heard some success. Some of our correspondents in Ukraine have talked to us about the success of the Ukrainian troops, the success of some of these rescue residents who have stayed behind and tried to fight for their cities, and they have done so successfully in some areas, pushing back some of those Russian troops. So we'll continue to monitor, obviously, all the happenings in Ukraine and Russia as we hear more about those peace talks, as we hear more about how people are trying to help with the humanitarian crisis. They are saying that this is the largest humanitarian crisis since World War II. So that, again, is something that we need to continue to try to lend our hand in any way we can. I know that we've had several guests come on here to Live Now from Fox speaking about ways that they are trying to help out. We actually have another individual who just yesterday made his way to Warsaw, and he's going to be speaking with us next week as he also tries to lend a hand in providing aid. So as we continue to bring you always those top stories from across the country, we're monitoring those live events as they happen. We did have earlier here this morning some of our senators meeting with Ukrainian parliament members. Later this evening, there's also going to be Senate and House members who are all going to be briefed on the situation in Ukraine. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on that. But we do actually have some of our leaders on Capitol Hill speaking right now. Let's jump into that live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Place to allow them to handle this volume of migrants, they will simply lose control of the border. There's only so much that the border patrols can do, and frankly, it's the responsibility of Congress to come up with changes in our asylum laws and provide additional resources and tools to our law enforcement officials on the border to deal with this crisis. Finally, let me just say, I mentioned the drug problem. Last year, 100,000 Americans died of drug overdoses, and the vast majority of those illegal drugs come across the border. And so you see the smugglers working with the drug smugglers hand in hand, because if you overwhelm the Border Patrol on one hand with migrants, that obviously frees up for the drug cartels the ability to smuggle these drugs into the United States, which, as I said, have taken the lives of 100,000 Americans just last year alone. Senator Langford.
Senator Gordon, thanks for hosting this and pulling this all together. Last year, we had 2 million people that illegally crossed our border. It's the highest number ever recorded. If you take just the first 14 months of the Biden administration, 2.3 million people illegally crossed our border. To put that in perspective, the first 14 months of the Biden administration had as many illegal crossings as the previous 4 years of the Trump administration did combined. We're seeing an epidemic level of people coming across the border. Now, in March of 2020, President Trump put into place, because of COVID-19, put in place what's called Title 42. That was the ability, due to the pandemic, to turn people around at the border and to say, you can't cross right now during the pandemic time period. We all knew it was temporary. The Trump administration knew it was temporary. The Biden administration chose to extend that policy, agreed with the Trump policy, extended that when they came in January of 2021. From that time, I started addressing DHS to say, what is your plan when Title 42 goes away to replace it or to be able to deal with enforcement? Literally for a year, this administration has had time to be able to look at what is their plan. They're now presenting their plan to us of what they're going to do when they take Title 42 off. Their plan is to move people into the country faster. That's their whole plan. What they have worked on apparently for a year is the way to expedite people crossing the border and moving into the interior at a faster rate. As they talk about mass migration, they talk about how do we actually move people to the interior faster so they don't get clogged up at the border, and the images that all of you saw last summer don't occur again at the border with thousands and thousands of people. That is not a plan to help us with illegal immigration, is to actually figure out how to be able to move people across the border faster. We need solutions from this administration. They've had plenty of time to be able to look at this temporary issue of Title 42 and to actually do real enforcement. Now, DHS, in its own numbers, estimate, this DHS from the Biden administration, its own numbers estimate 1 million people will illegally cross the border within 6 weeks at the moment that they drop Title 42. They're aware of what they're about to release. They've had a year to be able to plan for it, and they've chosen not to. And our understanding is they could drop Title 42 within hours to days at this point. Here's my biggest struggle with this, among many things of just basic enforcing of the law. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration said we need to continue to wear masks on planes because of COVID-19. As of April the 1st, we'll have members of the military that will be released from the military because they've not got a COVID-19 shot because of the pandemic. We have individuals across this country that are living with all kinds of mandates because of COVID, but yet they're opening up the border and saying COVID is over. If you want to come into the country illegally, you're welcome to be able to do that. Clearly, the Biden administration is using the COVID pandemic to try to accomplish its purposes in this. And when it doesn't want to do it, it just ignores it. When it does, it does. We have a big issue here, and it's going to face every single area. Every state is a border state as we deal with drugs and with what's actually coming across the border in high numbers. Just this morning, we had another group coming in the Rio Grande Valley that crossed of over 100 people just this morning. And typically when that occurs, the cartels will put over 100 people in one area, and then they will move those that were criminal aliens and drugs a couple of miles downriver, and to be able to move them as well. This is a serious problem that needs to be addressed and taken seriously by this administration, and they're currently not.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and reporting, hopefully reporting on this crisis that we're having in this country. I don't see a lot of it out there being talked about. And it's concerning to all of us, everybody in here. Being on the Armed Services Committee, we learned last week that our Secretary of Homeland Security has requested the DOD possibly send troops to the border. Now, this is the same Secretary, Mayorkas, that said there was no problem at the border, that our borders are closed. He obviously has woke up. Now, a couple years ago, President Trump did this same thing, and our colleagues on the left had a fit. And it was flashed all throughout the media. Yes, we need help. Border Patrol needs help. ICE needs help. But we also need some new rules and regulations from this administration. Do you know they've been in office for a year and going on a half, and there's not been one new rule or regulation put across to the border about immigration? Zero. They have no desire to do anything about the southern border. My state of Alabama is getting run over by illegal immigrants. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Any way they can get there. But it's changed. Used to, the immigration system was come across, they look for a better life. They look for a job. They look to help their family. The first thing they're doing now from friends and officials in the state of Alabama, the first thing they do is they ask for, number one, where do we sign up for Medicare? Number two, where do we sign up for our other benefits? And number three, where do we sign up to vote? They're not looking for the same thing that they used to look for. And we do need workers. But we need help from this administration to stop the flow of not just, obviously, the migrants coming across, but the drugs. It's killing our young kids. So we need some rules and regulations. We need this administration to pull a few sentences or lines out of President Trump's playbook to stop this madness that we've got going on today. Thank you.
Senator Portman, and then Senator Haggerty.
That chart's fine. All the charts are the same because the numbers don't lie. You know, it's incredible. Good, though. Yeah, I think mine was better done. But I mean, look at these numbers, folks. And this is with Title 42 in place. And Title 42, you know, is a public health emergency that says you can't come into the country because of COVID. And if you look at the numbers already, they don't take into account the fact that most people coming across the border are single adult males, most people. And unless you're a non-Spanish speaking person who Mexico would not like to have be sent back across the border, you know, you are now being caught up with Title 42. So Title 42 is keeping these numbers relatively small. And the concern is that when that changes, you're going to have a massive increase. For the Border Patrol, it's already out of control. If you go down there and talk to them, as I did earlier this year, I mean, they're overwhelmed. But they're also telling us, and if Title 42 isn't changed, it will absolutely overwhelm them and keep it impossible for them to keep not just people out, but the other contraband, including drugs. By the way, 40% increase in fentanyl last year coming over the border, 40% increase. This is the stuff that's killing 2/3 of the people in my state of Ohio and probably in your state through overdose deaths. 40% increase last year. We don't even know the numbers yet for this year, but we know it's going up and up. And that doesn't include cocaine and heroin and crystal meth and the other drugs that are coming across. My issue really is not so much with Title 42, it's with the underlying immigration policy. Because let's be honest, at some point, Title 42 doesn't work. I mean, once we get beyond COVID, we're not quite there yet, and maybe we'll have another strain coming in, God forbid. But at some point, a public health emergency is not a policy position that's effective to control our border. What you need to do is change the asylum policy. Because right now, we have a pull factor in our country. We are telling people, if you come to the border and you claim asylum, and you're not one of these single male adults who gets singled out because of Title 42, you can come in. And by the way, there's a 1.5 million person backlog for dealing with asylum claims. 1.5 million. This means that when you are allowed into the country to await an immigration judge looking at your case, there will be anywhere from 4 to 6 years before your case is considered. And meanwhile, you're in the United States. You know, your kids are there. You're working. Your kids are going to school. You're getting your health care. You're part of the community. And obviously, a lot of those people don't show up for their court case. Some do, some don't. But the point is, this system is attracting people to the border. And particularly for kids, unaccompanied kids, and for families, all of whom are getting asylum, and some single adult males are as well. Again, if you don't speak Spanish, you're likely to come in. By the way, you know who's coming up to the border now to come in through the asylum process? Ukrainians and Russians. And I'm told, we were just had a meeting of the Ukrainian caucus, and we were talking to some of our friends from Ukraine, from their parliament. I'm told that these individuals are flying to places like Cancun and Mexico City and coming up to the border. And why wouldn't they? It's the pull factor. Last year, I met with 4 Latin American presidents in Latin America, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia, Ecuador. They all said the same thing, in essence. Why are you guys taking our people and some of our best people? Why are you putting policies in place to pull people to your border? So I guess the assumption is among some people, gosh, Guatemala must be really happy to have all these people going to the United States. No, they aren't. They actually like to keep more of those people there. But we have a policy in place that incentivizes them to come to the border because they can just walk in under our asylum policy. So I was delighted to hear recently that the administration is going to put a new rule in place. It's a proposed rule. It's going to go in place in about 60 days to change the asylum policy. I was really encouraged. This is finally they're listening to those who are saying this makes no sense. We have said from the start, we need to have adjudications immediately. We need to put the money into this effort for new people coming over first, because that will discourage the next group from coming, right? Do the adjudication right away, yes or no? By the way, only 15% of the people from Central America end up getting asylum. Why? Because the vast majority are economic refugees, and God bless them. You would leave too if you lived in some of these conditions. But that's not what our immigration policy is. You got to come legally. So 15% acceptance rate in the end, 1.5 million people in line, 4 to 6 years to get to your immigration case. I was really happy to hear they were going to do immediate adjudications at the border. And what they said was, we're going to use asylum officers instead of immigration judges. I thought, well, that's good. That's good. We'll have more people there to be able to adjudicate these cases. If they're asylum officers, if they're well-trained, they can do it. Then we found out that they don't have the authority to say no. All they can do is say yes. If they come up with a no, then it goes to the process. So if you come up to the border and you meet an asylum officer and you provide your reasons for asylum, which is basically the same as refugee, credible fear, persecution, and it's a negative that, sorry, you're an economic refugee, you're gonna not be able to come in the United States. That's not what happens. Instead, the asylum officer is told, okay, that person now gets in line with everybody else. So is allowed in, comes into the country, 4 to 6 years, 1.5 million people, into the backlog. If the answer is yes, the asylum officer says, yes, you qualify. Come on in. Then you don't have to go through any system at all. You're in as an asylee. Well, what kind of system is that? That doesn't solve the problem. Senator Cornyn's got a bill that has immediate adjudication, centers along the border. There's a way to do this and still be a humane country that accepts people who come here legally, accepts people who do have a real fear of persecution, allows them to go through a process that makes sense. The current one doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help those countries in Latin America who tell us, stop this pull factor. It certainly doesn't help our communities who are being overwhelmed. It doesn't help in terms of the lawfulness of our immigration system because there's so many temptations there not to follow the law. Instead, let's encourage people to apply for asylum in their home country. Let's have people come up to the border and have immediate adjudication, yes or no answer. And let's get this under control, regardless of what happens with Title 42, because it can't last forever. It's a Band-Aid. Essential now, but shouldn't be essential if we had the right immigration policy underneath it.
Senator Harity.
I want to first thank Senator Cornyn for bringing this press conference together. And I also want to underscore what Senator Portman just spoke about. And that is the fact that we have created a pull factor that's devastating to the countries south of our border. And like Senator Portman, I've traveled below the border, met with leadership there. I can remember the president of Guatemala telling me that the root cause of the problem in his country are the messages coming from our White House that are creating the pull factor that Senator Portman just described. It's a huge issue that's destroying nuclear families in the countries south of our border. This is bad for everybody. But what I'd like to share with you is what's happening in my home state of Tennessee. What we're seeing month after month are more overdoses and more deaths from illegal drugs that are coming across that southern border. That's why this weekend I'm going to take a group of leaders, sheriffs and mayors from my home state that are experiencing this firsthand in Tennessee. We're going to travel to the border so that we can all encounter this and see exactly what's happening and what's failing at the border because it's precipitating deaths around the nation. 100,000 young people have died in America just this past year alone from drug overdoses. Make no mistake, these drugs are coming across the porous border to our south. It's a failure of policy by this administration. And this war is being waged on America by the Chinese Communist Party that are sending fentanyl and its precursors into Mexico where they're being manufactured, and then shipping those drugs across the border, killing young people in my state, in states all over the United States of America. It's got to stop. So today I'm going to introduce legislation that will give additional Title 42 authority because the real public health epidemic is the deaths that we're experiencing from drug overdoses. So today we're going to expand that authority. That's what my legislation will do. To use drug overdose, to use the threat of drug smuggling as another means, another tool for border enforcement to turn these people back, to stop what's happening at our southern border. We do need a strong policy in place, and this is one thing I hope we can use to address it. Thank you.
Senator Young, I think we skipped over you, and then Senator Tillis.
So in the 1990s, I had an opportunity to serve on the southern border as a U.S. Marine. At the time, I couldn't imagine that the border security challenges that we experienced then could grow even worse, but that's what we have today. The 2020 census registered the population of Marion County, Indiana at 977,000 Hoosiers. This week, we learned that within the next few days, the U.S. Border Patrol will have had over 1 million encounters with illegal immigrants just over the last 6 months. This is indeed a crisis. 1 million people, that's a number of people greater than the entire population of Indianapolis, Indiana, plus Lawrence, Indiana, Speedway, Indiana, Southport, Indiana, and Beech Grove, attempting to enter the U.S. in just half a year. That doesn't include the tens of thousands of people, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, who have slipped past their Border Patrol undetected. What have Washington Democrats done in response to this crisis? They refuse to even acknowledge the severity of the problem. Notably, the Biden administration has presented a budget that shifts money away from border protection. It increases money to help move people through the system, not so we can stop illegal entries, but so that immigration officials can more quickly stamp the hands of those who ultimately get through. The Biden budget cuts by 25% the number of beds at ICE detention centers. More than 1 million encounters in the last 6 months. What awaits us in the next 6 months? I shudder to think about it.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. I was with Senator Cornyn down in Texas over the weekend, and we heard from a lot of people on the ground there that they're dealing with the disaster. I want to talk about the disaster that's occurring for thousands of people who never make it to the border. They're encouraged by the cartels to pay the toll, which can be thousands of dollars. They're required to wear an armband. If you get caught trying to cross the river without an armband, you're likely going to die if you can't pay a toll. We're not talking about the thousands of young women and girls that have been sexually assaulted in the journey over there. We're not talking about a truck full of immigrants headed to the border who ended up having a crash and losing 50 lives in Mexico. We're not talking about what I think is a humanitarian crisis that's brought about by the policies of this administration. Now, there are some people who will say just build a wall and you'll fix it. That won't fix it, because the fact of the matter is the vast majority of the wall is well inside of the interior. So they know, the cartels know by coaching people that come across the border, the minute you get there, say, I fear for your lives. Those of us who've been down to the border, and we've spoken with some of these families, they say the same line. They've been coached to do it. And what they're being coached to do is to evade and abuse our asylum laws. If President Biden would simply reform asylum to where you had to declare or you had to request asylum in your country of origin, a safe third country, or Mexico, these numbers would go down by 85%, because that's the number of asylum claims that are adjudicated by Democrat judges, Republican judges, independent judges as not being valid. That's how we solve this problem quickly, and that's how we remove the biggest pull factor that we have today. President Biden needs to know he's making our communities less safe, and there's collateral damage all along the way, with thousands of people being affected by this before they ever get to the border. We're on pace for another 2 million illegal crossings this year, 1 million since October. President Biden needs to step up and solve this problem, and it begins with asylum reform.
Senator Hoeven and Senator Marshall.
You know, our message is simple. The administration needs to enforce the law. The Biden administration needs to enforce the law. And there's 3 aspects to it. The first is the Migrant Protection Protocol. Now, this is, as you know, the Remain in Mexico policy. And it's very clear. The Supreme Court ruled in August, last year in August, said, Biden administration, 6-3 ruling, you have to enforce the MPP, the Migrant Protection Protocol, the Remain in Mexico policy. It's the law. The Supreme Court requires it. If you want to apply for asylum, you can, but you do so from Mexico. And the second is the third safe country. Senator Tillis just referred to that. You apply for asylum from your country or the first country you come to where you're safe. Again, follow the law. And third, Title 42. And that's really the point we're making here today, the Public Health Order 42. So that people aren't crossing. And you know, Customs and Border Protection has reported there's as many as 50 different countries that people are coming across our border from, as many as 50 different countries. Unbelievable. And so we're simply, again, saying enforce the law, enforce Public Health Order 42. Now, these 3, we know they work. We're not guessing. The Trump administration did it. They proved it. Now the Biden administration is not enforcing the law. They are not enforcing the 3 protocols, the laws I just cited. So what happened? Last year we had 1.7 million encounters, people crossing the border illegally. 1.7 million. And this year we're on track to have more, 165,000 last month. Last I checked, the Biden administration swore an oath to uphold the law. Do so. Democrats need to join with Republicans in Congress and demand that the administration uphold the law. People across the country need to demand that the Biden administration enforce the law.
14 months ago, the White House created this crisis at the border through their policies. And 14 months later, the crisis is getting worse. I think the logical conclusion is either they're incompetent or they want the crisis. It has to be one or the other. And there's not an American out there that doesn't understand this. Either the White House is incompetent or they want this crisis. I've been to the border 3 times. And on my last visit, it was the most frustrating to be flying in a Texas Ranger helicopter along the river border and looking below me and seeing miles and miles of fence that had been built. And if there were places where gates should be placed, but those gates sat there with contractors being paid tens of thousands of dollars a day to not do the work. It's frustrating to me as I make that same flight to see hundreds of migrants trying to cross the border without any type of resistance. It's frustrating to me that this president wants to take $2 billion appropriated for the fence and just to have that fence sitting there. They want to use it for other purposes, such as cutting down brush and environmental purposes. For all practical purposes, this White House has turned our Border Patrol into ushers, a maitre d' saying, come on across the border. I have to just stop for a second and talk about human trafficking and drug trafficking. You know, my friends across the aisle want to spend money and more efforts on therapy and programs to stop the drug addiction. But I'm telling you, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We have to slow down the ease of these drugs crossing the border. Americans need to understand that so many of these people that are dying, especially our young students that are dying from overdose, it's an accidental overdose. A person that maybe was taking 2 or 4 Percocets to get high, if they would take a half a tablet of this fentanyl, it kills them. It makes them stop breathing. It's just that simple. And our people across the ocean from China are making the precursors, as one of my colleagues said earlier. And they're sending pharmacists into Mexico to finish the process. You know, with all due respect to the Ukrainian people, to the long-term threat of China, to the unpredictability of our North Koreans and terrorists being funded by Iran, our southern border is the most critical national security threat to America right now. This president knows how to fix it, but it appears he wants a crisis, or else he's absolutely incompetent. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Today, a crisis is raging at the southern border. It was created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The crisis rages every single day. And yet, our president doesn't care. Our vice president doesn't care. Democrats in Congress don't care. Over 2 million people crossed illegally last year, the highest rate of illegal immigration in 62 years. We just passed the threshold of 1 million people crossing this fiscal year. And it's only March. These are not just numbers on a piece of paper. These are human beings. If you want to understand the crisis, come down to South Texas. Last year, John Cornyn and I brought 19 senators to South Texas to see firsthand in the Rio Grande Valley what is happening. When you sit down and talk with Texans, particularly those on the border, you understand the crisis. When you sit down and hear from Texas farmers and ranchers, moms who are frustrated, who look at you and say, you know, my teenage kids, I don't allow them to go out on our property anymore without a loaded firearm at all times. Because there's so many traffickers, it's not safe. And these moms are pissed. They say, how can it be that my own kids can't go out on my own property without their lives being in danger? Where the hell is my government? When you talk with the communities of South Texas, their hospitals are overflowing, their prisons are overflowing, their schools are overcrowded. And this administration doesn't care. When you talk to South Texas elected officials, many of whom are Democrats, one after the other will say, you know, if my party's for open borders, I can't be a part of that. Nobody who sees what's happening can defend this. There's a reason Joe Biden has been to the southern border as president 0 times. Not once. He doesn't give a damn. There's a reason Kamala Harris has been to the Rio Grande Valley 0 times as vice president. She doesn't give a damn. She went to El Paso when she got guilted after months. By the way, she's ostensibly the border czar. She can't find the border, but she's in charge of it. She went to El Paso, which is 800 miles away from the Rio Grande Valley. It's a wonderful city, but it's not where the crisis is raging. For 4 years, Democrats and the media went on and on and on about kids in cages. To every reporter here, if you wrote a story, if you stood online and said kids in cages, that was the talking point. I'm going to ask you to find a tiny bit of journalistic integrity and remember there are kids in cages right now. Except the cages are bigger and there are more kids. And you know what? I went to the cages when Barack Obama was president. I went to the cages when Donald Trump was president. And I've been to the cages when Joe Biden was president. Not a single one of the Democrats who gave speeches about kids in cages gives a flip about the little boys and little girls packed in on top of each other, many of whom test positive for COVID. Nor do they care about the children being physically assaulted and sexually assaulted. Today, there are little girls and little boys being physically and sexually assaulted by human traffickers. And this is caused by Joe Biden. 3 decisions: halting construction of the...
All right, guys, not sure why we lost that feed there for a minute. It did come back, but I actually want to take this opportunity, since we had that interruption, to talk about some of this severe weather that we're seeing impacting the South right now. I want to let our viewers know that we're keeping track of some tornado warnings that are popping up across Louisiana. So here you're seeing on your screen just some of that movement of that storm that is bringing this threat of those tornadoes. You're seeing that wall of clouds continuing to push its way. It's going into the east, and there in those purple boxes are where some of those areas are, the circulation of those cloud movements of where those possible tornadoes could pop up. So at least wanted to warn our viewers here that there has been a pounding of severe weather hitting the South. And here today, we have been learning once more that there has been now tornado issues that are being issued into parts of Louisiana. There's also been parts of Missouri that have already confirmed that they have had an EF1 tornado. So we do know that these storms already have been producing tornadoes. They've been producing those really strong winds and severe weather threats, and they are pushing their way east as they continue to bring a lot of rain along with it and those high winds. So again, the biggest threat of tornadoes this week right here happening on Wednesday, as we are already seeing some of those tornadoes come out. We did also have the NOAA Storm Prediction Center. They've issued a tornado watch for areas in Arkansas, Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Oklahoma, and also even in parts of Texas. So here once more, wanted to bring these pictures to you, showing you this line of storms that we're seeing moving across Louisiana. There's those purple boxes. Going to click on them here for our viewers who are watching here with us, just so you can see see. So these tornado warnings have been issued. Looks like they're going to be expiring around 9:45 local time. So we still have a little bit of time to go, but you may, if you're in those areas, you may be seeing and experiencing already just some of those rains and winds making their way across the area. So we'll keep our eyes on all of those different pictures we do have coming from the area, working on gathering some of the video from some areas that had already seen these storms pass through. Right now, I want to show also on our screen, this is one of our closest cameras to some of those areas that have been issued of those tornado warnings. So this one is Logansport, Louisiana. A lot of rain already collecting on that lens, but you can see those gray cloudy skies just all across the entire area. So they're going to have storm coverage the afternoon here. We did hear also from our Fox weather team saying that they know that the strongest threats are going to be into this afternoon, also into this evening. So even if you think that the storm may have passed, you want to definitely keep your eye on our Fox weather team and also right here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we'll step away for a brief 2-minute break as we do continue to keep track of not only the weather, but also all the other top stories that are happening across the country. We'll be bringing you even more updates happening right here again in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did at least want to pop this up one more time here for all of our viewers watching here with us, because we've had some tornado warnings that have been issued in Louisiana, and also already some of these storms have left a path of destruction. So right now we have been learning that in Springdale, Arkansas, the National Weather Service is trying to decide if a thunderstorm did spawn a tornado that had destroyed different buildings, including also a school in the area. So right now we know that one business was destroyed with parts of it flung onto a road of more than 100 feet away. A cell phone tower taken down. Trees also could be seen taken down in multiple directions. We're working on gathering video of all this damage, including the elementary school that was destroyed in this storm. The George Elementary School in Springdale said it was also damaged by this possible tornado. So already here today on Wednesday in the morning into now the early afternoon, we're seeing just some of these different outbreaks of severe storms as well as possible tornadoes. On your screen, you're seeing from our weather metrics here, you're seeing that purple pink box pop up once in a while, those are those areas where they're keeping track of where the tornadoes could possibly be produced. So we're seeing this outbreak of severe storms yet again moving its way across the south, and we are expecting a widespread of damaging winds more than 75 miles per hour. Several tornadoes also expected here today and into Wednesday night. So that's where it does become a little bit more dangerous for some of those people in this storm's path, is those evening hours. Once things start to get dark, you're not as able to see which direction sometimes these clouds are going. You're not able to see sometimes those funnel clouds, where they're being formed. So that's why you definitely want to keep your eyes on your local weather, but also on our Fox Weather team, or right here on Live Now from Fox, where we'll be tracking this as well. We did have earlier here today some tornado watches being issued. That was happening in parts of central parts of Arkansas, into northern Louisiana, into southern Missouri, and even into areas like Oklahoma. So we did have quite a few states that were covered in this tornado watch, and now here already today, right now, some active tornado warnings being issued in parts of Louisiana. So once more, that camera there on your right-hand side, that's one of our closest cameras that we had available to us for some of these areas that are under those tornado warnings. You can see once in a while too. I know that there's a lot of rain on this camera, but they also do have some thunder or lightning that you're seeing from time to time. And we did just get a new camera here thanks to our teams at Live Now from Fox. This is in the area where those tornado warnings are being issued. So we do have these cameras showing us the completely covered sky. And again, these are going to be issued all across Louisiana, but also there's a lot of states that are under those tornado warnings. So you can see here again these live pictures. If we're able to see anything with these movements of course, the clouds, if we do see anything develop, of course, we'll continue to put our main focus on weather. But until that time, what I'm going to do for all of our viewers, we'll keep up, of course, our weather cameras here as we continue to watch and keep an eye on these storms. But let's go ahead, listen back in live with some of our senators on the Republican side. They were speaking about the border crisis. This coming at a time, too, when there's a lot of concern about Title 42, which was being used to protect the U.S. From the public health order from COVID. It is going to be expiring here today. Now they're concerned about that number of people coming across the border being even greater. So once more, thank you for being here with us. We'll be putting you into a triple box so we can keep our eye on that severe weather. If we do hear of more alerts, of more warnings that we need to let our viewers know about, of course, we'll do so here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Is a Democratic region of the state. Historically, it's been Democrat for 100 years. My prediction is in November, you're going to see South Texas turn red. There are 3 Hispanic women running as Republicans for Congress. I think you're going to see at least 2, and you might see all 3 elected to Congress, which is a sign of the seismic shift. You cannot see this human suffering and defend it, because it is a disaster. It is indefensible. And when you've looked in the eyes, when we brought 19 senators down there, we went out on the river, we saw a dead body floating in the river from someone who died crossing illegally. We saw little girls who'd been raped crossing over. This is a policy that is putting billions of dollars in the hands of vast criminal cartels whose business is exploiting, abusing, and mistreating people. And by the way, if you think, well, gosh, Texas, it's really tough for them, but we don't have to deal with it. Every city in America is a border city. And I'll tell you why. When the illegal immigrants come over, they're wearing bracelets. The bracelets correspond with the money they have paid and the additional money they owe to the cartels. costs between $3,000 and $8,000 to cross illegally. You cannot cross without going through the cartels. If you try to cross on your own, the cartels will kill you. Often when they cross, the cartels will put them in a stash house and extort thousands more money. And you have teenage boys the cartels will go and locate in cities all over the country. Actually, the Biden administration sends them to the cities all over the country. And then those teenage boys owe thousands of dollars to the cartels, and they work for the cartels in your city, in Washington, D.C., in New York, in Boston, in Des Moines, in Miami, in Sacramento, in every city in the country. There are teenage boys working for the cartels to pay off their debt, and if they don't pay it, they'll kill their family. And I'll tell you, the teenage boys are lucky, because many of the teenage girls get put into sex slavery, where they're forced to sell their bodies to pay off the cartels. You're a 15-year-old Honduran girl who dreamed of freedom in America, and you wake up to the nightmare of being trapped in sexual slavery, or else your family will be murdered. Those are the human consequences of what's happening now. And when you look people in the eyes who've endured it, this issue becomes very personal to you. It's not abstract numbers on a chart. It's real people whose lives are being destroyed by the cynical political decisions of this administration.
Let's one last question, and then we'll wrap it up. Yes, sir.
From Iran International TV, we broadcasting to the Middle East in Farsi and Arabic. And I think for our audiences, they look at this and they believe that it's a domestic issue for the United States. But at the same time, they try to understand the impact of it on the next election cycle, both in Congress and in the White House. In your opinion, this issue, how much would that affect the next election cycle in America?
Well, Senator Cruz has talked about its impact in South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley, which has been a traditional Democratic stronghold. But I think all Americans are concerned about the lawlessness of these open border policies. Every country understands, I guarantee Ukrainians understand, the importance of integrity of their country and sovereignty. And essentially what's happened is the Democrats have abdicated American sovereignty by their refusal to enforce the law and to protect our borders, and to create a system that people for years, actually hundreds of years, have entered the country legally by. Gentleman earlier asked a question about immigration. I'm a strong believer in legal immigration. It's the secret sauce that's made America the most vibrant country in the world. And unfortunately, this illegal immigration allows drug dealers, sex offenders, repeat criminals, and other people who have no interest in your freedom or anybody else's freedom, but only want to serve their own interests. So that's the reason why we need to eliminate this illegality and these open borders and get back to a system that's predictable, that people can understand, and that respects immigrants who want to come to the country for the right reasons. Thank you.
All right, so GOP senators, they're wrapping things up, talking about that crisis on the border. I do want to let our viewers know, because of these storm warnings, what I want to do is pop into some of our Fox weather coverage. They're talking about these tornado warnings that have been issued in states like Louisiana, and also have been issued in some parts of Texas. So let's go ahead, join them live right here.
Typically have this type of severe weather come in. Is this something that you do on sort of a routine basis?
Yeah, a couple times a year, and several years ago, we opened it up in the middle of the night. I came up here in the middle of the night because it was real bad weather that was supposed to be coming through, and so I opened it up in the middle of the night for people to come in. But yeah, we have a big sturdy structure that was built in 1930, and it's a big solid brick building, and it's a safe place to be.
So it's almost routine sometimes when you get the severe weather. People know to go there. Can they take their pets with them as well? And then,
absolutely.
Okay, great. And you just wait it out till the storm's gone, and then people go home?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we've done in the past.
It's great.
We'll do today.
And it's great that you do have something that is a sturdy structure. Probably not everybody in the area is lucky enough to have tornado shelters within their home.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a lot of mobile homes around and houses that are up, elevated off the ground and things like that. And so anybody that needs to come up here and be in a sturdy structure is welcome to come.
Were you in there at all? Did you use this structure at all last week? I know this is our second multi-day severe weather outbreak. Did you have to go there at all last week?
No, sir, we didn't open it up last week at all. The weather just came through. It was a little windy and rainy, but nothing too severe. We didn't have any tornado warning.
Have you seen any lightning out there? I know you said the rain's coming down heavy and not real windy just yet, but what about lightning, or have you heard of thunder off in the distance?
No, we don't have any lightning or any thunder as of yet.
All right. Well,
Just big fat raindrops.
Yeah, just starting to get going there. We do have 2 tornado warnings in Louisiana, so we're going to leave you right now. Thank you so much, Nathan Jump, principal of the Mount Olive Christian School there in Athens, Louisiana. Thank you so much for taking the time with us here on Fox Weather. Stay safe with your neighbors there hunkered down in the school.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You got it.
Yep.
John Marshall standing by with a look at what's happening right now with those tornado warnings.
This is just in the Fox weather. We have an alert right now. The tornado warning just issued for Natchitoches Parish in Louisiana. That tornado warning will continue until 12:30. Sabine Parish as well. And we're getting reports of circulation on the south side of Sabine Parish headed for an area between Hornbeck and Florian on US 171 right here. There you go. So we got the National Weather Chat out of that area saying that they're seeing some good circulation in southern Sabine Parish through this region right here, 171 on that highway. So if you live anywhere within this area, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a new tornado warning in effect for Sabine Parish, and Natchitoches Parish as well is in effect until 12:30 local time. If you live anywhere within this tornado-warned area, you need to seek shelter immediately. Marissa, stay on this graphic right here. This is rotation, which has increased immensely through portions of this whole line. You can see the middle of the legend. We're right there in the moderate. It's the most intense we've seen all day long as we continue to monitor this tornado warning, and it continues to move to the east, northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Seek shelter immediately. This storm means business. It continues to develop and strengthen as we go through time. And you could see there is a bit of a hook within the base reflectivity of this storm. Again, Route 171 is affected by this, pushing to the east between 30 and 40 miles an hour. This area of warning will be near Hornbeck, as we just mentioned on the chat, and Simpson at 12:28 local time. Also with these severe thunderstorms and tornado warned cells, large hail is possible. Even if a tornado doesn't form, winds in excess of 58 miles an hour, there could be straight line wind damage with the severe thunderstorm warnings, as you see south and west of there, and within the tornado warned cell that is radar indicated. So we continue to monitor those two situations as we continue to see this line, which is intensifying, Amy and Craig, continue to push to the east. There's another developing circulation over Powhatan heading toward Campy. Tornado warning coming out for the segment of the line of Natchitoches Parish. So you get the idea. Vernon Parish until 12:15 local time as well. That tornado warning is included in there. There is some very good rotation indicated with this velocity. As you can see that couplet right there. The winds are going away from the site from the red and towards the site in the green. Two tornado watches. One expires in about an hour locally for Arkansas. The other one is just issued for southern Louisiana. That's in effect until 7 o'clock local time. The one in southern Louisiana, folks, they're expecting intense tornadoes to possibly develop, which can be greater than EF2. So you get the idea. Large hail and that threat, there's the hatch. All that hatched area, Mississippi, Alabama, northeastern portions of Louisiana, right through this afternoon and evening. We have another team of meteorologists ready to come on. Amy and Craig, I'm going to toss it over to you as these conditions continue to deteriorate.
Yes, and we've already had damage from some of these storms. So a reminder to you, if you're watching us on Fox Weather, make sure your notifications are on. This area through the south, southeast, we will have storms all night tonight.
Yeah, make sure you're ready because we have some power outages likely as well. We'll have more on the severe weather as it continues to move across the Mississippi Valley and continues to track to the east. Then as we go into tomorrow, we're looking at places in Georgia and the mid-Atlantic that could see some severe weather, but that tornado threat continues. Again, be prepared for any type of power outages. Be ready to move in a moment's notice. Amy, some of these have been moving at 45 to 60 miles per hour.
I'm Amy Freeze along with Craig Herrera. Thanks so much for watching Sky Dome. On behalf of John Marshall as well, we've got our next team up. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And thank you to our Fox weather team. I am going to be sending some of you off to a 2-minute break as we continue to bring you top stories across our country. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson. We have a lot of top stories we're keeping track of right here for you today. Do want to let all of our viewers know coming up a little bit later, we're going to be having a White House press briefing plus a Pentagon press briefing as well. And President Biden going to be getting another vaccine booster shot on TV. So a lot to come here, but we've wanted to first bring our viewers out to a news story that just hit our Live Now from Fox desk. Bruce Willis has been saying that he's going to be stepping away from acting. Now, there is a reason for this. His family is speaking out. He is taking a break as he battles a health diagnosis. So the 67-year-old actor has been diagnosed with aphasia, and the family announced this on social media, saying, Bruce's amazing supporters as a family, we wanted to share that our beloved Bruce has been experiencing some health issues, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him. This is all according to that family statement. Now, it did continue on to say, this is a really challenging time for our family. We are so appreciative of your continued love, compassion, and support. We are moving through this as a strong family unit and want to bring his fans in because we know how much he means to you as you do to him. As Bruce always says, live it up. And together, we plan to do just that. Now, this again was a statement that had been written on behalf of his wife, Emma, his ex-wife, Demi Moore, also his daughters as well. Now, news of the die-hard actor's diagnosis does come a little over a week after his 67th birthday. Willis's ex-wife, Demi Moore, recently sent him a special birthday message on Instagram. The post featured a picture of Moore with Willis saying, "Happy birthday, Bruce. Thankful for our blended family." And she captioned the image of the former couple adding a white heart emoji. So they have remained friends ever since their divorce, and now here together with their family, everyone united in supporting Bruce as he continues to battle this diagnosis. So we also right here want to put out our thoughts to his whole entire family who's going to be battling through this together. And again, hoping that after this break from acting, he could step back into that spotlight at some point. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We've already had quite a few events happening here this morning. As I mentioned, a couple things to keep our eyes on as we do have President Biden. He's going to be making some comments a little bit later here today about our fight against COVID-19. But also we'll have a White House press briefing and a Pentagon briefing coming up here in a little bit on our Live Now from Fox stream. Already on Capitol Hill, we've had senators busy at work talking with some of our Ukrainian parliament members. They sat down to speak together about the latest developments that have been happening in the war. Let's go ahead and listen into this, what we were able to get from this meeting. They did close the doors pretty early, but let's listen in to what they had to say.
What we see unfolding in the tragedy of Ukraine is a tragedy in that Vladimir Putin has launched an unprovoked barbaric invasion, killing innocent people and children, displacing families in a manner we haven't seen since World War II. But it is also at the same time an inspiring moment in world history. The Ukrainian people and their friends nearby are standing up for their freedom and are risking their lives to do it. How many of us facing the same challenge would rise to it as they have? They are courageous, they are resilient, and the United States stands with them. We believe the NATO alliance has come together in a manner that we've never seen since it was formed right after World War II, unified and committed to stopping Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Senator Portman and I co-chair the Ukrainian caucus here in the Senate, and we've been to Ukraine. I think you've probably been more often than myself. But I want to thank him for joining me this morning and for all of us having the opportunity to get together.
Thank you, Dick. To our guests here, we have some more members who have now joined us. This is an opportunity for us to hear from you. You will see Republicans and Democrats at the table here. We sit on opposite sides of the aisle, just as you do in your parliament. And yet on Ukraine, we sit together. And we are as one. And we have 5 members of the Rada, which is the parliament in Ukraine, with us. We have 2 members of the Polish parliament with us today. We also are honored to have the ambassador, Oksana Markarova, who has been a constant source of information to all of us and an inspiration to her country. We appreciate her. And I really appreciate all my colleagues coming. And we want to have a chance for each of them to ask questions. I'm going to ask Oksana if she would go first and perhaps introduce her colleagues who are here from Ukraine and also her neighbors from Poland. And then we'll have an opportunity to proceed. We meet at a very difficult and dark time. We meet at a time when Russia continues its merciless and cowardly, brutal bombings of Ukrainian cities with the attempt apparently to level them, to reduce them to rubble. We meet at a time when Russia is saying one thing and doing another, which has been consistent throughout this conflict. And so for us to be able to hear directly from you is extremely important. With that, Ambassador Markarova.
Press will exit out to the right. Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so as I mentioned, we were only able to hear just a little brief part of this meeting that they had with these Ukrainian parliament members, but they will also have a briefing with some more of our Senate as well as House members later this evening. That's also closed door, but you know, Live Now from Fox is going to be staying on top of those stakeout cameras that are waiting outside of those doors if some of those leaders on Capitol Hill do speak with our cameras about their meeting afterwards. We have been getting in a lot of video of even more destruction that is continuing to happen. This time, an apartment building in rebel-controlled area was hit by a missile early on Wednesday. We had emergency workers, rescue dogs arrive at the scene to search for survivors. They put out fires. They were cleaning up debris. 2 people were reported dead and 4 more wounded. Now, this also in UN says that more than 4 million Ukrainians have fled the violence in their homeland due to this invasion. UN Refugee Agency had been updating their numbers here today, making this the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. A UN spokesperson saying that these numbers do not capture the extent of the conflict. They added that the flow of refugees has eased a little bit recently. He believed there are many who are awaiting developments on the battlefield and in the ceasefire negotiations. So, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to be trying to stay on top of all the latest developments. Recently, President Biden also announcing his budget proposal for the fiscal year 2023, while American military leaders are asking for more funds to help Ukraine in their battle against Russian invaders. The Pentagon saying they did not plan to support Ukraine when it finalized its budget prior to the invasion, despite Congress approving a $13 billion emergency package in March. The Pentagon is unsure of how soon it will need to replace or resupply Ukrainian forces with ammunition and weapons. So the current Defense Department budget proposal, without that planned Ukrainian support, calls for more than $770 billion. So always keeping track of it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, not only do we have a White House press conference where we know a lot of questions are always asked about the latest developments in Ukraine, but we do also have that Pentagon briefing that will be happening a little bit later, which we'll be jumping into here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also want to let all of our viewers know we're keeping track of some wild weather that has been moving across the south. Right now, we do have some tornado warnings that have been issued in parts of Texas and Louisiana. There you're seeing also one of our cameras in that line of storms. So in Shreveport, Louisiana, they are one of those who are just getting hit with a lot of rain, but also there's wind that's coming with it, as well as some possible tornadoes that are popping up. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll join our Fox Weather team to get the latest on these severe storm threats. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pop up our graphic here of that severe storm that is possibly producing multiple tornadoes. You're seeing those pink boxes popping up on your screen. Now, those are going to be areas that they're keeping an eye on, those movements of the clouds where some tornadoes could possibly be produced. So you can see quite a few of them are already popping up here as we continue to see these storms leave a little bit of destruction in its path. This morning, morning, we already had reports in Arkansas of a possible tornado that injured 7 people. 2 of those people said to be critically injured. And of course, we're still working with our National Weather Service teams who are going to be headed there down on the ground to assess the damage and decide if it indeed was, in fact, a tornado that had hit that area. You're seeing in the middle of your screen, the middle of that area, who are being hit with some of the storms. Some of that most severe stuff, that wall of clouds that is producing the most severe stuff, moving past Shreveport, but that's one of the cameras that we have available to us. So here on your screen is Shreveport. You're seeing the entire skyline being covered with those clouds. So because we do have quite a few of these severe storms that are making their way across the south, let's go ahead, join in with our Fox weather team as they're giving us some coverage on these warnings being issued in Louisiana and in Texas.
At the surface, that's what really matters. But of course, with our radar, we have limitations across the country. But with this particular storm that we're watching, we have decent rotation a little higher up in our atmosphere. And if that's translating at the surface, well, then we're most likely dealing with the tornado. And that's why we have that tornado warning for portions of Natchitoches Parish until 12:45. Let's put a time on this. Pine Ridge by 12:19. We have Mill, Louisiana under that threat by 12:23. Gainesville, Louisiana by 12:32. Wyatt by 12:36. Dotson at 12:38. Truly, with what we're dealing with, the nature of this line, if this line of storms is moving through a neighborhood that you're familiar with, it's a good idea to take shelter and to make sure that this line of storms, after it moves through, you're okay and you're protected. As far as where we're looking at that potential rotation, it's just to the northeast there of Chestnut, Louisiana, and it's continuing to move off to the east-northeast. And the one thing with this line of storms, it's moving pretty quickly, anywhere between 40 to 50 miles per hour. So a limited time to prepare, but there was that threat, and we still have that threat this afternoon in Louisiana and eventually on into Mississippi. This is our shear tracker with our radar showing where some of those rotating pockets of this line of storms is located. And we have a few shear trackers at this hour that we're looking at. You count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then numerous tornado warnings. And the nature of these storms, as I've mentioned, it's not like a supercell where we can see that tornado clearly. Unfortunately, these tornadoes, if we are dealing with a tornado at the moment, I know we have those warnings, but not seeing anything confirmed at the minute, that though could quickly change. These are likely rain-wrapped because we have some very heavy rain pushing through associated with these storms. And a squall line, when we deal with a line of storms like we are, we have those gusty winds anywhere between 50 to 60 miles per hour. So not only is it a severe warn storm, as you can see that yellow blinking polygon, but we have those tornado warnings and they're continuing. So here's Shreveport. The good news in Shreveport, we're in the clear. We've seen those storms move on through. Conditions will be gradually improving. But elsewhere, throughout portions of Louisiana, here's right along Interstate 49, we have those tornado warnings. In fact, Monroe, Louisiana, right along Interstate 20, if you're heading from Shreveport to Monroe, or perhaps you know anyone heading from Monroe to Shreveport, a good idea to just delay that travel and wait a little bit until we see those conditions improve. You're also looking at the alert system that we have here at Fox Weather on the other side of your screen. We have new tornado watches, which have been issued. The watches indicating that ingredients are going to be favorable for these storms to possibly produce tornadoes. We'll get more on that in a minute. The more imminent threat, as we know, are those tornado warnings, and we still have them. So we're heading a little farther to the south. Yeah, here's Interstate 10, Lake Charles, just to the north there. And it's really tough to see where the rotation is that we're watching, because with the nature of a squall line, we have those gusty straight line winds. But sometimes, and with the environment that we have here, think of a pretty strong low-level jet, a pretty strong jet that we have moving out of the south. And that's enabling maybe a few of these storms to have the tendency to rotate. And that's what we're looking at. And so, yeah, as we're looking at the different notches, those leading edges of the stronger winds, that's what the Weather Service is most likely looking at and thinking, okay, we could maybe have a weak tornado here. Just a tornado here doesn't have to just be a weak one. Just know that that's the tendency and the nature of these storms today. This particular rotation, as we're working and looking, heading to the east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour or so. Fields, Louisiana by 12:26 local time. Mystic by 12:32 local time. Oretta at 12:36. And it's that same idea, though. With these storms, that's where the rotation might move over. If this is producing a tornado, we might see that move over these towns. However, the line of storms, this particular line of storms, is quite dangerous. And that's why we need to be focused on not just individual tornado warnings, because, I mean, I'm telling you what, Kiana, we have numerous of them. It's really this line of storms, because throughout this line, we'll have that, threat of these storms rotating and maybe producing a tornado. We'll continue to watch it, but we also have another very real threat today, and that's those wildfires.
That's exactly right. We have wildfires that are going to threaten several areas around the country. So, again, over 24.
All right. Thanks again to our Fox weather team. As they move into more coverage, I did at least want to point out that we'll be keeping an eye on these storms, and wanted to mention why as well, because we have already seen this morning some of the destruction that has been left behind because of these tornadoes. So there was a tornado that had possibly already touched down in Arkansas early here this morning. At least 7 people have been injured after this severe weather incident, all according to a community spokesperson of Springdale, Arkansas. Now, the police lieutenant did say of the 7 people who were injured, there were 2 who are said to be in critical condition. There was a tornado warning that had been issued in Springdale just after 4 a.m. So a lot of people waking up to severe weather. If you're there down in the south, as I mentioned before, National Weather Service, they say they've received multiple calls and reports of this damage that's across the region. They're going to be sending out crews, because what they have to do is take a look at not just these videos, but go there in person, see the damage and destruction that had been left behind from these storms, and then determine if it indeed was a tornado because of this destruction, because of some of the reports, how strong was that tornado. So they'll be out there today. And as we had mentioned before, the outbreak of severe weather not over yet. So there's going to be parts of the south that are still going to be seeing some winds of over 75 miles per hour. They're going to be seeing several tornadoes. This is expected all through this afternoon and into this evening as well. You can see from some of this video that we have here playing for you on LiveNOW from Fox that, yes, indeed, there was a lot of damage being left behind. Looks like some items in total ruins. And then there's, of course, other areas that look left untouched. And that's what's really the amazing thing about tornadoes. When we take a look at some of the damage that has been left behind over these last few weeks, even when we've seen this severe storms, we know that the path of the tornado really does decide what kind of destruction is left behind. So unfortunately, sometimes certain buildings, as we heard here too, in this instance, there was a school that was in the path. Those buildings then get more damage compared to other areas. We've even seen times when we've had the president go and survey some of that damage, go check in on some of those people who had been hit by tornadoes, where parts of the neighborhood will have all homes completely destroyed, but on the other side of the street, they look barely untouched. So we'll be keeping a close eye on, of course, all of these different weather events that are happening across the south. Also in the north, there's been some snowstorms that have been reported. So if anything does come of those, of course, we'll let our viewers know about that as well. But as I mentioned here, right now, our main focus has been on those tornado warnings that have been issued in parts of Texas and also in parts of Louisiana at this time. Again, Shreveport right now is one of those areas that just saw this storm starting to move past. So it looks like it could possibly be pushing its way even further east. So we'll be keeping track of that here for you. We'll pop in and out of some of our Fox weather coverage throughout the rest of our stream. But after we come back from this 2-minute break, we'll continue to give you some more of these top stories. We've had quite a few hearings happening on Capitol Hill surrounding our troops over in Europe, also talking about President Biden's new budget proposal, as well as even some of our folks overseas. We've had some of our British Prime Minister, he'd been answering questions to Parliament about Ukrainian refugees, as well as peace talks being discussed with our United Nations. So a lot more to come right here as we keep track of everything for you. Stick around, more to come in just 2 minutes. welcome back to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. A live look here in the White House as we are expecting President Biden. He's going to be delivering remarks on our fight against COVID-19 because as much as we all wish it to be over, it is not quite finished yet. So these remarks are scheduled to take place here in just a few more minutes. So we'll, of course, be going into some of this content here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But did want to also talk about another story. President Biden's SCOTUS nominee has just gotten a big approval, a big yes will be voted from Senator Susan Collins. Now, she has explained that she's decided to vote for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the new Supreme Court justice, a move which technically assures Judge Jackson's nomination will be approved. So the Republican from Maine is saying that she had a second meeting with Jackson and decided she possessed the experience and the qualifications to serve as an associate justice on the nation's highest court.
Can you please tell us quickly about explain your yes vote and how you came to the decision of yes?
I spent a great deal of time reviewing Judge Jackson's record, interviewing her twice, once before the hearing, once after the hearing, for a total of 2.5 hours. And I talked to other legal experts and reviewed numerous documents. In the end, I decided that she had the qualifications, the experience, and the credentials that we require of a Supreme Court justice and warranted my support.
In your statement, you said that there were some things you agree with her on, some things that you don't. In terms of the clarification you were seeking, what exactly did you ask her to clarify?
We had an in-depth discussion of many of the cases that were brought up at the hearings, and she explained in more detail her careful, thoughtful reasoning. I didn't always agree with the results that she came up with, but I had no doubt that she applies a very careful approach to the facts of a case when she is judging.
Do you expect any of your other Republican colleagues to follow suit, and are you talking to any of them?
I have no idea what my other Republican colleagues will do. I have had discussions with some of them, but obviously that's an individual decision and one that only they can make. So I've not attempted to pressure anybody to come out in the same, reach the same decision that I have reached, and you'll just have to ask them where they are.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, so Collins' support does give Democrats at least a one-vote cushion in the Senate to confirm President Joe Biden's pick. It is expected that all 50 Democrats will back Johnson, though Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema has not said how she will vote. Now, if confirmed, Jackson will replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer and be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Of course, we're going to be following the latest right here for you also on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let our viewers know, once again, we are waiting for an event from President Biden. He's going to be speaking about our fight against COVID-19, also receiving one of his boosters live here. We'll be jumping into this as soon as it does begin. It is scheduled to take place here in just a few minutes. Looks like they've been getting a few last-minute items that are set up. Just another camera angle for you. You can see the chair ready and set up for him to receive that shot. So there's still a lot of our U.S. health officials who are pushing for everyone to still get those booster shots, get those doses if you hadn't gotten any yet, especially as we are seeing more variants still continuing to pop up and cause problems and issues around the world, not just here across our country. So expect these comments from President Biden here very shortly. While we wait, let's go ahead. We'll be listening into just some more of our different top stories that have been happening here across the country. We did have some Philadelphia officials speaking about gun violence in their city. Let's go ahead, listen into that while we keep an eye on our weather, while we keep an eye out for President Biden. As soon as we see him, we'll take that live and in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
We're going down again. We went from 41, now we're going down to 37 as of today. And in reference to the shooting victims, we are down to 11%. as far as shooting victims within the pinpoint grids as of today. Next slide, please. All right, this slide shows the total roof arrests year to date for 2022 from January 1st to March 27th. So far this year, we have made 569 roof arrests. This time last year, we had 809 roof arrests and 402 roof arrests in 2020, which shows an increase in roof arrests by 42% when comparing 2022 year-to-date total with 2020, and a decrease in roof arrests by negative 30% when comparing 2022 year-to-date with 2021. Next slide, please. Okay, as of March 28th, 1,390 crime guns were recovered in our city. When comparing the total crime guns recovered from January through February in 2022, which is 975, with the total count per year from January through February in 2019 through 2021, it shows that we have currently surpassed those numbers, as you can see. So in 2019, we were at 710, 2020, 752, and 962 in 2021. And I want to point out that last year, March, which is shaded in blue, was the highest month of crime guns confiscations, which totaled 555 crime guns. So far this year, we confiscated 415 crime guns in the month of March. Next slide, please. And lastly, in reference to the privately made firearms, also known as ghost guns, we recovered, as of March 28th, we are now at 113, which is more than the total number of PMFs recovered by the end of 2018 and 2019 combined. And with that, I will now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Ben Nash, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Investigations, and he will speak about cases we wish to highlight.
Thanks, Deputy Dales. Good afternoon, everyone. And today I'm going to be providing homicide arrest updates, as I normally do at these press conferences. And since our last press conference, police have arrested 8 individuals, 1 in 4 committing homicides. In addition, I'll be featuring fugitives currently wanted for recent homicides. And finally, I'll be touching on recent carjacking arrests by our officers. Put up the next slide, and the following slides are of individuals arrested. Be listing those incidents chronologically by the date of occurrence from earliest to most recent, starting with an incident that occurred in 2018. Our first arrest photo is Leon Harris, and on March 29th, 48-year-old Leon Harris was arrested in New Jersey for the homicide of his mother, 62-year-old Victoria Harris. Ms. Harris went missing back on July 11th of 2018 from the 400 block of West Clearfield Street. Her remains were subsequently found decomposing inside of a suitcase on July 17th of 2018 on the 2700 block of Ruby Street. The arrest warrant for Mr. Harris was obtained just recently on March 24th of this year, and Leon Harris is in custody, as I said, in New Jersey. He'll be transported to Philadelphia to be formally charged in the near future. Next slide is Louis Ramos Banks. And on March 18th, 31-year-old Louis Ramos Banks was arrested and charged with the stabbing murder of 48-year-old Lance Shelby. The incident occurred on January 30th of 2021 on the 100 block of East Wishart Street. This case was previously cleared with the arrest of Michael Hernandez Romero on May the 4th of 2021. This is the second arrest in that case. Next is a photo of arrested photo of Akir Jackson. And I spoke about Mr. Jackson back on our press conference on March the 2nd, that he had been arrested in Huntington, Pennsylvania. And as a reminder, back on March, and then up to date on March 21st, just last week, 21-year-old Akir Jackson was transported to Philadelphia. He was formally charged with the murder of 28-year-old Mujahim Hussein. The incident occurred on August the 3rd of 2021 on the 2700 block of South Front Street in the parking lot of the Cheerleaders Club. The homicide stemmed from a robbery at that location. Next is 19-year-old Ethan Senbong Feng, whom I spoke about being wanted during our last press conference. And on March 28th, Ethan Senbong Feng was arrested for the murder of 25-year-old Akil Afi, who was shot 20 times. The incident occurred on September the 4th, 2021, on the 2400 block of Sheridan Street.
All right, Philadelphia leaders here giving an update on some of their most recent cases that they are making headway on, especially with these arrests. But I do want to let our viewers know we're going to be jumping into this content here. President Biden's remarks on our fight against COVID-19 right here at home as soon as they do begin. It was scheduled to take place here a few minutes ago. And right now, we do know also that a second COVID booster shot had been approved. So U.S. regulators had moved to approve a second COVID-19 vaccine booster. That's for adults ages 50 years and older. So the Food and Drug Administration had made this announcement authorizing the extra dose for emergency use in that age group and for certain younger people with a severely weakened immune systems. So later than that date, CDC also recommended the extra shot as an option, stopping short of urging those that are eligible to rush out and get it right away. President Biden here expected to make remarks as we do now have more updated numbers. 97.4 million Americans have received a booster dose of the coronavirus vaccine. So that number has grown. Of course, it's been more steady as a lot of people aren't as concerned with coronavirus. We've seen our concerns now shifting towards things like our inflation and also shifting towards the war that's been happening in Ukraine. So here we'll have President Biden's remarks. We'll step away for 2 minutes, get that break in here for our viewers. And as soon as we do see the president, this is what we're going to be in live run unfiltered for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to at least pop up the Dow here for our viewers as we've been seeing a lot of red here on our big board, now down more than 119 points. But there may be relief when it comes to not our inflation, but our price at the pump. Drivers hoping to see these sky-high gas prices coming down. Now, analysts from Gas Buddy do predict fuel prices will be below $4 a gallon sometime in these next coming weeks. Now, that's good news coming as prices have been seemingly been falling, hitting a national average of $4.24 on Tuesday. Don't take that celebratory trip just yet on the road. These fuel experts are warning that these prices are ever changing, and of course, these have a lot of contributing factors that could keep these prices up. So I did at least want to show our big board, talk about those gas prices. Also want to mention that we are waiting for President Biden. He's going to be making remarks remarks on our fight against COVID-19. So until we see the president stepping out, I want to take us into a hearing that happened a little earlier here this morning. Our House Armed Services Committee was talking about our more than 100,000 U.S. military troop members who are over in Europe. They're talking about the war in Ukraine. We'll listen into that. Just want to remind everyone, because this event will be starting while we're listening into that hearing, we'll of course be jumping into President Biden's remarks live and in full for you here. So let's go ahead, listen into what was being said with our House Armed Services Committee just earlier here today.
Good morning. This morning, full committee hearing on the national security challenges and U.S. military activities in Europe. We are joined by two witnesses, Dr. Celeste Wallander, who is the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs for the Department of Defense, and General Ted Walters, who is the U.S. Air Force Commander for the U.S. European Command. Welcome, both of you. Before we get started with that, tomorrow will be the last day of work in this committee for Paul Arcangeli, who I think most of you know, who is our staff director, has been our staff director for 12 years, I think now, and has been on the committee for 18. And I really want to thank Paul for his service to this committee. As most of us know, he's also a veteran of the U.S. Army, did bomb disposal in the Army.
And there is President Biden. Let's go ahead and listen into his remarks live.
You all on where we stand on COVID-19. Because of the strategy we executed over the past year on vaccinations, testing, treatments, and more, we're now in a new moment in this pandemic. Does not mean that COVID-19 is over. It means that COVID-19 no longer controls our lives. That's what it means. Cases are ticking up, as we thought they might. But now, thanks to the foundation we've laid, America has the tools to protect people, all people. And, you know, as we've done from day one, my administration is making it easier than ever for Americans to access these tools. Today, I'm announcing the launch of COVID.gov, a one-stop shop where anyone in America can find what they need to navigate the virus. Free vaccines and boosters, free at-home tests, high-quality masks, and for the latest information about the level of COVID-19 spread in your community, you can get that immediately. Now, you'll also be able to find our new Test to Treat locations, which I announced in my State of the Union address. These are pharmacies and other places in your neighborhood where you can get tested, and if you're positive, you can get life-saving treatments all in one stop. We've already stood up 2,000 test and treat sites across the country. We're also we have nearly 200 sites just to serve military families and veterans communities as well. We've done what we've done throughout the pandemic. We've ensured these locations are the hardest hit, hardest to reach communities as well. The bottom line, no longer will Americans have to scour the internet to find vaccines, treatments, tests, or masks. It's all there. And just go visit covid.gov, covid.gov. And let me remind you, when I took office about 14 months ago, the pandemic was raging, the economy was reeling, and the deficit was soaring. Most schools were closed. We didn't have enough vaccines. The unemployment claims were sky high. And then we got to work and we delivered. Enough vaccines for every American months ahead of schedule. Effective treatments, at-home tests that are free and accessible. Over 99% of our schools are open again. Businesses are open again. And because of how we responded, we created more jobs last year than ever before, 6.7 million jobs. And by the way, we did it while cutting the deficit, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. Say that again, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. But none of that happened by accident. We're able to do it because we coordinated across the government, partnered with state and local leaders, governors on both sides of the aisle, and the private sector to leverage every resource we had to fight against this virus. We left no stone unturned, and we were able to do it because Congress worked with us and provided us the necessary funding. But now, Just as we've reached the critical turning point in this fight, Congress has to provide the funding America needs to continue to fight COVID-19. We're already seeing the consequences of congressional inaction. The monoclonal antibody, take monoclonal antibodies, for example. They've helped save lives. This isn't partisan, it's medicine. But Congress hasn't provided enough money to keep purchasing these monoclonal antibodies. We've had to cancel planned orders and cut the supply we're sending to the states. Without more funding, we'll start to run out of them by the end of May. We've also had to scale back our plan to purchase more preventive therapies for Americans who are immunocompromised. Critical tools to protect the most vulnerable among us. Without more funding, we risk running out of the supply by this fall. The same is true of testing. It took months to ramp up our testing capacity. The Omicron, we saw how vital, and with Omicron, we saw how vital it was. And we have enough tests on hand to weather the surge. But without funding, we're not going to be able to sustain the testing capacity beyond the month of June. And if we fail to invest, we leave ourselves vulnerable if another wave of the virus hits. Look, on vaccines, and most important tool in this fight, we're also running a risk. Yesterday, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, authorized the fourth shot for those 50 years and older. We know boosters are critical to providing an additional level of protection. That's why I plan to get my second booster today, right here after I'm done speaking. If you haven't gotten your first booster, please don't wait. Do it today. Those who are 50 and older, as well as those who are immunocompromised, can now get even more protection than they have from the initial first doses. We have enough supply to give booster shots to those newly eligible individuals. But if Congress fails to act, we won't have the supply we need this fall to ensure the shots are available free, easily accessible for all Americans. Even worse, if we need a different vaccine for the future to combat a new variant, we're not going to have enough money to purchase it. We cannot allow that to happen. Congress, we need to secure additional supply now. We can't wait as we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world with commitments we made. It's critical to our ability to protect against new variants. There's no wall you can build high enough to keep out a virus. Congress needs to act now, please. Let me close with this. I've worked so hard to get our lives, all of us have worked so hard to get our lives back. We're summoning every ounce of American resilience, pulled every lever of our government, called upon the goodness, decency, and patriotism of American people. Together, we turned an unthinkable pain into an extraordinary progress and purpose. Americans are back to living their lives again. We can't surrender that now. Congress, please act. You have to act immediately. The consequences of inaction are severe. They'll only grow with time, but it doesn't have to be that way. We've proven what we can do when we work together. So I urge Democrats and Republicans to get this done with urgency. Let's stand united. Let's continue to pull together. Let's get this done. Thank you, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And I'm going to get my second booster shot. I'm not sure why I'm doing it on stage. I have to do it again.
Mr. President, what is the danger of Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors?
I'm reluctant to comment.
Can you comment on the declassified intelligence that he doesn't trust his military leadership since it is declassified?
No, I can't.
Do you start to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks?
Doing great.
Is the U.S. willing to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of peace talks?
All right.
Mr. President, are you going to extend Title 42?
We'll have a decision on that soon.
What did President Zelensky tell you about the...
Recent foreign countries of vaccination will affect your
the fight against COVID here.
What did President Zelensky tell you about?
Somebody asked about the vaccines.
Wonderful. Mr. President, what did you hear from President Zelensky today about negotiations with Russia?
I've always thought that it discourages people getting the vaccination when they watch people get a needle in their arm. So I apologize for discouraging them. It didn't hurt a bit, and I was able to roll my sleeve up, and thank you all.
Mr. President, while they're here in Washington, they say that you promised them a meeting.
I'm going to see if I can get to see them.
Today?
They're good people. I haven't. We're trying to work that out. Thank you.
What did President Zelensky tell you? What did President Zelensky tell you about negotiations?
All right, the president walking off there. A lot of questions being asked by our media who are here seeing live the president get that second booster shot after commenting about our fight against COVID-19, saying COVID.gov going to be your next step to maneuver your way through this pandemic. Now, a lot of the questions being asked, he didn't answer. One of them was on Title 42. That was restricting people crossing the border because of our health pandemic that we were having. It is expiring here today. He said they'd have decisions on that later, so we'll keep a close eye on that story. We, of course, had played earlier this morning for you some of those Senate GOP members who were talking about the crisis down at the border, saying that we're hitting some really high numbers, and soon we're going to see even more people trying to illegally cross our border. So we are going to be keeping all of our eyes on that, as well as going to be keeping track of the severe weather that's been impacting a lot of states across the South. Here's that live radar of all those different tornado warnings are in the purple boxes. So you're seeing this line of the storms making its way across Louisiana, and a lot of rain and high winds are coming with these severe storms. But of course, the biggest threat is those possible tornadoes that have already been impacting areas like Missouri as well as Arkansas here today. So when we come back here after this 2-minute break, giving you an update on weather, plus going to take you into some other press conferences that happened earlier here today, including an arrest made after a 9-year-old had been in the line of fire when two groups had been fighting. More to come right here in just 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been keeping a close eye on these storms that continue to push their way across the south. We do have a line of storms that have been producing some tornadoes in its path as well that are continuing to issue warnings across the state of Louisiana. What I want to do is jump into coverage with our Fox weather team as they are keeping a close eye not only on the radar, but also they do have some live cameras that they are keeping their eyes on as far as some of those funnel clouds, some movements in the sky. So let's go ahead, listen in with their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
The winds and how they change direction with height. And at the surface, it's basically a due south wind. And then a little higher up, we're dealing with more of a westward wind. And it's crazy to see those goalposts. You can see the flag or the banner, whatever it is, waving in the wind, indicating just how strong those winds are. So as we're watching and tracking these storms, Kiana, there are many people in line for these storms in Louisiana. And that's where these storms are appearing to be the most dangerous, where we have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this line of storms. Not just any line of storms, a nasty line of storms.
That's right. I'm glad you mentioned Louisiana specifically is going to be dealing with the strongest of the storms. Take a look here. We have paired both radar and the available amount of energy in the atmosphere for you to kind of get a better understanding of why these storms are really strengthened in Louisiana. You see that here. Here's our line of storms just to the west of Alexandria. And then you're seeing these darker hues of orange, really indicating that the energy there available is on the stronger side in many of these areas. So again, as you take a look at this, you kind of can understand that as this storm system rolls off to the east, it's really rolling into a very ripe environment and atmosphere for storm energy to really blossom as it continues. The winds are going to continue to pick up as they move through as well. So we have to really watch that over the next couple of hours. And even for supercell potential, we really see the darker shadings of oranges right around Alexandria there along I-10 that we could see, again, a lot of this storm energy be prepped for this line that's going to push through and really help that line get through in a really healthy environment with the energy. So the atmosphere is very ripe for that. We see that the same goes for that tornado potential. We see a lot of these, starting to see these white shadings here on our legend here, indicating that, hey, it's a little higher than lows, and anything higher than low when it comes to tornadoes is certainly something that needs to be watched. And even with the rotation, take a look here, extreme, you start to see purple and fuchsia on our legend. That is right around Alexandria, right around the areas that Stephen just highlighted that had those tornado warnings in place and those notches that we have to watch as we head into the next couple of hours or so. So that area in particular is very ripe for a lot of severe weather and a lot of different layers of that severe weather, whether it be the tornadic activity or the rotation, again, or those damaging straight line winds. All in all, we have the energy available for these winds and those tornadoes to really be developed and continue to push through right in that zone of Louisiana that we're watching very closely. Once you look at wind shear, again, this is a difference in the wind speed or direction. And in this case, it's direction. We do have the winds coming in out of the south as you look at the surface, and then we have winds moving in out of the west. When you get those different directions, that does give us the ripe environment or ingredients for any type of tornadic activity, maybe even a rotating wind at the least that we have to really watch for. So we'll continue to watch that. But again, the wind shear is really going to be something that we watch with this particular squall line here, because we do have them moving at different directions throughout the duration of this system. So we'll continue to watch that, especially for the areas in Louisiana, Alexandria down towards Lake Charles, right along the squall line there that we have to watch between I-20 and I-10. Both of these areas are going to be watched and monitored very closely over the next couple of hours. Stephen?
So we're still watching that tornado-warned storm that's actually pushing into Ouachita Parish. That's where Monroe, Louisiana resides. And we're looking at, strikes of lightning, as you can see. This particular weather stem camera is quite significant. We're also watching and looking at power outages, because across the state of Louisiana, several parishes are unfortunately losing power, customers living there in the respective parishes as these storms move on through. And that's just one of many issues that we're dealing with. Across the state, nearly 31,000 customers without power. And it appears that Cameron Parish in Louisiana, which is there close to Lake Charles, is where we have the most outages at the moment. 46% of the parish without power. Natchitoches is right around 20% of customers. Beauregard at about 9%, St. Charles Parish. So you understand, and also you look at just how it's essentially linear, right, from the northern tier of the state all the way south. And that's because these storms are linear too. Here's that tornado warning that we're watching. Monroe, Louisiana, located here, not technically in the tornado warning because the rotation that's being tracked and watched is moving off to the northeast, but that line of storms is pushing off to the east. And so we need to carefully watch as that particular storm is on the dangerous side. We had that rotation move just to the north of Cartwright, and now it's moving generally over Eureka and Calhoun. There's an interesting phenomenon going on here because once this storm tracks east of Monroe, it's going to enter a dead zone. Our radar network across the country, we've been using the radar out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and this velocity that we're tracking, this couplet, the radar shoots out a beam at an angle. And so this rotation is a little higher in the sky. When it comes to a tornado, we have that rotation at the surface. And ideally, we're able to see a tornado better when it's closer to a radar site. We never want to see one, but you understand what I'm saying because the surface rotation is where we can confirm it and be most confident. This is that zone which Seth just highlighted where it begins that dead zone, and we'll have to wait until we use Jackson, Mississippi's radar to see these storms push on through. Not that that's important, but it is because as far as these tornado warnings, we're not dealing with confirmed tornadoes. And once we do, we'll bring those to you. But we do have numerous tornado warnings, and you can almost you see where the radar beam, it basically ends. And so we'll be watching these storms as they push off to the east-northeast. And unfortunately, that trend's going to continue, but we'll be using a different radar site. Just know that they're in Bastrop, in Monroe, Louisiana, in Washita Parish, and even to the south. It's a good idea as these storms move on through to take shelter. The storms are nasty. The wind and the rain, very strong and very heavy. I mean, blinding rain that we're dealing with. And this particular storm south of Monroe, a little closer to Alexandria, we should see it get there to Alexandria, let's say around 1:32 local time. So we're still about 30 minutes away or so from that moving closer to Alexandria. But before that, we have several towns that we have to look at. Walding, Otis by 106, Crane, Louisiana by about 111, McNutt by 116, and this is associated with one of those tornado warnings along this line of storms. Those wind gusts, even out ahead of the storms, are quite strong, 50, 60 miles per hour, and as they push off to the east, we're going to continue with that threat. And really talking with, forecasters and our team here at Fox Weather, over the past couple of days, confidence has been high that we could see this severe weather unfold. And unfortunately, that's what we're watching in Louisiana. We have that significant risk for severe weather through Mississippi today, and these storms are going to be pushing into an environment that is favorable. I mean, that bow is quite evident. You can see how it sort of looks like that bow, and those are those winds that are just pushing these storms out to the east. And, if they push strong enough, eventually we'll see these weaken some, but at the moment, they're basically at their prime, and it's possible that they'll continue as we watch this move off to the east. Again, we're looking at velocities, but these rotations that we're looking at, these couplets, are pretty high in the sky, not at the surface, but we're watching it, and we're looking very carefully. That rotation right over Faircloth, I mean, that tornado warning that we're watching is for Grant Parish. It runs until 1:15. But we need to be mindful of that as this line of storms pushes off to the east. It's possible that we have those quick spin-ups that occur. And even if we don't see a tornado, unfortunately, we'll probably see some straight line wind damage because these winds are very strong. We're queuing them and we're seeing or querying them, and we're seeing anywhere between 50 to 60 miles per hour as these storms race off to the east. So we're still going to watch that. And Kiana, when we talk about the different thresholds that we see during these severe weather events, we have the slight risk or the possible risk all the way up to a significant or extreme event. And it's one of those higher echelon events today.
Yeah, it's 4 out of the 5. So we really are just on the teetering end of being, you know, the top level when it comes to these storms. And we have to really watch that closely because we can definitely be in for a very busy afternoon when it comes to the storm coverage. You're looking out at Monroe here, I-20. You can definitely see this is the area that we said the environment was very ripe once that squall line moves on through. Cloudy conditions out there already. We do have damp conditions on the roadways. It does look like now it's quiet, but moments away, we do have that squall line pushing through. So please be careful and be mindful of that and prepare for that once it does move through. Again, we've been talking about the winds within this squall line being on the higher side, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Certainly going to see at the very least some damaging straight line winds. We could also see maybe even some rotation that we have to continue watching and monitoring. And that simply goes to say that this severe storm threat is certainly going to be significant, as it has been mentioned by the Storm Prediction Center. We see a lot of the area in the pink, most of the state of Mississippi in that pink, but also we have the western half of Alabama and the southern half of Tennessee that we have to watch closely as the squall line continues to press on to the east. Many of these areas are likely going to be dealing with that severe storm threat as we head into the afternoon. So we have, you know, a couple of hours that we have to get through when it comes to the squall line. And here's one of the main the primary threats that we really have to watch. We've been saying it all morning long. Damaging winds are very much associated with this squall line. Winds as high as 75 miles per hour that are going to move through. We already see that as the current look at that system as seeing winds as high as 70. So we can definitely see some higher winds continuing through the state of Mississippi into Alabama, as well as Tennessee and the panhandle of Florida before we start to see this system lose some of that strength. Taking you through the future track, we'll go hour by hour here. 2 o'clock going into that 3 o'clock hour. We continue to see that pushing on now, entering into Mississippi. Areas like Jackson down towards Hattiesburg and into New Orleans, Louisiana are going to be dealing with some very gusty rain. This is the time where folks are starting to pick up their children from school. Kids are hopping off of school buses. They're going to be dealing with a very, very messy commute home. Heading into the dinner time hours now, 6 o'clock, we are still seeing that very strong line of storms push through. Now entering into a portion of Tennessee, going to be impacting Nashville around that time, into Birmingham later into tonight, and even further off to the east as we head into the overnight hours. That continues. This storm system really holds on, according to Future Track, as we head into the overnight. This is midnight into Thursday morning. Still seeing that strong line from Nashville down towards Atlanta into Birmingham, all the way down towards the panhandle of Florida at this hour, going into the overnight. So again, not only are we dealing with this throughout the rest of this afternoon, we get through the evening hours, and it's still hanging on strong as we head into the overnight and into tomorrow morning. At that point, it does start to impact the East Coast. So most of Georgia is going to be dealing with this from west to east. We see that as well. Start to see some heavier downpours down towards the panhandle of Florida there and all the way up towards the Carolinas, likely going to impact Charlotte at that time too. So we do have areas that are a little bit higher when it comes to the severe storm threat, shaded in the red. You see that here from the panhandle of Florida into the southern half of Georgia and even the southern half of South Carolina. And then you see that red zone once again for Virginia on off to the north, impacting Pennsylvania into New Jersey as well. And most of the state of Maryland is within that too. Again, that is the 2 out of 5. A little on the lesser side because we start to lose a little bit of energy as the storm system moves off to the east, but nonetheless something to certainly be aware of as we head into tomorrow. Let's take you through the future track for the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic. Again, here's a look at that northern half of the system around 9 a.m. tomorrow, impacting Scranton with a few downpours down towards the panhandle of Maryland into Washington, D.C. Most of Virginia getting in on some very gusty thunderstorms at that time and going throughout the afternoon. These 2 lines are going to be 2 lines that we're going to have to watch for tomorrow. 3 o'clock in the afternoon from Scranton down towards State College into the panhandle of Maryland and a portion of Virginia too. And then we have this second line here that's going to bring in some rain showers for the Delmarva into Virginia, and then some gustier thunderstorms thereon for the south half of Virginia and into North Carolina. Those 2 storms continue to push off to the east, strengthening as we head throughout Thursday evening. So 7 o'clock in the evening, northern portions of New Jersey into Philadelphia, dealing with some thunderstorms down towards Maryland as well, west of the Bay, and then out towards the Delmarva. We continue with those thunderstorms, and that continues through the overnight, now impacting off to the New England area before this clears out of the area. So not only are we dealing with this today, we have it through tomorrow and into a portion of Friday before this system really clears on out. Stephen?
And we'll be watching it still. I mean, these storms, they mean business this afternoon in the south as they continue to push through Louisiana.
And do want to say thank you to our Fox weather team, who's, of course, keeping a close eye on all of these movements of those storms. Again, those purple boxes showing us multiple different areas where we have those rotations that could possibly produce those tornado threats and a lot of people in its path. I was just reading on our Fox weather team page that we do have at this time more than 24 million people who are in that significant severe risk from these storms, 8.1 million who are in the tornado watch population. So right now we do have about 7 tornado warnings, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and more than 70,000 people without power because of these storms. We'll keep a close eye on this, but I do want to let our viewers know also coming up here on Live Now from Fox, we do have a White House press briefing that is going to be coming up here very shortly. Also, along with the White House press briefing scheduled at the same time, for 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern time. So that's still about 20 minutes away. We also have a Pentagon briefing that is scheduled. So we'll be monitoring both of those, bringing all of our viewers with us into those once they do begin. And as I mentioned before, we've had quite a few press conferences already happen earlier here today. When we come back from this 2-minute break, a 9-year-old, her life is being mourned by her family, her friends, the whole community. We did have earlier here today many of our city and state leaders in Trenton, New Jersey, speak about now how they have made an arrest for the death of this 9-year-old. She got hit with gunfire. We'll have more on this story when you return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do now know a 19-year-old is in custody and being charged with the murder of a 9-year-old who was shot and killed on March 25th while she was playing in a courtyard. Her family, her friends, as well as the county prosecutors and other state and local officials were speaking about this arrest that happened earlier. So we do have that press conference I want to play out for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm joined today by New Jersey Attorney General Matt Plotkin, Colonel Pat Callahan, Superintendent of the New Jersey State Police, Trenton Mayor Reed Gussiora, Trenton Police Director Steve Wilson, Pastor John Taylor of the Capital City Community Coalition, members of the Mercer County Homicide Task Force, Officers Jose Ocasio and Alan Reesner, Captain Tim Mosher, and EMT Paul Haddad of Trenton Emergency Medical Services. And we're also joined by Sequoia's mother, Sashay Bacon-Jones. Today we announced the arrest of Isaiah Roberts, age 19, of the 1400 block of South Clinton Avenue in Trenton, New Jersey, for the murder of Sequoia Bacon-Jones, age 9, of Kingsbury Square. Roberts has been charged with murder, second-degree aggravated assault, fourth-degree aggravated assault for pointing a weapon, possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose, 3 counts, and unlawful possession of a weapon in the second degree. And we are also joined today by Assistant Prosecutor Mike Grillo, who will be handling this case, and the primary detective, Lou Vega. At 7:27 p.m. on March 25th of 2022, Trenton police officers were detailed to 4D of Kingsbury Square on a report of shots fired. When they arrived at Kingsbury, Officer Jose Ocasio and Alan Reesner were in the immediate area and were the first to respond. When they arrived at Kingsbury, they observed Sequoia on the ground with an apparent gunshot wound and several citizens rendering aid, and Sequoia's mom was there too, also rendering aid. Officer Ocasio immediately rushed to Sequoia and took over providing aid and, perhaps more importantly, comfort. Officers Ocasio and Reesner then brought Sequoia to their police car to take her to Capitol Health. All this time, the officers were keeping Sequoia calm, continuing to comfort her, and continuing to render medical aid. Trenton Thames arrived on the scene and transferred Sequoia to their ambulance. Officer Ocasio stayed with Sequoia in the ambulance and continued to comfort her, while Captain Tim Mosher and EMT Paul Haddad, who are here today, continued to treat Sequoia. Officers Ocasio and Reesner, along with Captain Mosher and EMT Haddad, gave Sequoia a fighting chance. Sequoia was immediately taken into surgery, where Dr. Dennis Quinlan was able to stabilize her. She had sustained a single gunshot wound to the upper body, and the wound was a through-and-through gunshot wound. Sequoia was then taken to Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick, but regrettably, she passed away at 11:59 p.m. Sequoia, despite fighting bravely for her life, couldn't overcome those injuries. The Homicide Task Force began its investigation. The members of the Homicide Task Force are here. They began their investigation and learned that Sequoia and her brother were playing with other children in the courtyard area of the low-rises at Kingsbury. It was determined that 2 females were in a dispute over Facebook posts, and they went to the courtyard to fight. As the fight was taking place, an altercation ensued between Isaiah Roberts and another male in the immediate area of the fight. Roberts and the male separated, but that altercation then made its way into the courtyard, where numerous shots were fired. Roberts then fled the area in an Acura, which was described by numerous residents of Kingsbury who called 911. Detectives conducted numerous interviews, reviewed countless hours of video, and they spent hours upon hours canvassing, re-canvassing, and just talking to and connecting with people. They pieced this case together, and at 11:45 yesterday morning, detectives from the Homicide Task Force located the Acura and initiated a motor vehicle stop on Dutz Avenue in Hamilton Township. As the vehicle pulled over and was pulling over before it came to a stop, Isaiah Roberts exited the passenger side of the vehicle and fled on foot. Detectives from the Homicide Task Force engaged in a lengthy foot pursuit into a wooded area along Route 129. It was later learned that Roberts was fleeing Trenton to East Brunswick to hide from authorities. A dragnet was then cast over the area by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, Trenton Police Department, Mercer County Sheriff's Office, the New Jersey State Police, the Hamilton Police, and the New Jersey Transit Police. At 12:45 yesterday afternoon, Roberts was arrested as he entered the Delaware River just up here on Lamberton Road. It's often been said that it takes a village, and this case proves that to be true. Many area residents called 911, helped to care for Sequoia, provided information, and came forward to help detectives apprehend Roberts. And I'm compelled to highlight one of those concerned citizens. There was a resident of the low-rises who, when the shooting started, was able to get several of the children who were playing into her apartment and out of the line of fire. She's a hero. This case coming together between citizens and police are the best that Trenton has to offer. I don't say this enough, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank the Mercer County Homicide Task Force. It was their dedication and laser focus on this case that brought Roberts to justice. The Homicide Task Force lived, breathed, ate, and slept with this case. Their compassion, hard work, and dedication are absolutely unmatched. They are the best of the best, and I am honored to work with them every day. While today hopefully brings some closure to Shashay and her family, I have to be very honest. I wish we weren't here. In a perfect world, Sequoia would be with us today. She would be in class at Parker School, and that tonight she would be in the courtyard playing with her friends. And Sequoia's mom, some of her family members are holding up pictures of Sequoia. And the one that's being held up over here was taken last weekend. It's Sequoia and her grandfather as she attended the father and daughter's dance here in the city of Trenton, which my office and the mayor helped to sponsor. If this isn't a call, and if this isn't the rallying point for this idiotic and senseless violence to stop, I don't know what is. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney General Matt Plackett.
Thank you, Prosecutor, not only for your remarks, but for the work of this office on this case and every day in this city and across this county. There's no way to put it. This is a tragedy. Sashay, beautiful Sequoia, the family. We shouldn't be here. Sashay was 9 years old. Sequoia was 9 years old. She was doing what 9-year-olds do. She was playing with her friends, her brother. She should not only be here, she should have had the things that 9-year-olds should have. She should have had class field trips and parties, proms and graduations. I'm told she wanted to be a law enforcement officer. Could have been any one of us. She could have had my job. This tragedy, this awful tragedy, needs to be a wake-up call. The violence cannot continue. We cannot continue to have press conferences like this one. The community of Trenton and the state of New Jersey cannot continue to endure these horrors. Shay, and to your whole family, know that the state of New Jersey stands with you. We are here for you. Mayor, Director, we're here for this community every day of the year, but particularly this day. The work that the Homicide Task Force did and that the officers did in giving Sashay the best chance at surviving this horrible incident is nothing short of heroic. When we talk about task forces, they can sound abstract. This is not abstract. The people behind me and next to me who worked all weekend, who are mothers and fathers themselves, who felt the pain and who brought the alleged perpetrator to justice, are doing heroic work. I wish they were out of business. At the Attorney General's office, we are going to do and are doing everything we can to tackle the epidemic of gun violence. We're going to go at the root causes. We're going to hold those accountable who inject guns into our community. We're going to put programs in place and have put programs in place to interrupt the cycles of violence through violence intervention programs and hospital-based violence intervention programs in our communities. And Trenton has been a tremendous partner in those efforts. And in the hopefully extremely rare instances when we have tragedies like this one, I want everybody to understand that there are teams of dedicated professionals like the folks in this room who are going to work tirelessly to find the perpetrators and to bring them to justice and to keep our communities safe. I want to thank specifically Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, the Trenton Police Department Director, Mercer County Sheriff's Office, West Windsor Police Department, and New Jersey State Police. I'm joined by my partner, Colonel Patrick Callahan, for the work that's done on this task force and that has been done over the past several days on one of, if not the most difficult cases they will ever see. To the people in Trenton, know that we stand with you. We will be providing resources, and we're here for you every day. Shay, I am so deeply sorry. She was a beautiful soul, and she won't be forgotten.
Colonel Pat Callahan.
Prosecutor. Morning, everybody. I have the unfortunate position of receiving an email every time that there's a shooting in the state of New Jersey. And quite frankly, my phone goes off far too much, as it did late Friday. And when I saw that it was Sequoia, the first thing I did was pray for her mom and her family. And I got up the next morning, as I do every day, 7 days a week for the last 2 years, got on a prayer call with faith-based leaders from around this state, and we lifted her and you up, and have every day since, and a hush came over that phone. And I'm tired of praying for children that are shot while playing, quite frankly. I'm tired of looking at teddy bears and candles on sidewalks around cities around the state of New Jersey, and it's about time we take more action to make sure that it never happens again, and so that moms like Shay don't have to endure this type of tragedy. The prosecutor called me and said, "Colonel, would you offer a couple words?" And my mind went immediately to the real-time crime center that we opened up last April, and I had all the stats of investigations and firearms seized and kilos of cocaine and fentanyl. And you know what? It didn't seem like right. because there's still much to do. Still so much to do, and that's been phenomenal work for the last year with the Homicide Task Force and all of our partners at that real-time crime center. But evidenced by the fact that we're all standing here today, it's still not enough, and law enforcement and community needs to come together. The public are the police, and the police are the public, and we need to understand that. And on the way down here, knowing that I wasn't going to read off stats, I thought of the name Sequoia. And if everybody in this room thinks about that, what is Sequoia? It's the largest, strongest rooted tree on the face of the earth. And the little I know about Sequoia, she had, there's one Sequoia that was known as the mother of the forest, and I think she had that.
She did.
I think she had, at 9, understood that maternal instinct, and that's a special place to be, and she won't ever be forgotten for that. So just know that all of us in this room, all of your partners, certainly the state police included, will continue praying for you. We have the tools. We have the resources to make sure that we hold people like Isaiah Roberts accountable. And that's our assurance and our guarantee to you. So we're not lighting candles and putting teddy bears on sidewalks throughout this state and throughout our country, quite frankly. It's up to us. It's our obligation. When all of us here raised our right hand and took that oath, it was to make sure that Sequoias were able to go out on a Friday night and play for a few hours, whether that was manhunt, tag, and then go home. And that didn't happen this time, but it's up to each one of us to make sure that we protect the most innocent among us. You will always be in our prayer, Shay. God bless you.
Thanks, Colonel. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention past evening and ask them on Sunday to pray for Sequoia and to encourage the members of their congregation to come forward. So, Pastor Taylor, thank you for everything you did.
A community mourning the loss of this 9-year-old, again, who was playing in a courtyard when a fight had broken out between a large group of people. Unfortunately, when she ran, the gunfire had struck the 9-year-old. She was taken to the hospital where she was later pronounced deceased. Her family there in attendance, they did say that they too are going to be missing this beautifully bright and charming young girl who lost her life way too soon. We have seen this happen time and time again in a number of our cities across the U.S. Innocent people getting hit with gunfire, getting hit by the ricochets of bullets as people have been resolving to gun violence when it comes to dealing with issues. So we'll be staying on top of this story. Thankfully, they do have that one person in custody, but of course, if there's more developments, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to let our viewers know, just as we have with that story, we're staying on top of a number of other stories happening here across our country. We do have, at this time, our White House press briefing that's supposed to be underway here very soon, plus a Pentagon briefing. More to come right here in just 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is a look inside of our White House press briefing room, where we will have a briefing here underway very soon. It is scheduled to take place at this time. Also scheduled is our Pentagon press briefing. So as soon as we see those pop up, of course, that will be something we'll be bringing to you right here on our Live Now from Fox stream. Until that time, though, we do have some of our Ukrainian parliament members who are meeting with some of our members from Senate. Here's that video from earlier here today, again, when they were sitting down with some of our Senate leaders. They're also going to be speaking with senators and House members later this evening. Those are closed-door meetings, just as this one. We only got a couple brief minutes in the beginning, thanking them for being here today before they ushered the press out. But we'll be monitoring, because they do always have sometimes press conferences afterwards, just as they are right now. So I'm going to take us into this press conference with some of our Ukrainian prime ministers as they're speaking here on Capitol Hill.
And we understand that sanctions can work if they are not individual from one country on Russia, but definitely in the unity with all the free world, and definitely with the European continent as such. So at this particular moment, we were raising the issue that we have to get Europeans on board in terms of finally introducing embargo on Russian oil and gas and coal, because the numbers that they are paying each day to Russian Federation, they are incredible, and thus they are supporting further basically terrorist activities of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Since 24th of February, 21.5 billion euros have been paid for Russian fossil fuels. We understand that the U.S. can do more in terms of providing supply of oil and gas to those countries, and also working with OPEC countries with regard to pricing of these fossil fuels. But we also hear that it is difficult to get everybody on board, that there are more chances for embargo on oil to be introduced by also EU countries at this particular moment, and the gas is still a problematic issue. But we will work further on this as well. We are happy that also quite a lot of Asian countries have joined sanctions, and we appreciate that the leadership role that the U.S. has been playing on getting that common support from others. But also we are very much concerned with the banking sanctions that have been introduced up to now. 6 banks out of 333 banks of Russian Federations have been actually sanctioned. That is allowing Russia to avoid those sanctions very efficiently. So we were calling and are calling on adding all the Russian banks to this list of full sanctioning, and also cutting them off SWIFT. But cutting them off SWIFT cannot be done exclusively by the U.S. Again, we also have to work with the European partners. So we have here the support. There is readiness to what we are hearing also from the Hill, that there is readiness also to work on additional resolutions, on documents, on legislature to provide for additional sanctions against Russian Federation, including like banning their vessels from the seaports, including additional freezing of the assets of those individuals, assets and properties of those individuals that have been put on the sanctions list. But this is still in the making, and unfortunately we do not have time. So we are calling on you to help us to get this message across also to wider American public, to wider audiences, that they could also continue and follow up the work we've been doing with the politicians here to help them to take the decisions as soon as possible. They are ready to work on this, but the bills have to be on the table already.
And your name and where are you from? Which area do you represent?
I am from Kyiv. I was raised and born in Kyiv. My name is Ivana Klimpush-Tsentsadze, and I am the chair of the Committee of Ukraine's integration into the EU.
And could you get any additional commitments beyond the $800 million that has already been announced as aid for Ukraine? Like, were you asking for a specific weapon system or a specific type of aid?
We were asking for, I believe maybe my colleagues have been saying this, but 3 major things: weapons, sanctions, and financial aid.
If I may, I will take the issue on sanctions. My name is Anastasia Radina. I'm chair of Anti-Corruption Committee of the Parliament. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
As to the weapons, we are thankful for all the bipartisan support we are receiving, but in terms of weapons, Ukraine can actually receive more, and the United States can show more leadership and help Ukraine actually win this war. We are asking to abandon this artificial distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. We are defending our land. In our situation, all types of weapons are defensive. What we need in order for Ukraine to have an existential opportunity to continue being a free country, we need to kick Russian soldiers off our land. And for that, we need all possible weapons. We have been discussing the major issue of providing Ukraine with proper air defense systems, which should include jets, and we hope that this issue will be dealt with in a timely manner, because for Ukraine, promises or discussions or any other kinds of frankly inaction are not helpful anymore. What we need is action, and action now.
So did you get the sense when you met on the Hill with members of Congress that they were in support of going further with weapons than the Biden administration has so far committed publicly to doing?
We have received a lot of support, but on some issues we're still hearing that consultations are needed, and we are urging colleagues to abandon this pre-war style bureaucracy and to move with things as quickly as possible. For Ukraine, as quickly as possible and as quickly as needed is not in a week, not in a few days, but yesterday and the day before yesterday. This is how urgent the need is. And let me tell you, as of now, Ukraine is actually winning on the ground. And when Russians are saying they are withdrawing, they are lying for two reasons. In regions they are saying they are withdrawing, they have actually been beaten. They have been kicked out. In regions where they are still present, they are digging in. And therefore, if we continue with this distinction between defensive and offensive weapons, we will only be able to keep Russians from going further into our territory. This is not the peace arrangement. This is not what we need to give Ukraine its chance to continue. This is not what we need is all kinds of weaponry necessary to get them out of our territory and not just fight on the lines on which they are digging in.
I mean, respectfully, the Russian SAM's air defense seems, or air offense, is pretty formidable. And my understanding is that right now with the MiGs that you've got, you're having to move them around just to keep them safe. And that you're not using them in a very offensive way because the SAMs can take them out so easily.
I'm sorry, but for security reasons, we will not be discussing what we have and the way troops are moving. Please understand that.
For sure, we need more to feel, to secure our skies. Not only MiGs, but also the air defense system, that goes from the ground to air, and also the naval one. But we do need some artillery and tanks as well. That's what my colleague was telling. So there is, all the lists are in proper hands, and we asked to support and to put, to track this information, how is it going. Because we do need these weapons to be shipped as soon as possible. Also we were speaking with our counterparts about the possibility, I mean, it's a long-term, strategy, but the possibility of Lend-Lease. Having these firm signals to Putin, to Russia, that Ukraine will be backed up, because these supplies, they've been running out. So we need this long-term strategy to backing up the Ukraine. And we have to understand that Ukraine is fighting right now for the whole NATO territory, because Russia cannot cross Ukraine, cannot go, cannot win, and they would like to invade other countries as well. I mean, look at the polls, look at what they put in their TV. They're choosing, they put in the maps, they're choosing what country they should invade next. We have to be very clear on that. Ukraine is actually defending the NATO border borders right now. But the morality doesn't have to be ended by the NATO borders. I mean, our kids are the same kids as in Washington, in Berlin, in Paris, and our kids are dying every day. So that's why we need this firm response from the Western civilization, I would say.
All right, so we are listening in as some of the Ukrainian parliament members who have been speaking with some of our senators here on Capitol Hill are talking about some of the needs that they have immediately to help them fight in this war. I do want to let our viewers know that we do have John Kirby with the Pentagon. He has just stepped up to the podium. We're going to head out to a 2-minute break. We'll be listening in live with him when we return right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
We would concur with the conclusion that Mr. Putin has not been fully informed by his Ministry of Defense at every turn over the last month. Now, I want to caveat that. We don't have access to every bit of information that he's been given or every conversation that he's had. And I'm going to be very careful here not getting into too much more detail on this. But I've seen these press reports